Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of Gamers Without Borders. Another wonderful day for a wonderful cause, and I am joined with the wonderful Toby1 and Lacoste. How are you two gentlemen doing?
So far so good. I'm glad that we're doing this, and yesterday we witnessed some really nice Dota. I'm hyped up, you know. There's not gonna be too many games left.
Yeah, I'm feeling, would you say, Airy, wonderful coming into today. Secret as well versus Alliance, hell yes. Maybe a 2-0.
Maybe.
Maybe not, you never know with games of Dota. We also thought Virtus Pro would beat Na'Vi, but we were wrong about that yesterday.
That is true, and they are going to be facing OG as well for the second series. But just to get a bit of reference for those tuning in of why we are all here, this is a wonderful cause. As you can see, we have the charities, the organizations all committed to fight against this pandemic. All the teams have united, and this wonderful talent as well for this cause. And 1.5 million US dollars will be allocated for this Dota tournament. We have a 6-week leg. It's our 3rd week for this, and of course highlighted is Dota. And yes, we will be giving a little bit more throughout this weekend, and it was quite a highlight if you think about it, guys. I mean, we had a lot of notable moments, and can you just go along your favorites for yesterday?
I think that sniper game, Na'Vi against Virtus Pro, it shows that we can still have comebacks in this meta, which people were complaining about. But OG against Team Nigwa, that was definitely the best series of the day, the only one that went 3 games. And
yes,
boy, they delivered, man. I was really entertained. We saw a bit of different picks coming out from these teams, and also a sign of life from Nigma.
Yeah, it was actually just really nice as well to watch high quality Dota. It was all down to like individual players being able to hit these perfect executions or simple combinations. Like Seb on his Mirana was just an absolute spectacle to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not something where you're like, oh wow, you're definitely gonna see this. Like that's the greatest thing when you turn up to watch a day of Dota, and what happens is the opposite of what you expect. Like that's when you have fun.
that is definitely true. And once again, we have Secret Alliance, OG Na'Vi, definitely something to look forward to. Alliance against arguably, man, the toughest team to beat right now.
Team Secret are the best. They are the best in the, we can't say world right now because you can't really put that to the test, but they're definitely the best in this region. No one's coming close to it, and that's probably the big question as well coming into today. We actually posted it on day one, like, can anyone actually beat Secret? Like, is there anyone that can actually do it?
I'm gonna man up and say that Team Secret is the best team in the world right now. I saw a lot of the games from other regions, and I don't think any team comes close to them. Like, they're just one level above everyone else at the moment.
Okay, we're gonna jump into that, but as you can see, regardless of how you do in this tournament, all teams will get to contribute and pick the organizations they would like to donate from this charity prize pool. We had Virtus Pro, $50,000 to UNICEF for Every Child, Nigma, $50,000 as well to Direct Relief, NIP picked UNICEF for Every Child as well, and Liquid, from our last series yesterday, $50,000 to Direct Relief. And today, regardless of how these four teams do, if you happen to go home and lose, you will be able to choose $100,000 to the organization of your choice. Man, that's a wonderful cause. And look at this wonderful bracket here. Team Secret Alliance, OG Na'Vi. Can Alliance take a game off of Secret?
Well, Team Secret, you said it. 17 games. They have not lost a single, we're going to call it a map. We're going to Counter-Strike. But, I mean, Alliance is a team that can cause upsets. And with the newest edition of FNG, even though he's not the official member of the team yet, if I'm correct, but he brings a lot to the table, a lot of knowledge. S4 is the one who's doing drafting, but I believe FNG also has a lot to say in it.
Yeah, FNG is like, he's been one hell of a captain. I remember when Na'Vi had their big lapse in ability to actually have a captain stand up. Like, it was FNG who was the one who was like, all right, I'll come in and I'll do this. And they actually had some reasonable success until they kicked him. In that lineup. I very much disagree with that kick when it happened too. But no, he's gone a very long way. And like, FNG's on loan from Gambit, so he's still not officially part of Alliance, if that is the way Alliance want to go. But they needed a fifth. With the inclusion of S4 coming in as the new captain for Alliance, working with Nika Baby, Limp, and Hansken, it really does look like they were trying to just rebuild the Swedish powerhouse. And maybe they are getting there. And I'm with Lacoste where like FNG, his knowledge and his perspective is something that might just help give S4 the edge in the draft.
You'd never know. And FNG techies might show up again, Toby, this time around.
And if you look at Team Secret's lineup, like, this is just star players at every single position. Like, you name it, they don't have a weakness. You can't just say one of these guys is not performing. People love to pick on Zai when he's not having a good time, but he can do so much with so little. That's the power of this player. But if you give him like good early stage, he's gonna have like 10-11 minute Necrobook 3, and then you can't really fight into that. Like, he knows how to utilize farm so much, but also even without farm, he is a very critical player for Team Secret.
Yeah, it does sound like Team Secret gets so powerful, right? Because Zai can work with very little, and then Puppy, like your non-traditional player 5, like position 5. Yapsor, your normal player 3 at like position 3, but maybe plays 4. Yeah, they just make so much space for everyone in Team Secret to be a real hero.
When the new patch came out, I also saw Puppy being the highest at the net worth of whole of Team Secret, and he's playing Nature's Prophet. Maybe they were just experimenting how this new patch works. A lot of these changes were also added. But, he's also greedy, and he can carry from position 5. As dumb as it sounds, it still works for them. And they're the most versatile team in the world, I would say, as well. They can play pretty much anything, and it's very hard to draft against them. We're gonna watch the game, try to like predict like this is gonna be a good pick, but 99% of the time you get it wrong because you don't know. You're not Puppy.
And as you said, a 17 game win streak is quite impressive and speaks for itself. Is there anything close? Is that one of the highest, if not close to the highest win streak? I'm not very familiar.
If they win 5 more games, they're gonna pull off reverse bait. They were on 0-22. And they're not stopping, right? I don't believe they won a game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually even crazier. Yeah, okay. Yes. Sorry, Dendy. Not the greatest result for BA, but hey, turn it around? Question mark? Are BA back before they were here? But Team Secret, like, they're playing up against also like really, really top teams when they take these victories. Like, this isn't just like a fluke where they're playing against the blowers and the stats being padded. Like, this is Team Secret just straight out being the better team on the day every day, and they haven't lost a game in that series. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, this has all just been clean sweeps. The grand final they played recently, best of 5, went to 3. Even when you've got like a couple of games, maybe you get one, maybe there's something quirky you can do. It's just not working against Team Secret, and that's the scary thing. I think that's more scary than anything else. It's not just the series, it's the flawless series that they've been able to play.
And Lacoste, you were saying, I mean, to say that they have no weaknesses, these guys have no weaknesses, that's a really strong thing to say. Or are they just playing at that level right now where you can't see any sort of opening in regards to maybe trying to exploit?
But they will have Witch Doctor being godlike, pure position 4. Other teams are not capable of doing that. They will pick position 4 sniper, which they did yesterday. I mean, we've seen it before, but it just feels like they're always doing something on the map. I'd say the only weakness is when Puppy is just being too stubborn, trying to make stuff happen if it's not doable, but it's also a great quality of the captain, because that's how things work in Dota. You need to have someone who can say, I'll make this work. But sometimes it backfires. That's the only one I can find, to be honest.
Yeah, it does feel that way. Like when the meta doesn't match what Puppy thinks the meta should be.
Yeah.
That's when the weaknesses come in, and it doesn't matter like how amazing players you are. Like it'll compensate for a lot, but if you get 5th pick to a point where there is no proper counter to it, and like you get 5th pick countering your primary hero, your win condition, yes, you're going to be in trouble. But a lot of teams have been able to do that as well. Like you're able to get like this great like last phase pickup where no one can really answer it well, and forces you to play like a different style, or push what you want to have as your 3 position into a 4 role just because you just don't like it anymore. The fact that Secret haven't been caught out with that in 17 straight games, that's a testament to Poppy just having a very, very firm grip on this meta, and players who are able to adapt quickly too, because your captain's as good as the flexibility that his players can give him, and Poppy is very good right now with that.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to, of course, be jumping to the draft in a bit, but we have a short break before that with this video.
Which hero do you dislike playing against the most?
Techies, without a doubt.
Right now, I hate Shadow Demon. I want that hero removed from Dota.
Naga Siren. I feel like some heroes are it's very easy to play and very easy to have a positive impact on the game, even though you don't know what you're doing, and that makes me very annoyed when I have to play against a player that I think misuses the hero yet impacts the game.
Probably Meepo.
How do you feel about the current Dota 2 patch?
Current patch is quite fun. I'd probably want a little bit more gold for kills, but it's fun. It's alright, it's not bad.
They keep changing it every week, I feel like. When we played the other tournament, there was a whole different patch. They changed the gold formula, and now it's an entire different patch. It hasn't yet been figured out, so I'm not really sure what to say.
There are some very good things about it. I think they made the games a little bit more back and forth, but I do feel certain things still lack balance. I think it's way too favorable for carry. They're trying to get to a place where everybody gets to play a solid game, which I'm not against, but I do feel like certain things should be way more punishing. So if you are gonna make very, very obvious and several mistakes, you should be punished harder for it.
I feel a little bit sad because we kind of started, doing well with our playstyle, and then just like they nerfed a little bit us with changing the formulas and all of that.
What is the one thing that was patched out or changed in Dota 2 that you miss?
Probably comeback mechanics. I think have been nerfed a little bit too much.
I miss the boost of travel interaction. Before, you could use your normal TP and then you could just like use your travels, boots of travels, so you could have 2 TPs all the time. And now they changed it so you only have boots of travels.
The question mark when you deny a creep, I think is brilliant, and I think it should just be in the game. I think it's wonderful, and that the fact that you don't have it right now it's kind of back to the mental damage part. I think it's absolutely awesome, and it has to come back.
Probably shrines. Shrines were pretty nice when you just like you trade a lot of your resources in the lane, then 5 minute comes, you just go there, refill your resources, come back again, and especially for the off lane, you had the shrine right there, and then the safe lane they didn't have the shrine, so they couldn't do the same.
Okay, so Charlie hates Shadow Demon. Thank you, by the way, Frankie, for the wonderful interviews. Seb hates Naga Siren. Rezo hates Meepo. These are heroes they want to remove as well. We had a bit of some feedback about the patch. Seb saying that it's too favorable for carry and some things should be way more punishing. And Senya echoing what the community is saying in terms of comeback mechanics being nerfed. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think Insania has a good point. Like, you need to take 2-3 good fights to be able to, you know, match other teams' farm. If you're 10k behind, you still need to play good, can't just turn around things with, let's say, one good smoke. But there's always a Roche play. Like, Dota is very complex as a game, but I think we need to tweak those numbers a bit. It just feels a bit awkward to, you know, get a kill and don't get any return for that. So sometimes it's just better to either stack a camp or kill the lane creeps instead of killing a hero. It's really not worth it.
Yeah, I think we had that a couple of times in the games yesterday when you said, like, I was like, just let the hero live. Like, it's on 15% HP, doesn't matter, they've got to walk all the way back to base. You get more out of that. But you'll probably see this change as well. There's going to be another patch that will come up, and there'll be some indirect nerf or indirect buff. Then changes the way Dota is played. Roshan becomes more easily accessible because the heroes that get played make that possible. Or something like this will happen that will change the rhythm. But a little bit of tweak to numbers would help on that path. Because we all want to see a good comeback. We don't want to see a one-sided game with kills only going one way or a 40-minute farm fest. These are the things we look to avoid.
Just to go more into that, I mean, we said it earlier coming into this that the only series that had a back and forth was VP Na'Vi. So what was happening within that series that made those back and forths possible?
Bad item build.
Choices affect the game of Dota. Have you chosen the right items? Have you chosen the right position to stand? That was VP versus Na'Vi.
It was, and it was Sniper with Heart and Satanic. Like, where's the damage? I'm fine with one of those two items. No one was thinking outside of the box, like, what do I get? He also had spider legs at one point, so he was maneuvering around as a sniper.
Mm-hmm.
But then it comes to one point where you need to take a fight. It was the last set of Raxes for Na'Vi, and they executed it very well. Also, they itemized nicely in that game. They had 2 Eon discs, so they could do, like, have an extra life. Because in the late game, you want to be able to just go in and smack one hero, remove him completely from the game.
So you're saying only bad decisions would... Because, I mean, bad decisions comes rare in this level of Dota.
Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I'm not saying... let me finish. For comebacks to happen with this patch, that might be the only possibility for it to happen. I mean, bad decisions are very rare at this level.
There's a nicer way to put it, Arian. You can use the tennis style terms of forced errors and unforced errors. I like to use that one because when you use like bad, there's like bad connotations to it. But if it's an unforced error, it's a simple mistake, or like it's just maybe a decision that didn't pan out the way you wanted to. Like, that's what teams like to exploit. And the greatest teams in the world are able to be the ones where they always force errors. And the best games in the world is when you have no unforced errors and they're all forced errors. Like, that's when like there's just outplay after outplay after outplay.
Okay, so right now we're going to jump into that. We are going to be having a draft ladies and gentlemen, after this short break once more. So hang on to your seats. We'll be having Secret Alliance in just a bit.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-County area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
there you have it. Just a quick look at the reasons and the cause we are all gathered for. And $100,000 to the team that both to any team that loses, to the two teams that lose for these organizations. And we're going to find out, of course, at the end of this day. But predictions. Toby, who do you feel? How is this going to go with Secret and Alliance?
Can we do that after we watch the draft?
Okay.
I'm all for that whole like, yeah, this would be really good, but like anyone worth his salt as an analyst, non-professional player, would be backing Team Secret right now. Like these guys are 17-0. They're there for a reason. Alliance, they're the ones who are the underdogs in this matchup.
Yeah, if you're 17-0, it means that you know how to draft. In this meta, you understand what's strong, what's not, what you need to ban, and also, I would say Alliance, they can be paired up against any team, I would say, but depends which Alliance decides to show up today. Like FNG, we saw yesterday that they are ticking outside of the box a bit. Techies, position 5, they won against Team Liquid. Also, if you give Nico Baby enough space, and he can deliver. Like, he knows how to farm. He tends to be in a lot of these team fights. The question is, like, do you want to give him Slark? He really plays Slark well. One of his favorite heroes, I would say. Faceless Void is not that strong anymore as a hero. Too much, cooldown dependent. So I think we're not going to see that one. These are pretty standard bans. Keeper of the Light, Bane, Ember Spirit. Keeper of the Light and Ember Spirit, when paired up together, they can do some amazing things. And we see the rise of popularity for Bane. Like, he has a save. We're gonna call it a save that just like half a second sometimes is enough. And you have a BKB piercing ability, strong laners, setting things up with the Nightmare as well.
Yeah. Low cooldown, easy to do support hero with piercing. Nice. But I wonder what gets let through now. Like, you don't want to take out like Banes, Coddles, Embers. Like, everything here is what's popular in the draft at the moment. So what does Secret not like? And Batrider, I think, is an easy flex for Alliance to grab. So good to remove that too.
There's still Chen in the pool. Both of these teams really like to have it in the first phase. There's still Rubik, Oracle. These are like top tier picks. Yeah.
You guys mentioned FNG's Chen as well. It's a hero he enjoys playing very much.
Yeah, it's he pretty much exclusively was playing that for Alliance. They wouldn't pick him anything else. They just first phase picked the Chen. And S4 does have first pick in this draft. So maybe they do go down that line.
Maybe it was also a reason why they picked him Chen. Like, you have a new guy coming out from different region. You want to, make him feel as comfortable as possible. So you give him his comfort hero.
Lacoste, you mentioned a while ago that it depends which alliance shows up. Can a top form alliance beat, let's say, a standard form Secret?
I mean, I said Team Secret is the best team in the world, but, they can still lose some games. So once we see the draft, it's going to be much easier, but Alliance definitely a team that, can beat any team, I would say. Like, I don't think Alliance has any problems in that. And so they ban techies. Okay.
I was wondering if Puppy would do that at the start. It's like, let's just remove the potential problem of FNG. He burned reserve time for that ban. But keep in mind, too, that Alliance, when they drafted that, they drafted it in the second phase. And there wasn't anything that was really good against techies in the first 3 hero pickup of Team Liquid. That's kind of what made that work really well. The Puppy, he just doesn't want to play that type of Dota, it seems. And Alliance will play that type of Dota where they pick up FNG's Chen, first one.
And there it is.
This had to be the debate, right? It's like, do we want to ban Chen, or do we and have them pick techies, or do we want to ban techies and have them pick Chen?
If you know how to play Chen, you know how to play against Chen. I'm wondering what kind of support Poppy wants to pick. Maybe he wants to go for the old school matchup, Enchantress, match up with the Chen, or something like a Witch Doctor. Like Witch Doctor deals really well with the Chen and his creeps. The bounce is extremely good. And yesterday, like Yapsor, he played a godlike Rubik.
True.
Earthshaker will be the choice if you're going to assemble a large army. Let ES play it out. That's more than likely a Yapsor hero. Very rarely will they flex that into something else. A puppy has been known to play it.
Having Earthshaker in the team, like as an opener, doesn't say anything. Like, it's just an Earthshaker. What are you gonna do? It's our comfort pick. We can do a lot of stuff with it. You know, it's gonna be good at every single stage of the game. You have a guaranteed lockdown. You have a stun. You have AoE. What more can you ask? Like, you have block. This hero does so much. And Weaver, second pick. So.
Weaver, yeah.
Yeah, this is the hero that can be played at multiple roles, like everything except mid. Doesn't have enough space to work with Shikuchi. You want to have a longer lane to utilize that spell.
I also remember Cap saying Weaver's just so good at the split pushing right now.
Yes, cutting weight.
Great hero for that, yeah.
Yeah, he's really versatile on that front. But then he can also do the team fight save, which is his other critical thing. If you got the Aghanim Scepter build up, which I've seen on some support Weavers, causes a lot of problems. I actually feel like the draft's the wrong way around. It feels like Team Secret should be having the top and Alliance should be having the bottom.
Yeah, definitely looks like Secret's draft. Chen, Rubik. A Rubik against Weaver. It's very good Rubik game. Either you steal a Fisher or you steal Shikuchi from Weaver, then you can also cut the waves with it and you can set up the ganks. Shikuchi, lift, one hero joins you, it's an easy kill.
I'm going to be hitting the third picks very soon.
Now we've got to decide which one to remove. So the Conqueror is the removal of Team Secret, of Alliance. Maybe they're a little bit worried about, the mid laner, but okay, never mind, there is your mid laner. Unless we're going to be creative, that's the Queen of Pain.
How are you guys liking this?
It could still be an off lane.
Yeah. They banned the DK, which makes you think it's probably the mid laner.
Look at this AoE damage that they have already. Queen of Pain, Earthshaker. With just these two heroes, if you play correctly, you can do so much. Like Earthshaker gets a good timing on a Blink Dagger. Let's say you're defending your tower. Enemy needs to be very careful about this.
What would you guys want to see from Alliance so far with what we see?
They need lockdown. They need someone that can, hold Queen of Pain and Weaver. These are two very elusive heroes. So something like, Dragonite is gone. Mars is not an option. What do you want to have? Do you want to have something like a Centaur on the off lane? Kanka also gone, so they're using that as well. Since Alliance banned it out. I guess also one of the reasons why Team Secret picked the Queen of Pain. I just don't want to see 10th pick Lina from Alliance. I know Limp loves to play it, and Queen of Pain also shuts down Limp's TA. But definitely, I do not want to see Lina, man. I'm getting such bad vibes whenever I see. Yeah, it's just a game-losing hero. It's definitely not a 10th pick hero. The problem is you can't flex it. You can try to play it as position 4 sometimes, but it's not that great anymore.
Maybe Alliance go Luna or down that kind of road. They should take the Puck instead. Good stance. It's good. It's great control against the Weaver and the Queen of Pain with Dream Coil. Very elusive for any kind of attacks that come the way, and it's a great laner against the Queen of Pain. You don't want to get Shadow Strike up against the Puck unless you can bait out the phase shift, because it's just a little too easy to dodge.
But yeah, we have 3 heroes so far. Who's ahead, guys?
It's hard to say.
Both teams have good options. I don't think anyone's pigeonholed into a corner where someone's not going to be happy with what they've got.
Sometimes when you see a draft and see 4 heroes, and the other team has 3 heroes and the last pick, you're like, nah, they can't do it. Like, they're outdrafted. Sometimes it's like that. Right now, you can't really say that. Puck is a great hero against Vera, Queen of Pain. It's exactly what they needed. You said Phase Shift against Shadow Strike, very good. They have synergy between Puck and Rubik. You can break the coil, but overall just the silence and the ability to keep those 2 heroes in place, having 2 abilities. So they don't even need to get like a lower cooldown stun on the off lane, since this one is doing very well just holding them in place.
Enigma.
Yeah, this is when you start to get a little bit more interesting now with the Team Secret draft, because that, for my feel, that makes me feel like that's an Enigma for Yapsor, which means Puppy then has to play the ES. Like, they can obviously run where like Weaver's 1, Quops 2, Enigma's 3, but I feel
it could be 5 Enigma. We saw yesterday No-Tail playing it.
True, it definitely could be. When you have a buff up with it, then it would make sense. Maybe you get the Matumba Luna, and then you get that like Enigma Luna combo. I was thinking of going the other way, where Alliance have this really nice ball up, and they can just aura it. Like this Alliance draft actually makes me think of when S4 was playing for Alliance originally. It's exactly that type of draft with the Luna backer, and then they just have all the auras in the world to win. But obviously Dota's changed since then, but S4's draft seems to stay the same.
They needed something that can pierce Enigma's black hole. At one point, like if the game drags, she's gonna get a BKB, so you need something. Like you need to be safe from that threat of a BKB black hole, and Beastmaster is the perfect hero. So there's gonna be a lot of summons. Necrobook units, Chen, Boars.
It feels like a good Luna game for Team Secret.
I don't think you want to pick. I mean, Luna against all these summons. Okay, there's gonna be bounces, so that's good. Yeah. But also your ulti is not gonna be that effective.
Very true. And now that she's more magical, it's less of that. I suppose I'm thinking like the old Luna, where it's like I got really great wave clear. I got the really great ways to just push straight back out again. Lions have that last ban. Still difficult to know, like, it could be a Weaver 1 position. They'll ban the Phantom Lancer. I'd be a little worried about their ability to deal with illusion spam.
They need hero for Nico Baby last. What's it gonna be?
What can lane really well against this?
You don't know what you're laning against. That's the problem. All these heroes can be played at every single role. Well, maybe you just go with something like a Jug. You know, okay, we're gonna have sustain. It opens up the Roche for them. They're running out of time. It's 1 second left.
Ooh, 2 seconds. Oh,
there you go, the Luna. It is. It's S4's draft from like 2013. It's the old Alliance.
It's a very strong draft from Alliance. Like, they can play so fast. They have all the boxes checked. You have silence, you have stuns, you have good early game, you have push, tower damage, Roche. Grouping up together is going to be extremely good. Like, that's Helm of the Dominator, that's Necrobook, that's Chen Creeps. Give Yapsor Blink Dagger. I want to see damage coming up from the Echo Slam on all these summons.
Spectre. Okay. Ooh. This has to be an early combat build Matumperman to make this Spectre work. And it's Zai's Enigma. So it's Yapsor playing the ES, and that means Puppy 5-position Weaver.
How do you feel about that?
So some position 5 Weaver in CIS, always on a fly played it. It's just a hero that can scout things out. You can kill the couriers. You still deal a lot of damage. You just need to be careful at the early levels. It's not that strong of a hero. Kikuchi cooldown is very long. But I'd say the drafts are pretty even. For me, Spectre's a very hard hero to read. Like, you need to have a good early stages against lineup like what Alliance has right now, because they can just run over you. So there's going to be a window where Alliance is going to be strong if, let's say, this game is even in terms of first 10-15 minutes, and then Spectre can't farm the Radiance there. Alliance, they have a lot of stuff, you know. They have mixed magical and physical damage. They have survivability. Chen going for that mech early on, plus Hand of God. Roche taking lineup. This lineup can take Roche between 10 and 13 minutes easily.
Yeah. Sorry, once we get in the game, I think we can talk more about Matumba's item build-up, but no, I feel like Alliance's execution timing is going to be a little too easy unless Secret find a way to dominate lanes.
So before we jump into it, who do you guys have? Predictions? Who takes game 1?
It's a very tough read for me.
Yeah.
I feel like if Alliance does well at the early stages, let's say 2k advantage 10 minutes in, I'm gonna go with Alliance.
Yeah, well, I feel the same kind of way. Like Team Secret, though, I think they're the better team, so I'd lean their way. But Alliance's draft they've given themselves everything they need.
And there you have it. JJ taking us through the action as well. We have Toby and Lacoste's first game of our day 2 for Gamers Without Borders. Enjoy, guys.
Thanks, Ari. This is exactly what we hoped for, right, Lacoste? It's a nice, even draft with probably a little bit of weight going the way of Alliance, and Team Secret with a creative kind of play, like having Puppy's Weaver. I was wanting to ask you, like, Matumba's style build for Spectre. You mentioned Radiance. Is this still something that he has time to go? Because you're not going to have it by the 15-minute mark for the Spectre. So do you get Blade Mail? Do you get more earlier style combat items for the Spectre so we can actually be involved with the Queen of Pain's rotation?
He's gonna see. He doesn't know what he's gonna go for. People probably think, like, yeah, he's going for Radiance, but if you look closely what the players are doing, just swapping between the items, that means, like, something changed, you know? They just want to fight. They killed the Roche. He has Aegis. He doesn't need a BKB. I'm not talking about Spectre. I'm just talking about heroes in general. So he's gonna decide. See how his early game is gonna go. Just go for the standard kind of a build, you know, Soul Ring, Power Treads, Magic Wand, and then see how much farm he can get after that. Zai already on the bottom lane. His lane is being blocked by Earthshaker.
You
and
block
he can
it
deny.
and you deny.
And imagine having old Lich. You remember some teams were playing old Lich plus Enigma, where you just don't have a lane. Like, that's not a lane. It's 1/3 of a lane.
Yeah, it was absolute bullshit with sacrifice conversion. This is a little bit more balanced. Except for the fact that Zai gets the free range creep. He's got double Sage Mask with Clarities, so all the mana in the world he can possibly have, but he's got a fun matchup up against S4.
That means he's gonna go for Necrobook. Like, Sage Mask is one of the better early game items you can get. 1 mana per second for 225 gold. That's just insane. Insane value that you get. You can even upgrade one of those, not for Enigma if you're going Necrobook, but you can upgrade the Bassi. You also get high value from it. So right now, tri-lane, this is what we've seen from OG. 3 games that they played Luna. Every single time they were tri-laning Luna, just giving her free time. And I think this is a correct choice. Not sure if Team Secret expected this. So Spectre 2-0 while your Luna is 6-3 already and you're zoning her out. So Earthshaker needs to rotate to the top lane.
Oh, Matumba, he's feeling some pressure. No level 2 on Hanskin, so he's okay. But he doesn't have any kind of support. Like, Puppy just had to back up and salve because FNG harassed him out. The fissures from Yapsor, they're making sure this lane equilibrium is not moving anywhere. Very difficult for actually all supports to stand anywhere near the lanes. There's just 2-on-2 supports battling over the pool areas of the top.
It's a very weak support duo in the laning stage combined with Spectre. Like, you have Weaver, you have Earthshaker, who's just a fisher at the early stages. And you're against a tri-lane. Chen, Aura, Divine Favor, plus they have a Tango, and Hanskin. He bought that Ring of Bassi that I mentioned. So they already have 2 out of the 3 auras early.
Yeah, Bassi and Headdress. All you seem to really need. Puppy, I'm not exactly certain what he's looking to harass down. Nico Baby's getting the 9s on the range creeps. He's 15-7 for the CS board. compared to the 3-0 of Spectre. And they are the one positions all playing the same lane. Nice telekinesis grab, almost grab Big Puppy. Long enough for them to get some damage in before he can Jakuchi, but almost long enough is not long enough.
You can see Queen of Pain on the mid lane doesn't even skill that Shadow Strike.
They're coming to body block. They do not want this camp to be able to be pulled. They do not want Team Secret to be able to change the equilibrium of this lane.
And you could see what they were doing. They were just body blocking it, 3 of them coming together so that no one gets isolated and they can't kill him. So far, so good from Alliance.
Can't even get the battle for the big Sata. Hanskin's able to fade bolt that. This is really like, this is what you expect if you want an Alliance to win. Keeping things pretty even. Like, net worth wise, obviously you're only 3 minutes in. It's not that huge yet. But number 1 net worth being Nico Baby, having levels too. This is your dream start for Alliance, and a full creep wave and a half coming underneath the tower. I don't know if Yapsor really wants to do something with this. Nico Baby feeling trapped against the trees, but FNG and Hunt's gonna here to help him, and they're underneath the tier 1 tower. An impossible place for Secret to fight with what they've got. And now the ball is gonna block the camp. there's a dominated giant wolf from FNG making sure there's still no way to actually pull the camp.
I mean, if this wolf is giant, what is Puppy in real life then?
Must have been someone who was very high up that named him. Or very low down. With the other way. So, offlane Zai is getting a lot of farm. Necrobook is still going to be decently timed. The Soul Ring has also arrived from Matumba. So items are still there. Nietzsche, the mid lane. It hasn't been overwhelming, but it's still pretty even. Both
Who's
players
gonna
looking to
rotate
get bottles.
first from the mid laners? That's the question. Like, you want to rotate to the top lane. That's where you want to get the kills. You don't care too much about the 1 versus 1 scenario battle on the bottom. So once someone hits level 6, Limp doing a very good job. 27-8 against 25. He needs 1 CS to be level 6.
With the movement from ES, you can feel Alliance getting a little twitchy on top. They want to go for Matumba. They'll pick him up, throw him back down again. A quick little Lucent Beam. FNG. Well, yeah, you go, Giant Wolf. You get that kill for FNG. Yapsor was still moving back towards the lane, so a sad day if you're a Spectre. An okay day if you're a Queen of Pain. She's still got the bounty rune to play with. And Zai has a black hole to play with. They want more help with the Dream Coil out. Limp. Almost enough damage to kill off Nisha. Down to 10 HP. He's able to survive.
Time.
Limp's hoping for the 6-minute bounty rune, the 6-minute rune up on top. He's able to get it into regeneration rune. Triggering it. Yapsor couldn't control that. Hanskin's got telekinesis lift. So just pick him up and put him back down inside the river so they got more time to attack. You got Orb off cooldown in 2 seconds time, and Queen of Pain went for the rune. Couldn't be involved, so the orb is up. Yapsor's low on life, and they actually don't hit him with the orb, so Yapsor will get to live.
I saw a game where Yapsor was level 1, 6 minutes in, and participated in, I believe, 95% of the kills. Like, his score was 5-1 and 19. Unbelievable. So even with him being under-leveled, the question is how much farm can Spectre get? Zai right now, we talked before the game started what he can do with the farm. And man, he took the tower 6.5 minutes in. S4 is not level 6 yet. They need to kill 1 CS.
Puppy at least be able to stand by and get the bugs on Limp. Limp's taking so much damage from the books. Zai will still fall. S4 had to land the roar. Support from Yapsor. He's a little too far away. One Fissure will actually end up killing off S4, and that's what he was looking for. The Beastmaster Hawk was up. He knew it was coming. That just couldn't dodge. So you lose your tier 1 tower. It's a bit of a trade-off.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Anisha sniping Hanskin's courier. Decides to take that as opposed for the kill. He wants to get back to mid lane. There's farm to be had.
So Puck was the one who made the first rotation, even though was on the bottom. They still lost the tower. So now Enigma will have Black Hole in a bit more than a minute. Necrobook 1 is so good for just scouting things out. At the early stages you see a gank approaching. You can also farm with it. Spectre needs a bit more time to hit level 6. Then you're gonna have this global presence. And Luna is just having the freest game on the planet. 52-25, same CS as Enigma at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a dream for Nico Baby. And it's a dream for Alliance normally. Nico Baby having a good game spells well for you. But Matumba now has his 6, and they kind of have this off-lane to play with. Team Secret taking the tier 1 tower nice and early means that Alliance are going to feel threatened inside their jungle. And this is why you also see that defensive observer ward on the hillside just west of the outpost. And now you're going to see that wall getting dewarded because Puppey will know. If S4 and Hunt's going to playing out so far and feel so confident, then they must have extra vision more than what a Hawk can provide.
Very nice read from Puppey.
And I'll take the outpost as well.
Yep. Kunopin has Invis in the bottle. So if she outpushes the lane, she can TP and make a rotation. So we already see rotations coming out on the mid lane.
She's under sentry.
They have sentry.
She's gonna blink. Can't do it. Oh, Nico Baby. Okay.
Okay.
Didn't need that either. Puppey dies in the bottom lane while that was going on. The Beastmaster Roar initiated in, and telekinesis control from Hanscom was long enough to keep him there. So 2 kills on the mid and the bot lane for Alliance, giving FNG actually space to get closer to level 6. He's almost finished mech. So you can have mech and Hand of God at the 10-minute mark here for Chen. You're very happy for Alliance to then be prepared to ball up. And we're still looking at that 15-minute mark. Dominator on Luna. Beastmaster about to finish level 1 Necrobook. Is this the time when Alliance feels strong enough they force something against Secret?
It is. Luna used ulti there, so like right now they can start playing a bit more aggressive on her. Usually you don't want to. She's level 6. If you can't lock her down instantly... Oh man, Puppey's only level 3. That's 12 seconds cooldown on Shikuchi.
Yeah, Lucent Beam, and they got no more extra vision though. Love confidence from Nisha when he's willing to blink right in front of Limp. Just because he knows he's going to get the haste rune. But Luna and Chen will now take the tier 1 tower on top lane. Mech is done. But the push is on. And Yapsol's not threatening them yet. Normally he gets a crap ton of money anyway, but short of the Blink Dagger goal by about 1600.
He understands that he needs a faster Blink Dagger this game. So he doesn't buy like anything. No Sage Mask, not a Soul Ring, just a Tranquil Boot stick. And he gets the perfect item, like Arcane Ring, that's mana replenish for him.
They're trying to get rid of this Chen army. Yapsor cops so much damage while on bottom lane. S4 will end up going down. They didn't have to burn the black hole either. And Spectral Haunt is up, so a Puppey feels strong to chase after FNG. There's a Fissure off cooldown in 3 seconds time and a hasted Nisha running underneath the Radiant Observer ward. So Chen, all that extra heal he's got, he won't burn any of it because he dies too quickly. But then you look towards mid. Quick silence on Matumba. What'd you end up stealing? Spectral Dagger? Sure, okay, Matumba still thinks he can take this fight. Limp was trying to actually off and bounce away, but Nisha is already back in the mid with a Sonic Wave. He'll take out Hanskin and Spectre. He's got time to salve up underneath his own tier 1 tower. Limp, he'll jaw orb himself away to safety. Out of the tier 1 tower and Secret, bringing the numbers to every lane so quick.
Worthy tribute.
Alliance, if you look at the heroes, they are stronger if they group up, go together. But Team Secret, they're outmaneuvering them. This Queen of Pain with haste went to the top lane, back to the mid lane, and they scored 2 easy kills. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, like Zai, he just continues to farm. He can farm Ancients with it. 6 Eidolons, Necro units.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking might actually happen in this game. The draft looks good for Alliance, but still it's not enough. Top 3 net worths, top 4 net worths, 3 of them belong to Team Secret. And now Blink Dagger, he had 12 minutes in after a level 1 Necrobook on for Zai. You wanted it for Yapsor, but you put him in a 3 roll. It comes faster.
This is where you want to take a fight.
Yapso's got so much money just sitting here. He's now at 1450.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Enigma's the most farmed hero by far. Like Luna's the second one, Enigma has 1,000 net worth more. That's just insane.
You see how Team Secret don't even defend the tier 1 tower. They don't want it. Like, Weaver's farming up the top lane in the meantime. Like, okay, Alliance, they know they're hitting their timing. Zai, with a blink reveal, he doesn't want to let it go. Hanskin's waiting in the tree lines for something that Zai would trigger.
He even uses Malefice on Hell of the Dominator creep instead of the heroes. That's worth more gold, 200 gold just to kill that creep.
And they're getting rid of defensive wards quite nicely, Alliance. Team Secret have been planning a lot of these, expecting Alliance to invade. So they've had that one observe ward on bottom lane, which is about, actually, it literally times out now. But it saw a lot of the movements of Alliance trying to be aggressive on bottom lane. That's the perfect steal for a Rubik. Level 4 blink.
Twin of Pain with this build, she can be very tricky to catch. You don't expect Quap to have level 4 blink, but since she was playing against the puck, no need to go for that dagger. Alliance, they need to do something. Smoke. Like, one way to take a fight is smoke up, try to find a kill. They should have a better vision with Necrobook units, with the Hawk.
They're looking for Zai. Zai sends his own Necrobooks out. He gets a lot of information, but a quick blink forward from Hanskin. Gets that initial control on Zai, and now he'll end up stealing the Malefice to get the chain stuns, but that's a pretty tanked up Enigma. And that's a huge Sonic Wave as well from Nisha, killing off FNG. Zai will still end up going down a little bit further to the north of the trees. And Limp hiding invis. Lets the Dream Call go. Puppy's in a lot of trouble. He does actually have time limits available. The one charge just gave him that extra mana, so he's already back up to full. And then dropped down as there's 3 heroes from Alliance still hot on the tail. And Nisha leaves his captain alone to go and farm.
Runes, they're not gonna go into Roche Pit yet. They see Enigma. 8 seconds until he's alive, but Nico Baby's pinging it. This could be a disaster. Where is Enigma? He's steeping to the mid lane. They have no vision. FNG just used the sentry ward in front.
Conversion is coming
so quickly.
You can't do this.
It's too many summons.
Yeah, no Sonic Wave, no Spectral Haunt, no time lapse. No real opportunity here for Secret to fight. So they go back to their farming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yapso is getting his space on bottom lane to finish what he needed, which is now done. The Blink Dagger coming on the Courier. And they'll group up themselves and smoke out Luna, the primary target, and they saw her. The Dire Observe Ward was up. Radiant Sentry doesn't reveal. A quick blink forward for the Malefice. Puppy's going to stick with him. Looking for that level 1 swarm. A blink forward from Yapso. He's able to get the control, but Fissure stolen from Hanskin. He's going to lock them in, and now it's actually Puppy who's the one was trying to finish the job on Nico Baby, but didn't get that done. S4 moves to the Roar onto Enigma. And with this never-ending control, he decides to one attack the ball, and that's all he can get from it. Team Secret.
That's exactly what they needed. They needed to find the targets before, and even if they got the Aegis off Luna and they got returned 2 kills, it would still be a win for Alliance. So what Team Secret needs to do is start cutting the waves. This is where Weaver shines. Just try to farm up more on Spectre. She's sitting at 3,000 gold at the moment.
Bottom lane.
Yappy, he's in.
Echo, instant stun. They'll break the Aegis of the Immortal. It's still a pretty heavy commitment. Now, Spectral Dagger to make sure Nico Baby is having no idea to chase after this.
It's all about slowing Alliance down. Give Spectre more time. That's a lot of unused gold. Like 3,000 unused gold of items could make a difference in a team fight.
Yeah, this is why I was wondering if we go for early item builds, but hey, Matumba went for it. And Team Secret already decided to back up. They weren't looking for a fight. Alliance were. But Nisha's got more farm to get. He finished the Yule Scepter, now trying to get his Shiva's gun up and running. Still third highest net worth on the field. The Luna is number 1. And she's almost, well, I don't say almost, but she's on her way to a BKB. Not going for the Manta style pushing.
Zai has Lincoln's queued up against the Beastmaster, against Rubik. It's gonna be such a great item, and he has ton of farm. Still second most farmed hero in this game. At one point you get BKB Lincoln Sphere. How do you break it? How do you steal it? Like, you need to use Roar and then try to steal it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fortification from Radiant's buying some time. The Necro books and the conversions are pushing the tier 1 tower, but they can't do it fast enough. Like, Puppey can creep skip, which is rather successful, but Hanskin, oh, if he just blindly throws that fissure, you wait for the stun, but he's got to clean up the wave instead.
We talked about drafts being even, and we can see Nisha. Does he want to jump offensively? Might be in trouble. Nah, just passing by.
He's being very elusive on the side lanes, always making sure they're pushed out. Has his own Dire Observer Ward, so he knew it's like FNG as well as like Nico Baby. They don't have the... Okay, never mind. Limp as well. Blinking forward, and I don't think Nisha was properly ready for that one. Defensive Usurper does buy some more time, but the chain stuns. One shot just bring him just up enough in life. Switching him the salve. Needs a bit more. Blink now coming off cooldown. Does he go right? Does he go left? He goes right and just TPs out. Do they see it? The orb will fly, and oh... Spectral Haunt, it's because the top lane, they found S4. Roar from S4 will create a little bit more space, and Zaya's low, and the hand have got almost keeping him alive for long enough to make the kill onto Enigma, but it does not come.
This is where what separates Team Secret from other teams. Like, Queen of Pain survives there, they get a kill, they also force Chen to use Hand of God, so 2 long abilities on cooldown right now, which means that Spectre can farm more safe in the jungle. Well, Spectre does not want to take the outpost.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a quite easy steal. Nope, Puppey. A little bit of issues right here. Is FNG being initiated on?
Tribute.
Nico Baby going for Aghanim Scepter. Like you said, the BKB, but this is how you win a game. They have a lot of ways to deal with BKBs. You have Midnight Pulse, you have a Black Hole, Spectre, which just, you know, hitting you, Swarm, Sonic Wave. I like this, even though, like, depends where you take a fight. I don't think Nico Baby is just gonna, you know, use Eclipse when there's 6 Eidolons and Necro units. So he needs to be careful about that one.
I suppose that's why you need more beams, right? Let's bring the count up to 18. Not like you can give it to anyone else either. I suppose like you can put it on the Puck. Have Puck jump in and phase shift.
Yeah, I believe that's the plan. Someone who can't die, and Spectre had enough time to farm up Radiance. Like, this is where you feel safe. Okay guys, I have Radiance, which means I'm gonna be speeding up with my own farm, and I'm ready to fight. You know, I'm jumping in with the Haunt.
Dream Coil out on Queen of Pain. Hanskin right behind him too. You've got extra support coming in, but Raw S4 keeping Yapsor out of this fight. He couldn't blink in, but thanks to the Raw going on to Yapsor, it means he's able to actually let Nisha survive. The sacrificial support. And Zai continues to push in the top lane while this happens. That ultimate orb to finish the Lincoln Sphere is getting a lot closer for him. And what's your advantage you get? Your Scepter, so quick from Nisha. Steals the double damage rune.
So far, Limp did not die. They need to commit with either a Black Hole or with the full combo from Earthshaker to kill him.
Poppy's gonna get the hell out of here. There's only dust, however, on Rubik. There's no other real reveal for him. The Hawk is up. Poppy actually hits it and just time lapses and TPs down to safety. It's like, oh, they know. But then Nisha's going to be ready to go for FNG. Actually, they don't have a ward up, so just take the outpost. FNG brings in the puck with a quick little losing beam from Luna. They don't really get much apart from the TP position by taking that outpost. But they're definitely looking for a fight. Level 2 Haunt up and running with Radiance. Team Secret, they want to engage.
Roche may be up in 30 seconds. So both of the teams are waiting, and I believe that it's time to take a fight. Aghanim Scepter, Luna, you know, you want to use it. That's level 2 Eclipse with the Ags, Necrobook 3 on Beastmaster. How many wards do they have? I see only one Observer ward from Team Secret at the moment.
Dire are scanning.
I just love how Nisha's so fast with his item build. Like, I don't know who called out the Aghanim Scepter coming on Nico, baby. But it's like, no, I don't need to build into Shivas. Like, he's going to have the BKB in 300 gold now. Already itemized to counter the big item from the core. So Puppy and Yapso will smoke up together. See what they can find. Puppy also doing what we discussed during actually just the opening show. The Aghanim Scepter style build on Weaver. Having that nice save for anyone who does get initiated on by Alliance, and they don't have low cooldown like Raw, Dream Coil. If you burn all of that and you've got nothing else left, how do you continue to take sustained fights?
Queen of Pain with the Arcane Rune. Oh, we discussed how, like, Yapsor, everyone thinks he's a super greedy player, but look at Puppy, how much farm he's taking. And even though he is the lowest net worth, but he has the same amount of farm as enemy position 4 Rubik, who is a very greedy hero.
Yep. But this is what you were flagging early on. Like, this Team Secret, they're just so diverse. They understand what they need to win. It doesn't matter what hero they're on, what position it's on. This is what they need to win. They need the Aghanim Scepter, and then they can get something else up on top.
If Earthshaker didn't have this Philosopher's Stone, he was holding it for a very long time. I think 7-8 minutes already. Like, Puppy net worth would be 1k more than Yapsor's, but that's a good point. Like, they always do give farm priority to the hero that they need in this particular game.
Yep. They would have liked to have had this item up before
Does not connect.
Roshan. The conversion's already had a look. So Team Secret, they got a lot more of an earlier warning system. Yapsor, under the cover of smoke, trying to get close. Spectral Haunt in. Nico, baby. Yo, wait. He got the Aegis the Immortal, so Spectral Haunt didn't find what they were searching for, but they'll find S4 with the Fidget Control and the Rubik in the backlines. Now the Echo Slam coming in from Yapsor. Is there an extra save? There's the Eclipse, the Sonic Wave forward. FNG gets his heels up. Both the mech and the Hand of God. It buys a little bit more time, but he still goes down. As Team Secret look to disengage, Black Hole is most definitely ready to rumble. But there's not much more from Team Secret to follow up with. In fact, now Limp gets the silence on the Queen of Pain, looking to steal the runes as he brings a level 1 Dagon to the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No Black Hole. Like, Spectre, she can die. Aghanim Scepter, Luna ulti. You can see positioning from Alliance. They were very spread. Just did not want to get 3-4 man Echo Slammed, Sonic Wave, the Black Hole. There's a lot of AoE from Team Secret. So, Cheese and Aegis in the hands of Luna.
The tornado turned on to stop Zai from blinking. He's going to lose the Wild Wing for it.
Even though it's not... Pipe is not that good of an item anymore, it became more expensive. I would still love to see one on S4. There's a lot of magical damage.
Dire's top tower.
They prioritized more the initiation, Blink and Necrobook. Blink's coming on the courier now. And a couple of new items, Craggy Coat. And for Team Secret, the Quiver for Alliance. And a level 2 Dagon for Limp's Puck.
He's committed. I love that. You don't just build level 1 Dagon and stop.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
No Echo Slam for 20 seconds, but they can hold until Echo Slam is ready. Now Alliance is with full force knocking on your tier 3 towers.
Expecting these 20 seconds as well for Haunt. His Nisha's got his 9-second BKB ready to go. Midnight Pulse will clear through a lot, but Nico Baby, they really want to crack the tier 3 tower. They want the glaive bounce. Make it difficult to fight as Yapsor. He's not in range of the sentry, so he's okay to sit exactly where he is. He's in range for the Blink Echo.
How is he so farmed?
This is not a bad player for Alliance to have on loan. Nico Baby locked in with a Fisher. He's in real trouble at the moment. If he does go down, there's Cheese and Aegis. He lets the ultimate go. And Matumba trying to bounce away with the one charge. Gets a lot more life back there. She protected him with the Lincoln Sphere too. And now Nico Baby. Maleficent, Midnight Pulse. Is there another control factor? They broke the Aegis Immortal. He didn't burn the Cheese, but really having a hard time walking away from this team's secret base. A blink forward from Nisha, and now the Spectral Haunt is out. Matumba, Nico Baby, he consumes the cheese. He's burned both of the Roshan factors. Can they actually finish the job? He's TPing away to safety. There's a stun, there's a Yule Scepter. That'll stop him from getting out. Nico Baby will fall. 2 heroes without buyback available. They did break the tier 3 tower here, Alliance. The team's secret hold. And FNG is smoke running his ass out of here.
Man, Team Secret is just...
Oh, it's not going to work.
How they
it's not going to work.
Fight. Oh,
and the
FNG.
double damage rune for Nisha, just to make it a little easier to kill off Chen. Oh, poor FNG. He did so much work for his team, but it still wasn't enough. Did they get S4 as well?
Blink Dagger's on cooldown.
No,
so that Aghanim Scepter reveal from Weaver. Using it on Spectre. There's the black hole.
Limp, no roar available. S4 will come over. It's like, well, if you kill my teammate, please kill me too. I wish to join him. Nisha gets himself a double kill.
And it's all it takes, like one mistake. Suddenly, Team Secret, 7,000 net worth ahead.
And they're going to get both outposts at 30 minutes.
They were fighting it to Cheese and Aegis, and they burned both of those. Like, if Weaver didn't have that Aghanim Scepter, if Puppy didn't play that greedy, Spectre would die.
They just get to go from hero to hero. Alliance triggered more than Team Liquid playing against Techies yesterday. This is so problematic. They can't get out for the bounties. They can't get out for control of lanes.
And now this whole build-up that Alliance was looking forward to is gone. You can't just group up around, like, and try to go, let's kill the, tier 2 tower. You don't have that advantage anymore. They have tools to deal with you.
And all the new neutrals get to arrive as well. Spider Legs, Earthshaker, Yapsor becomes even more maneuverable, going for a Yule Scepter of his own. Mindbreaker, Spectre. Oh, he actually, okay, he gave up the Spider Legs. I suppose they are better on Enigma, and they're even better if you can kill off the Chen or triggering off the pipe. You've got Mech and Han have got both available. Nico Baby with the ultimate. They let the roar off from Queen of Pain. BKB hasn't come off in time, but maybe you've got that extra defense. Yeah, you just BKB and can keep going forward. Sonic Wave now flies in. Both the supports getting clipped so heavily. Rubik will die underneath the tower thanks to the scream. And Puck is doing the best he can to try and kill off Weaver, but it feels impossible to kill off anybody when you've got that Aghanim save. That's the way you do it. S4 gets the kill. Yes, Aghanim save didn't help you there. And now Echo. Yapsor's been waiting for Nico Baby to be a little bit too far forward. Saved that for so long. And even Maleficent grab on S4, trying to reach the base. And Zai, he gets the conversions in front of him, making it so difficult for S4 to back up past his tier 3 tower. Puck, also a spanner in the works. Yapsor almost perfectly hitting the timing on Limp.
Zai has a gold cheat, no way. Like, he's the most farmed hero in the game. Lincoln Sphere, BKB, Necro, Mana Boots, and Blink. What, 900 gold on top of that? Where's he getting the gold from? Like, Enigma doesn't have a gold talent anymore.
Yeah, even 3 deaths to his name. He's 339 and Nisha is 1012, and they're only separated by 700 gold.
I believe this game is just straight up over. You had your timings. Kill the Roche one time, try to build up advantage. Kill the second Roche, have Cheese and Aegis.
How does it keep going from bad to worse to horrendous? Now Limp, at least you can get the Dream Call up, but you lost S4. Poppy, he's there for the save. He's always there for the save. Watch your steal, Hanskin. He steals Shadow Strike. I don't know what I'm actually looking for him to steal that's going to save the game. Even Black Hole right now wouldn't be enough.
They can't even steal Black Hole. Linked Sphere, BKB. That's why you itemize like that. It's impossible. They need to use Roar plus, to remove the Lincolns if he jumps in with the BKB. But sometimes, Enigma is not about using that Black Hole. It's about forcing enemies to be spread. Just the threat of a Black Hole sometimes is stronger than the Black Hole itself.
Up on top. Spectral Horn's already out. Even under Radiant Obs and Sentry, Hand of God came as fast as Chen could trigger it. Still, what is not enough to protect Hanska, but now the BKB. Zai at least get it off before the Roar's going to connect. Parky is down. Where's the support coming in from Team Secret? They actually have to wait with a 4-man Dream Call holding him there. Now it's time to fight. Turn around, hit the fissure. S4's a little bit too far out. Let's the Roar go, and it's Eclipse time. Well,
not to dropping low, but
yeah, that's all you get.
That's a lot of heroes that share the damage.
Now, people always tell me like the solar eclipse is really fantastic to watch, but I don't know. Like,
you need to have the glasses on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't follow any world leaders doing that. Team Secret, they are firmly in control of this situation. And what do you do if you're Alliance? You keep coming out. You look like you're trying to fight. You look like you're trying to play like OG. It's like, hey, we're behind, but hey, if we keep fighting, we can get ahead. But what's your combination? FNG's giving all the life he possibly can, but it still doesn't look like it's enough.
That's what I was about to say. Like, Alliance, I mean, you can still try one more fight. Didn't lose a single set of Raxes, and there's a tier 3 Roche, so this is their last chance. They lose the next fight, the game is over. Team Secret doesn't even have to kill the Roche. If they lose more than 3 heroes, they're just gonna call it.
Like Aghadim's upgrade, who would you even give that to if you can claim it?
Give it to Spectre, Mini Haunt.
No, I was thinking for Alliance, because Alliance, like, if they lose Roshan, this game is over anyway. But yeah, Mini Haunt sounds great.
You're just being too positive at the moment, Toby.
I always gotta look on the bright side of life. That's what the Monty Python boys always say. Either that or no one expects a Spanish Inquisition.
What's their best quote?
That's probably the best too. And both were ended up using in a movie called Sliding Doors.
I never watched that.
It's the one, remember when Aqua were actually a popular band? Like they did the, I think they did one of the songs for us. Like, yeah, it was the Time one. Very cool movie. If you're stuck in lockdown right now and you're looking for an interesting movie to watch, go and watch that.
Oh, Parker gave me a very good movie to watch.
Was that really troll one about the vampire?
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Sorry, I don't know. He's not a vampire. He's a priest that is able to convert himself into a dinosaur. A dinosaur. Yeah, that's it.
And then he fights for a good cause.
Yeah.
And he also meets some interesting people along the way.
Oh, of course. You know, I think they're just trying to be the Room, but no one's ever the Room. Spectre, I mean, yeah, you jump right on top of Yapsaw. The Dream Coil is there, but it felt like Limp, once he was in there, just didn't realize he didn't want to be in there. On the bright side, Alliance now just took a range Rax on top. Don't want to double catapult wave that's been nudged by S4 and you get ratted. The first Rax of the game. Man, if you had bets out in that one, you wouldn't have put the money in Alliance.
If Team Secret gets a glimpse of any hero of Alliance, Spectre just uses Haunt, cancel 2 Blink Daggers on Puck and Beastmaster, and here it comes, so they can't initiate.
S4's dead. He's actually trying to get everything else off. Matumman almost killed him off solo for the pick up the throwdown. Yapsaw saved by Poppy. The Sonic Wave is out, but the Black Hole from Zai. It hits the back line absolutely perfectly. Nico, baby, needs more time to do damage, and now he might actually get it until Matumman bashes him. The BKB has worn off, and Alliance's hopes kind of go down with this ship. GG. Team Secret will claim game 1, but this has to look like the closest we've seen Team Secret being tested in a while, but they claimed their 18th victory in a row. But they've still got at least one more game to play in this series.
Alliance had a very good draft. Just the execution was not there. I like the idea. Kill the first Roche, the first Aegis usage was really not that good. Like, you wanted to take 2/3 towers with that.
Yeah. Alliance needed more, but it felt good at least. Like, it felt better than watching the Secret quarterfinal yesterday. So that's an upside for Alliance.
Well, everything looked pretty good for Alliance, probably within the first 10 to 15 minutes, but I think everything just crashed down after that first fight at the top racks, and Nico Baby crawled for about 10 to 15 seconds, guys, with Aegis on that fight. He was just crawling. They were just on him.
Execution from Team Secret, using Midnight Pulse, Shadow Strike, Fissure Block, so they can't get close, blocking the rest of the team. And this game's on Puppy. Like, it's his saying, like, I want to farm. Once I get this Aghanim Scepter, the game is ours. And it was. Like, it was the first reveal of Aghanim Scepter when they were pushing for Raxes. Spectre would otherwise die with no buyback. It could have been a different game, you know. Like, there was nothing wrong with Alliance's draft. It's just that Team Secret, what they are doing on the map, and I think we didn't talk about Nisha, his performance.
Yeah.
Like, he's been playing very aggressive. A couple of times he almost died. So you see 3-4 heroes rotating, trying to kill him. They don't even get the kill. So that means space for Spectre. She can farm that Radiance. If the game was not going that well, Puppy wouldn't farm that much, I believe. Yeah. He would just creep skipping, you know, throwing his body so Spectre can get the Radiance. So they always had some kind of a backup plan.
Yeah, they just created, like, there was the ultimate space creation. All right, top lane's all yours, Puppy. We know what you need for Matumba to win. It's not even Puppy's enabling item. It's all there for the Spectre. It's just really well thought out Dota from Secret.
And you guys mentioned how great Secret was at punishing mistakes. One mistake and Secret had a 9k gold lead at the 3rd-minute mark. 9k.
It's just that this team always knows what they're doing on the map. If you think they're not doing anything, they're doing something. And we could see it here. Like, Puppy farming, Nisha playing way too aggressive, fishing for information, and he gets alive out of it. It's just beautiful Dota to watch. But if Alliance gets a similar kind of draft, like in terms of strength, they can be paired up against Team Secret. Like, we could see the balance. For 20 minutes, game was pretty even. 1k, then 1k to the other side.
Yes. What did Alliance have to do right this game for it not to have ended this way?
I pointed out first usage of the Aegis. This is where you build up advantage. And the second one, it's tough. Like, they try to go all in with the Aghanim Scepter on Luna, which I liked, but there was Aghanim Scepter on Beaver to cancel things out.
So, if you lose this way with a really strong draft, let's say Lacoste, you're the coach of of Alliance. What do you tell them, man? How do you get them back focused for game 2?
I think they understand how close they were to actually winning this game. Like, they had a very strong draft. It's that one. Can't even call it a mistake. Like, Puppy farmed that much, and it's a very tough hero to kill. You need to invest like 90 gold, maybe even two dust to grab a kill on position 5. And this is what usually position 5s want. Like, just fish for any kind of information, buy the time for their carries, mid laners, if the game's not going well.
Okay, we're going to be jumping into game 2 in just a bit, but I mean, it's really hard to find an MVP for Secret whenever they perform. Toby, if you're going to name one for this match from Secret, who would you give?
It's Nisha. It's Nisha for me. This guy was everywhere on the map from that, like the first haste room movement from top lane to mid lane. Anywhere he needed to be, he was there for his team. He created the space for this team, this game.
Very, very nice. Well, like Lacoste said, Alliance giving Secret a run for their money, the closest for this tournament. We're going to see if they're going to do just that for Game 2 after this break. Don't go away.
Hi, I'm Norman Mitchell, standing here in front of Be Busy Wellness Center in Houston, Texas.
Mid-county area is where we're going. Port Arthur, Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
We're here at Jardín Pushkin in Colonia Roma.
The hallmark of disasters is you have to do what you do, you just have to do more of it faster. 2017 has seen more large-scale emergencies in sequence than ever before in direct relief 70-year history. The people who know the most, have the most at stake, are going to do the best job with the resources they have are the ones who live there.
Just received a large shipment of critical medicine from direct relief.
Some gauze, some bandages for people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
You're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
has been a really challenging time. At the beginning we were hitting the wall because China was still under the export ban. None of our traditional vendors was able to deliver any of the protective equipment anytime within the next 6 weeks. And the need was enormous. And then the March 12th, the first ban was lifted in Taiwan, and we immediately found a manufacturer who can export from Taiwan. And then a few days later, the China opened up, and it opened lots of opportunities for us. And at the same time, we were finding vendors from India that looked really hopeful, and then India went on the lockdown. We had to respond to this by trying to find alternative sources from alternative markets that have not been yet affected. So we basically divided our small global procurement unit team into the groups, and each started targeting one particular country. We started from Japan all the way to Brazil and Argentina. And from probably 500 manufacturers of this type of the equipment that we have contacted, we managed to find a handful of those who are able to deliver the items that have a proper standards either for the European market or that are having a proper US FDA approvals. We are prepositioning this in a bonded warehouse of United Nations Humanitarian Depot Network in Dubai. And from there, we're going to be dispatching commodities to all of our missions. At the same time, we have in parallel supply chain from China directly to the United States to also support our domestic response.
There you have it. Taking a peek. We're all here for the big picture. Wonderful cause everyone is gathered for. And we are actually going to be heading to the draft of Game 2. Lacoste, we were talking a while ago, and you said that you're seeing a trend right now, getting your 4 started and then farming your 5, like close to about a month ago in this meta. You think we'll be seeing more of that?
Possibly. It's what I noticed first time from Team Secret that I mentioned, like Puppy being the most farmed hero on Nature's Prophet. I don't think Nature's Prophet is that hero that can change the game so much as some other position 5s. Like you have Disruptor in your team who's playing position 5, and then if you feel like you can't win the game or if you need it, you give him farm priority. He does not buy sentry wards nor dusts nor smokes. Your position 4 is buying it, and then you have Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, which is one of the strongest ones in the game. And I think we had the same thing in the previous one where Weaver farms the Aghanim Scepter, and it was a game changer.
And you were also mentioning Alliance giving that farm priority as well, depending on the what they needed to adjust.
I did not click on Chen's item for so long. He has mech, maybe he's gonna be buying Vlad's. But at one point I see full pipe. Where's that coming from? I just checked S4's items. He does not have it. So you could see Rubik being less farmed than Chen, which is a very rare thing.
I think it was something that FNG was just doing really well in Game 1, where he was able to have his creep wave always pushing. He had his army keeping pressure on the top lane. It probably would have been a lot easier for Team Secret to walk over Alliance if he wasn't keeping that equilibrium, just pushed the opposite direction.
Is it safe to say that Alliance with the past game, that's for just this tournament, maybe the most they've made maybe Team Secret sweat a little? Maybe just a little bit of sweat?
They were this close.
Yeah.
It's all it takes with this kind of a lineup, where you have Luna, Helm of the Dominated Image, Alpha Wolves, Beastmaster, Aura. They can take 2-3 sides, maybe even go for tier 4s if enemies don't have buybacks.
Yeah. I don't know if Team Secret would have been properly sweating. They would have been sitting there going, all right, guys, we're just playing for this timing. Just be cool, calm, and collected. Just do your thing. I think Zai was panicking on the off lane when he's playing the Enigma. It's no, I'm good.
Be more like CCNC.
Well, Zai did have a gold cheat, Lacoste.
It was insane. The amount of farm that he had in this game. Dumpstered his lane, had more denies. Then S4 had CS. I mean, it's Enigma against the Beastmaster, and also pressure the tower early on. It's a new thing. Necronomicon, you need to have like one hero. If you have two heroes with Necronomicon, it's so much easier for you to take a fight. It opens up the Roche. You have like these red minions running around with 600 magical damage if you kill them. So if there's uncontrollable damage on the enemy team, those are always going to be good. Scouting things out, pushing the lanes with just these two. Okay,
Alliance first phase. Right, so
DK.
you leave both Ember and Chen in the pool to take the DK number 1. That's ballsy here from S4.
If it was any other team than Team Secret, I would say they're gonna pick Ember Spirit here. He's a natural Spirit Vessel carrier. This hero is good at every stage of the game. But since it's Team Secret, you never know. You don't know what they're gonna pick.
We're gonna find out. Okay, 2 more minutes. I mean, one thing
there's
I've
the
been
Bane.
Oh,
Banned out in the first phase, so it's yeah. I'm sorry, banned out in the first game. I mean, I think Lacoste pretty thoroughly said why it's a good hero right now.
definitely a puppy Vayne.
Yeah, he always loved that hero. Same goes for FNG. Like some CIS captain solo. This is the second hero that comes to my mind. Bane and Disruptor. Like these were two very popular position 5s in CIS scene for a very long time when others were not playing it.
And they Rubik too. That's actually a nice way to one to follow up with. Bane, when he goes into Fiend's group, Rubik is his worst enemy. It's the easiest ultimate for Rubik to actually steal. But now you get both into the Team Secret lineup, and you're not sad about this. Like, you're showing Puppy on a signature and Yaps on a signature. This is probably the most obvious when it comes down to the laning phase for Team Secret. Everything else is now just our 3 cores.
I always love Rubik as a response to the Dragon Knight. You steal a stun, which lasts longer. You steal Breathe Fire. That combined with the Fate Bolt, it's a ton of mitigated physical damage. That's like half of your damage gone in a team fight.
And these are the type of heroes too from Team Secret early on that can just, they'll dominate lanes. Quite simply, they will control lanes. They just need a little bit to work with the secret cores. And I think we need to understand also from Alliance's perspective. Like, you first phase the DK, now you follow up with the Mirana. What's the game plan here? Like, what's the line of thought saying? Like, this could be also like an FNG Mirana, something along those lines. I think he used to play. I'm trying to remember when he used to play that. I think when everyone was playing that, back when Sing Sing was still playing.
These two heroes are very strong. Combined together, 2 longest duration stuns early on. Arrow, Dragon Tail into Arrow is always going to be good. There is a save, however. Bane, if timed correctly, can dodge the arrow.
Still, of course, hard to tell what Alliance is trying to do. How do you... If you're going to sniff out what this third pick's going to be, guys?
Well, right now, I think you just ban against what's going to be good against your core in lane. Like, you don't need to think too heavily about what Alliance is going to play as another core hero or support. Like, Team Secret just play their own Dota, right?
Yeah, Team Secret should maybe consider banning out Ember Spirit. I love this combo as well. Steering Chains into Mirana. If 2 heroes are playing together, we saw the similar combination yesterday where Naga Siren was setting things up. OG when played against Enigma. Like Ensnare into Arrow. It's such a deadly combo. Anything to set Arrow up from a long range is always going to be good.
They banned the Lycan instead, so they're maybe a little bit more worried about Alliance getting some momentum. Lycan will be able to enable that. Then again, Secret also has some really good counters against the Lycan. You got movement speed control and Rubik and Bane.
You can't just grip him. You're gonna die to summons. It's very tough. These 2 heroes are, good at setting things up, playing more defensively, even though Ruby can be offensive, of course, but not that great against the Lycan. And it's more about momentum here as well, which Alliance had in the previous game. They just didn't get that. They needed so little to actually win the game. I think they really contested Team Secret.
And we're here on our third. Ooh, Razor.
That's by far stability in lane. You just throw that down. It's like, well, you now really shouldn't lose this lane if it is going to be the DK versus the Razor. But then again, is that a little too early then? Because it's not like DK hasn't been pushed to a 3 position before.
He can be played at any role, but if you wanna, you can just lane Razor against the Dragon Knight, just follow him. So you have advantage already in the laning stage if you want to do that in one of the 3 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
What they could do, maybe try to get a quap for themselves. This is usually the response for Razor. They also need position 5, if that's going to be Hanskin Mirana. The question is, do you want to give FNG Chen once again?
I have a lot of big questions as well. Like how confident do you feel even picking Chen here in the second phase when Secret is 3 heroes in, and do you feel like you're getting enough work out of the Chen? And they go for the Shadow Demon instead, and that feels nicer. Now you got a Mirana Arrow combination. Before you would have Nightmare into Arrow, you could have Disruption into Arrow. You got to save against the Fiend Script targets, so both defensive and aggressive.
It's
and Team Secret go in with the Pangolier, so it's like, hey, where's my Bloodseeker now?
It's the best pick they could get for position 5. You said it, save against Bane, also another setup for Mirana, so these 2 supports can always play together.
Messes with Razor's movement too.
4th pick by Alliance coming up.
Do you want to get Nico Baby's Bloodseeker out against the Pangolier?
I'm thinking you do, because it's a Bloodseeker, it's a Pangolier 3.
It's a core Pangolier, yes.
Yeah,
it could be a mid, it could be an off lane.
Yeah, anything to get that Rupture against Pango and ulti. But maybe there's enough save as well from Bane. I don't know how that's gonna work, and Zai is one of those players that probably would understand that if a Bloodseeker was on the field, how he would play around that. And they go for the Queen of Pain, so they get the laning hero first.
Yeah, they were afraid that it's gonna be banned out in the last stage. I mentioned it, great against the Razor usually is the counter pick. When you see Razor, you don't care too much about Pangolier, so there's 2 heroes that don't really threaten you at all. So there's Ruby Clift, anything that he steals, plus a Fiend's Grip.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like a okay Queen of Pain game.
I'm still wondering how Alliance is going to go with Initiation before DK can pick up a Blink Dagger. Obviously you got SD and Mirana who could just disrupt an arrow, but who's ever going to be close enough that you're able to do that? And if that combination fails, with a Bane controller or a Rubik save, how do you get around this? Where's your sustain? That might have been the answer as well. It could have been the Centaur, but then we're looking at a 1 position DK, 3 position Centaur.
So they think Dragon Knight will be played as position 1. I think they could go more greedy, have Dragon Knight, Mirana as their offlaners, and just get position 1. Dragon Knight gets Power Treads, Blink Dagger straight away.
Yep.
So that you have another form of initiation.
Final ban by Alliance now.
And they just have to look to the Matumba hero. One big hero that's going to be a real problem for him. The Secret's already given them so many problems. There's so much counter push from Team Secret's lineup. They're pretty sturdy, maneuverable. The only thing is, I think Team Secret's jump power is quite weak. Or pounce power, so Slack ban out. And now win condition Alliance, more fling pickup. So it's S4's DK. We kind of get what we're looking for, Lacoste.
Yeah. More of a great answer to Razor. He steals your damage, you turn into Razor, you steal his. We're gonna see a lot of spells, being stolen, being used against enemies. Morphling, Rubik, that's a dream game. Like, if you can have both on the same team. So what do they need? Pango can build a Spirit Vessel, which is great against Morphling. They don't have ways of dispelling it. Great against Dragonite on top of that.
Is Anti-Mage too trash here?
They can do it. Let's say Phantom Lancer against Quap, against Dragonite, not that great, but against Morphling, I really like any kind of, mana burn. And he struggles against the illusion heroes.
They'll struggle against the spell block as well. Funny because there's a decent amount of projectiles. Obviously, if you got Mirana Arrow, you're not going to block that. I'm just thinking like a nice, comfortable hero, and they go the DOTA. The other boring farmer. They have so much D-push and sustain from Team Secret.
Nisha with the DOTA.
Yep.
FNG with the SD. Nico with Morphling. Okay, so Toby, we were highlighting a while ago the problems that Secret can cause for Alliance. What are the potential problems that Alliance can cause for Secret with this draft?
It'll be the Morphling. It'll be Nico Baby's Morphling. He's done it time and time again for Alliance where he just goes off. And he needs to go off in this game. I feel like Team Secret have everything they can withstand almost anything that Alliance throw at them, unless it's a completely overpowered Morphling. That's the only hope I really feel there is for Alliance. They need to create space with their simple combinations of like arrow combos.
This is very typical Team Secret draft, with the last pick Medusa on top of it. No mana burn against Medusa, no real burst damage. Queen of Pain, okay, maybe I didn't think this through. If you use like Soul Catcher and into Queen of Pain combo, Morphling, Shotgun, it's gonna be okay. I just feel like I'm leaning towards Team Secret in this one.
Yeah.
How much Dragonite Mirana can achieve in the laning stage, I think this is the lane to look out for.
Oh, keep in mind too that it's like Limp on the DK and S4 on the Quap. I don't know if they're gonna switch the lanes around.
I think they swapped. They originally wanted to have it a different way, but Dragonite against Medusa. Maybe they were thinking it's Razor mid, so Dragonite does not want to be playing into that matchup. Now he's gonna be playing into that matchup if they put him on the side lane. So yeah, I believe Dragonite is mid.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe some musical chairs incoming is the best way to put it.
So you like the draft for, it's safe to say, Lacoste, you like the draft of Alliance Game 1 more than this draft?
Yes. I just felt like they got outmaneuvered in the draft by Team Secret. Team Secret already knew what they're gonna go for. Like, you could see them snap picking their heroes. It's a sign of confidence, and it shows that, maybe we don't care what you're gonna pick. We want to put ourselves to the test. What,
All right.
EG's carry's doing. Like, he's first picking his hero in the public game so he can get countered.
Well, we'll see. Will Secret keep the streak going? We're gonna find out in just a bit as Toby and Lacoste give us the action.
It definitely feels like Secret are in the position to really just take this game. As long as their lanes go well, as long as Nico Baby doesn't get big. I think if Yabsaw, I guess they didn't actually scout it out. I thought Zai might have actually seen that dire observer ward being planted down. But if they did, they probably would have not have planted their own Radiant Observer ward.
Secret read them so well. So Razor will be the one playing the mid lane, 2 shared tangos. Fairy Fire, they know Dragonite is gonna be mid.
Look how much damage you can get out. 1 Nightmare and he removes half of the life of FNG with a couple of hits.
It's a very costly spell, 165 mana. I believe that's the most costly spell level 1.
Matumbo actually let the creep wave go. Range creep at the front underneath the tower against DK's got 62 damage. Okay, he didn't reach the whole tower. And now Limp also doesn't have that whole damage anymore. Matumba. Okay, he's copped a lot of damage from the tower just to steal it.
If Dragonite didn't skill anything and got Dragon Tail, that could have been easily a first blood.
Uh-huh. But instead, Matumba let the wave push take away the damage, so Limp gets 1 CS out of the first wave. That's cool.
He steals his damage and then he can't last hit.
Puppy. Arrow flies forward. That should be first blood. Just lock him in the tree lines. S4's got the slow with the Shadow Strike, and Puppy. Narrow paths against Maranas is never a nice thing to walk. You know, for all the props we were actually giving for Matumba, like his CS is actually now below that of Limp's.
Well, if you push the lane like that, it also means that the lane is gonna bounce back. So you're gonna be the one farming underneath the tower.
Nice from S4. Keeps the creep wave aggro. Bane's one of the best heroes at stopping that pull. FNG missed with the sentry ward on top. Maybe they didn't actually see Yapsaw. He was out of range of the Dire Obs, and Yapsaw's been able to de-ward that Dire Obs as well. So Lion's really missing out on a lot of information on the top lane. And that's that safety information for Nico. He just continues to get initiated on Hanskin. Oh, that is problematic to say the least. And top lane, they're still going in, but Morphlin continues to strength morph up. FNG, that's 5 stacks of poison on Yapsaw. Won't be enough to find the kill, however. Unless he can hit a 6, and he just missed the 6.
Look at how aggressive they're playing. FNG might die.
He did die.
Cooldown on TP, 37 seconds. That's gonna hurt. Like, Morphling will get zoned out. They understand, they know it's on cooldown, so they keep playing aggressive.
Middle lane, they get to battle underneath the tier 1 tower, but up on top, Nico baby. Adeptus Shrine pushing Pango back. Stay away from him. Everyone rather low across the map. S4 is only now just salved up. Marana. Okay, Hanskin, that's a little cheeky. He's leapt forward so we can actually body block Puppy from getting the double stack. Something that would really mess up with the wave.
Very good job on the mid lane. 10-5 against Razor's 10 and 2. So he's already level 4. I don't think you kill Dragonite anymore.
Hanskin with a quite quick and easy leap away. I don't think he was really in too much peril. Puppy's just making sure that Hanskin knows who's boss down here as support. And there goes the Observer Ward. FNG finally grabs it. He was actually just looking for the Radiant Sentry. I don't know if he was thinking there was a Radiant Obs here too. Oh, Puppy, you're going real deep. He's coming in with the creep wave. There's 3 range creeps they really want to make sure are denied. The Nightmare on S4 is not going to help with this because the the tower is actually killing off the range creeps. So S4 missed out on 3 range creeps on the lane. FNG gets to die on the top in the meantime. Nico baby, a very unhealthy Morphling.
Top lane is just a disaster, at least for Shadow Demon. Morphling on top of CS, getting solo level, so that's going well for them. You know, solo XP, Morphling with the high CS. Dragonite still saving a point on the mid lane, whether he needs an extra point in Dragon Stun. But once he hits level 6, like, you don't care too much about Razor, you can trade hits.
Oh, Nisha. I tried to get there in time to have the item delivered. I think it actually did. And S4 being forced back once again, Puppy making some space. But while he does that, Marana does what Maranas do best. They just ensure the range creep dies by tossing out the
arrow. That's what they do best, at least in my pubs. Like, you know they're aiming for a range creep. I don't think it matters that much, you know, after the second or third creep wave.
Oh, FNG at least picked up the bounty room before death.
He's not having a game. 0-3-0. I don't see any stacks. Like, he might just bail this lane and go stack the jungle. Morphling's having okay time.
Deuce up. Oh, the arrow. Well, Puppey will tank it. He actually nightmared up Nisha, so he would soak it up. S4 can blink away to safety back to the tower. He's got one tango between him and Morphling, and they actually killed him on top.
Top lane's done.
Yep.
Like Pangolier level 5 with a bottle, magic wand, raindrops, you can't come to this lane. So that's why I suggested that Shadow Demon, you know, just starts stacking the jungle.
S4's done too. He's got to do the walk of shame. Too heavily harassed. FNG's doing what he can to battle for the rune. He'll grab a regeneration rune. But on bottom, bottom rune is Razor, who actually gets hit by the arrow, and that's a big kill for Nico Baby to take. He needed something big, and he got it. I wonder if they even get harassment into the mid tower. Yapsol's there with a level 2 Fate Bolt, so it will be difficult to push up. But Limp, Mango's looking for the Dragon Tail stun. They hit the arrow once again from Hanskin and Rubik. Under the tier 1 tower will fall.
This is what you don't expect. Like I said, top lane is done, but Morphling didn't go jungle straight away. He TP'd mid, and they grabbed 2 kills. Very nice arrows from Hanskin. And now they're putting some pressure on the mid tower. Dragonite plus a catapult.
They actually wanted to fight there. Zai was TPing and got cancelled by FNG's disruption. So now they're going to bring Rubik in to help defend the tier 1 tower in mid. But Limp and Nico Baby, they're so low. With the movement of Pango, that could have actually been a kill.
And this is the build on Pango this game. Instantly into Spirit Vessel, grid against Morphling, against Dragonite, you become more tanky. You're also getting charges because you are that active hero looking for fights. Early on, Puppey, charges, catches one.
Oh, that's nice.
Second one.
Waste the first one with Telekinesis, waste the second one with Nightmare. Ensure the Mirana has less impact as Nico Baby's on the run from Zai. He just keeps strength morphing as much as he possibly can. FNG's coming over to try and help. Adaptive Strike will push Zai back a little bit, but he feels very, very, very comfortable. S4's having the time from hell on bottom lane.
In both of these games, Zai has the most net worth early on. Like we said, how much he does with so little farm, and now with this kind of a farm, you can see just chasing Morphling, forcing him out of the lane into the jungle, back from the jungle into the lane. Like, Zai, you need to decide where you want this Morph to farm.
Wherever he wants him to be, he'll be. Zai, rolling, thundering forward, looking for FNG, able to hit off the first one, bounces back for the second. Yamso will keep the control up. And FNG, level 3 Shadow Demon, easily picked a Nico Baby. He's got 13 1 charges, so he's got an extra lifeline available. He doesn't have any other heroes to help him out, however, so he is fighting this alone. The Morbid Mask gets to fly in, so he gets more life. That's nice.
Tower is under attack.
Ooh, S4. Nisha feels like he's got this. He's got 11 1 charges up his sleeve. SD will now come in.
Combo!
Oh, no! Oh, mistakes are made. Disruption cancelling off the sonic wave of S4. He is waiting for a good time to strike. Puppey trying to body block out Limp. Does anything actually finally kill off Medusa? The scream from S4. He'll get what he wants. And that's Puppey and Nisha dead, but there's definitely going to be a team meeting about coordination after this.
Yeah, FNG staying in Gambit after this one. I mean, it happens sometimes. We can joke around. The chat definitely loved it. But you need to say, like, disruption coming up or, you know, using Sonic Wave.
No,
Nico Baby, still a lot of farm. Now he's steeping away from the top lane. With that Morbid Mask, he has enough sustain. But Tubaman did not rotate. Not even once so far. 0-1-0.
He's just waiting the lane out. Bannies will get to arrive. Probably another reason too why his secret moved up towards the top lane. Nisha is the one being initiated on underneath the Observer and Sentry of the Dire. They see a lot, but a lot of support coming over. Now the banishment, FNG, Medusa, 14-1 charges are still available, and all the static link, and my god, Zai! He's arrived! Oh no, the arcane ring! It got stolen! Nisha actually killed it. He would have really, really liked that, but S4 will die, but he kind of got what he wanted. He may not have liked the fact that 3 of his other heroes have died, but you steal that arcane ring from Medusa, you'll take it.
He gets poor man's shield. He's fine. Like, neutral creeps are also on secret side. There was Ogre blocking the arrow. Hanskin could not find the correct opening. I mean, even if they connect the arrow, Medusa dies, but they would still lose all these heroes.
Yapsaw. Oh, we got Leap. Smart from Hanskin to make sure he's actually using other abilities after Arrow. But Leap's still also great for Rubik. It's initiation for Yapsaw.
And you can stop the push. Right now he's having Leap, not the best spell. I mean, you can try to initiate with triple Leap and steal something else.
Yeah, but he wants Nightmare into Arrow. Like, he wants to have his combination with Puppy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
S4 going for Necro Book. We're back to 648B Queen of Pain build. I mean,
as long as it works.
Yep, these days you just want to have a hero who builds a Necro.
God, Yapsaw's got level 3 Breathe Fire. Uses the Breathe Fire, uses the Fade Bolt, actually connects on the Shadow Demon with that. Arrow flies forward, but it's a little too late from Hanskin, FNG.
Yeah, check the damage, 65 minus 42 on Shadow Demon. Fade Bolt plus Breathe Fire, and both of these spells, okay, level 3 and level 4 Fade Bolt.
Nightmare. Prepping over on the DK, Rolling Thunder. Zai was starting to bait it. They get the TP in from S4. As Zai makes a break for the tree line, Scream does come in. He jumps up with a quick swashbuckle, and now, oh, did he get the Rolling Thunder? Not fully up, but he'll bounce through too. Matumba is here, and Dragonite, the Fiend Strip. He'll actually finally be broken free as the arrow from Hanskin made it so Puppy didn't want to be involved.
From Zai.
Oh my god. Zai, he actually stays clear of the Breathe Fire as well from Limp. Everyone's trying to dodge. Apart from the Lions heroes who are dead, they didn't quite hit. Zai, he's had time to heal himself back up again, chasing after Limp, but now Morphling. Now it's Nico Baby's turn. He's got to really make this worthwhile. Pleasantfield hurts hard. In fact, it hurts Hanskin, who was sitting in the tree line. But keep in mind that Nisha is not even there to fight.
Much. I believe there's still a little window where you can use Sonic Wave while Pango is trying to roll, and it puts the Rolling Thunder on cooldown. And you don't, you know, you don't use it. It's just on cooldown, but Rolling Thunder's stopped. I have to test it after this game. I know because I was playing a lot of Pango, and this was the interaction. First time it happened, I was like, what's going on? Like, Ice Frog fixed it. Give me my MMR back. I just lost the game because of it.
I'm sorry, not everything is included in our patch notes. Maybe 20% of what you need.
About 20%.
About 20%. Can't have accurate numbers. Nice for Alliance, at least for Nico Baby, who's approaching his E-Blade. But the biggest problem they've really got is still Nisha. Not involved in that top fight, and it still kind of, like, balances out with the way it goes.
Does anyone else get triggered by heroes not finishing on Medusa, let's say? He's having Circlet, not finishing that raid ban.
It's saving money, right?
It is, you know, but...
Do you intend to change the cycle? Do you intend to keep 2 Wraith Bands as a Medusa? You intend to pick up an Aegis Immortal and drop the Circlet. Now you also intend to kill off Razor.
Okay, thanks, Toby.
Blink reveal from a DK. And Matumba will end up going down. Yeah, don't thank me. The community hates me. Goodbye, Razor. Goodbye, Razor.
What?
Goodbye, Razor.
Toby.
Goodbye, Razor. That took a little longer than Alliance expected. Now Zai's going to arrive to get the swashbuckle on Mirana. They dust, they reveal. And Yapsaw ends up stealing the Moonlight Shadow to boot. DK is kind of caught. He can TP himself out to safety if he wants to. SD. Disruption's up, but Secret's still here. Stonegaze is also going to work, but it doesn't look like Alliance want to actually try and fight this one. In fact, FNG runs up. He'll sacrifice himself for the greater Alliance, unless, yeah, they find him in the trees.
S4 wants to solo Roche. Just kidding. I don't think this is a skill you get. Zai way too tanky with the Spirit Vessel charge. And now that Morphling is going for the shotgun build, he's not gonna have way of dispelling. Whew, that's pretty big, actually.
Oh, Dragon Tail Sun out from Limp. S4 not moving away, so Razor's actually going to steal 92 damage, ready to fight a little bit further. And you've got the Spirit Vessel going to work. Limp not feeling healthy, caught on the edge of the tracks. But that's why Fiendstrip, FNG, Puppy's underneath the tier 1 tower holding him there. But Nico Baby will arrive to kill off Matumba with some extra space of S4 Sonic Wave. Maybe there's even an opening on Zai. He actually tried to out-swashbuckle the Buckler. But that still ends up paying off. 3 heroes down from Team Secret. They lost the DK from Alliance.
Nico Baby is just playing the cleanup game. He farms, joins a fight, gets a kill or two, and still, considering how bad his lane went, Shadow Demon was not his partner. He was more of a fountain partner than his in the laning stage.
FNG.
Still a sick shotgun timer. Just needs 300 gold to finish it.
FNG thought he was going to be okay there. There was the Observer Ward on the high ground, which just allowed for the instant telekinesis grab from Yapsol.
FNG dies every 2 minutes. That's the average.
Ooh. Hey, he's got a lower death counter than that, right? Actually, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I'm not lying, Toby.
No, he's going for the Milk Award right now, but that would also require Alliance to actually stop the win streak of Team Secret. So, but 2 very hard things to achieve. The E-Blade is now completed on Nico Baby, so there's your shotgun. Lincoln's Sphere will be his next item choice. Necrobook level 1. It took 17.5 minutes, but S4 has completed it.
How's Nisha's farm? A bit less than Morphling. Building towards Manta style, of course. This is pretty standard Medusa build. Mom into Manta. We'll see what he decides to go next. Oh, he might get, like, if they get Roche, they might go for, the Rapier build. But new Scotty is extremely efficient against Dragonite and Morphling.
Woke up from Team Secret. 3 of them together. Yapsor will nuke the wave. That might be a little obvious about what's happening. S4 was nearby. But they're coming down. Bane the first one underneath the Observer and Sentry. Limp actually clips himself. Jumping up nice and high, Yapsor will pull him back down again as they got the clumsy net on Morphling, as well as the Spirit Vessel. Zai needs to get some extra control time. The E-Blade pop. Nico, he's trying to find that last attack in. He's strength morphing his life up and then waveforming away, but they can reach him. Zai with a swashbuckle will bring down the Morphling. And the sacrifice from Secret was Bane. This is what happens how Secret wins a fight. Let him come to Nisha.
Puppy will gladly die there. He's an old school position. Look at his build. Double bracer. He takes Dragon Scale for himself. Like, guys, listen. I can tank a lot. Nico Baby, I see Lincoln Sphere.
FNG? Really not where he wanted to be. Disruption also just got stolen. And Zai is going in a little deeper on S4. A Sonic Wave being used to clear both the Necro units as well as Zai. But look at the Necro units. It's like, all right, boys. Let's protect our master. Stay with the Queen of Pain.
I believe Nico Baby's gonna need BKB. Yeah, he switches. Understands that the Spirit Vessel is just countering him too hard.
Now Roshan's open as well. Actually, can Secret kill Roshan? Do they actually have damage output for that?
Not yet. No Vlads, no sustain. Medusa can tank it, but I still feel like they don't have enough damage. You just want that circlet swapped out, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the Aegis.
It's kind of where I think, but I guess replacing it for a butterfly, maybe a little bit more value. A 10-second BKB is already up for Matumba. Zai is about to complete up his Blink Dagger to go with his Spirit Vessel. Of course, Yabsor's got crap tons of money, already with an Aether Lens completed, looking for a Blink Dagger as his next item. Morphling just needs his BKB. Anskin's the man who had to run the mech for the team this time around because it's definitely not going to be FNG this game.
Nico Baby farms fast. Still needs like 3 minutes to finish that BKB. Smoke from Alliance.
Matumba looks like the best target. He's going to Plasma Field. Flipping Nico Baby. I'm not seeing any other support coming in from Team Secret. And if Matumba wants to live, he'll have to trigger the BKB almost instantly with the Blink Dagger from Limp. Hits the Dragon Tail stun, follow up into Arrow. Now Matumba already dead before help can arrive. They do have Hanskin under control. Another Rolling Thunder through. Swashbuckles off cooldown. The Poppy's already got the kill with his attack, and now maybe with a shield crash forward, Nico Baby wants the kill, but Disruption is actually out from Yabsor, making life a little bit more difficult, but Zai will still pop to FNG. The Purge was there, and Alliance all showed their backs to do so. Don't look her in the eye.
Matu used the buyback.
He did. What were they thinking they were going to get?
I don't think they needed a buyback there. You can't kill the Roche. Do they have enough damage? I don't think they have enough damage. They do if you're just sitting there, double damage on the different side. That would have helped if it spawns on the opposite side. Rubik stolen. Disruption.
He's got Sonic Wave for the moment.
Wave, yeah.
it's Yabsor. Anything he wants to steal, he'll get. Moonlight Shadow from Alliance. So once again, they look for the initiation, and once again, it's going to be Matumba hitting the top wave with a Plasma Field. And then Limp just got to hit the Dragon Tail stun. And he's able to do so. This is a rinse repeat. I feel like deja vu. The Black Cats walked twice past the stairs.
Matu has to feel so bad about this one.
Death timer so long because of the buyback.
Dyer thinks Secret is doing Roche.
Really? Nisha's taking the outpost on bottom, so that's not going to happen. And Alliance can push the tier 1 tower on the top lane. Dragon forms off cooldown in 2 seconds time. They don't have any great deep vision on the top lane. There's just that dire observer wall that FNG placed a while ago near the tier 2 tower in mid. That's the only deep vision that Alliance get. As all other wards have timed out. They have a defensive ward and sentry planted down, protecting Nico Baby's farm. But thanks to the success of the last few fights, Nico Baby is pretty close to finishing the BKB now. And DK is pretty close to his BKB too.
Nisha is just toying with the items. Butterfly, switches. The Scotty I was talking about, back to Butterfly. I think he's committing for Butterfly right now. Disassemble Mask of Madness. Full BKB on Morphling, so that's gonna help him out dealing with the Spirit Vessel.
Don't you look at that? He doesn't even sell the circlet. He just backpacks it.
That's efficiency right there.
Is it?
I don't know.
Now he's going back for Scotty. The Eagle song. So they'll have to sell the Wraith Band as well as the circlet. I suppose, oh, he's still got the last part of the butterfly. Yep, problems. S4. Not wanting to be caught out in the bottom river, but what he wants, he doesn't get. 66 seconds now down for
they
S4.
have enough damage for Roche with that Eagle song. Let's go. Pango, Lucky Shot procs, reduce the armor.
S4 just got enough money he can buy back. So if Alliance do want to contest this, a quick arrow from Hanskin can probably see a lot. Raze is the one on the front lines looking to tank it up. They have Observer Sentry, seen Puppy moving in and out of the pit. And there's the first Shadow Poison, so FNG will be the scout. Roshan 2.5k. Hanskin still waiting it. They burn the Moonlight Shadow, but Sentry Ward's out, so they see FNG coming in. He'll be able to get the disruption, and the buyback does come in from S4, but you've already lost FNG with the Dragon Tail stun. Matumba, where's your BKB? The Nightmare just sends up for the arrow Sonic Wave. He's dead again for almost a minute. Nico Baby will now look to finish up Roshan. And he'll have the Aegis, the Immortal. The hard work was done. Zai on the wrong side of the tracks, and he just clipped himself. No way down, no way to TP, and Nico Baby will take yet another kill. And the win condition from Alliance looks a lot more winning.
It's such a huge mistake from Matumba, man. He died 3 times to this combo. Now he's thinking about, man, someone save me, Rubik. You need to steal disruption, otherwise I'm dead. I mean, they can try to save him with the Nightmare.
Well, Adaptive Strike attack. Puppy gets hit pretty hard, and now Blink Dragon Tail stun. Puppy just trying to tank through everything he's got. But can't do it. That's 2 big cores with initiation range.
Radiant structures are fortified.
S4 will take care of the top lane. Pushing with the catapults, pushing with the necro books. They clean up waves quickly. That TP underneath the ward. Clumsy net him as quick as she possibly can. Arrows fly forward. This one's going to go a little astray. Nico Baby's BKB allows him to just waveform out. No extra control against him. And even if they do, they're only going to really break the Aegis, the Immortal. Swashbuckle trying to reach from Zai. He actually... Oh no, he blinks into the crevice. Lamp and wall.
Combo breaker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't think you even get
Dire's bottom tower is
Morphling there with the Aegis. He has a shotgun. Disruption was there. FNG was in vicinity to use the spell. Now Alliance with the gold lead finally in this game. 2 BKBs on Dragonite and Morphling. That really helps them a lot.
Alliance.
Enchanted Quiver, what an item. Like, no one wants to carry it.
Not even the Deucer. The Deucer's got the Greater Fairy Fire now, so that'll work. Actually gives up Aquila for this. So with all this initiation, Alliance can hit really hard. Medusa, very quick on the Manta style. Probably expecting the E-Blade to be thrown in Zai. Are they really actually trying to set up for a fight on bottom? The Medusa just sending out illusions. A quick little scout. And Matumba's getting some space on top lane, but look how defensive he is. He's twisting on the tier 2 tower when he's got the 3 observer wards watching the movement.
He's afraid. He died 3 times in a row. So if he doesn't see them on the map, like, he is being very careful.
Alliance doing a great job of staying off the map. All right, now he'll come up and plasma field the top wave and hope not to die again. Shadow Poison from FNG scouting out the trees. Quick little ping did come in from Zai. He's like, they're in here. I know they're in here. But Nisha, he can really keep him at bay. Split shot, you've got a Swashbuckle. That's an aggressive jump forward from Zai, but Limp found his own target. A Nightmare save from Puppy up on the hill. Nico Baby. He wants to battle against Nisha, but with Stone Gaze up, does Alliance really still want this? Both BKBs being burnt from Alliance. They back up. Razor also joining the fight now. Dust being burnt.
Yeah, Secret is fine with this. They forced him to use 2 BKBs. Very nice save from Puppy to dodge the arrow.
The jump forward, they get the control. Defensive disruption from FNG will buy a little bit more time as Limp gets his stun, and the arrow follow-up. Real issues for the Deucer. They need to keep Nisha alive, but the Sonic Wave from S4 spills out so well. Puppy's already brought back into this fight. They break the Aegis, the Immortal on the Morphling. The Team Secret, they need more than this, and right now, more than this means escaping Puppy. A Nightmare will buy a little bit more time. Everyone's in full retreat. And Rubik can get a little bit more life thanks to stealing Morph, but oh my god, Zai. Really, arrow after arrow connects. Waveform from Nico Baby puts him on the hillside. And now Zai is dead as well. Alliance inside the base of Team Secret. The creep wave will be with them shortly.
If Medusa doesn't buy back, they should lose this set of racks as Glyph is ready. 30 seconds until Medusa and Pango. I mean, Pango has a buyback as well. They're just holding it for now. He's the one.
There's buyback from Zai.
To use it first. Yep.
Team Secret. They've looked invincible. Zai's just spamming the Rolling Thunder. There's nothing more he can do. Alliance can't take another lane of racks, however. The tier 2 towers are still up. And this is a DOTA game.
Medusa instantly changes her item build. Like, I don't want Scotty, I need damage. So, Divine Rapier queued up after this Butterfly and Satanic after. Even though they lost the full set of Raxes on the bottom lane, like next Roche may respawn in 2.5 minutes. It gives enough window for Medusa to actually farm that Divine Rapier already sitting on 2,000 gold. But so far so good from Alliance.
Yep.
Like Nico Baby, he didn't die for a very long time.
And Alliance control the map. They had both the outposts at the 30-minute mark. They'll take 3 of the 4 bounty runes. You gotta feel really good now as Alliance and Team Secret. You also don't want to count them out because I'm seeing a Divine Rapier queued up from Nisha. Into Satanic. We're going for the win build.
This was just a chip damage build. I'm gonna tickle you, but once she gets Divine Rapier, is he gonna buy anything? Nope, does not want to reveal it.
Radiant are scanning.
It may be a little too obvious if he, obviously, actually then again, you're close to 3.8k. So you may just want to make sure you get that one out of the way. But if you want to sacrifice buybacks at this point, you've kind of got him on DOTA. Nope, money has now been sacrificed. The relic has been picked up from DOTA. You got the bonus 60 damage. Moonlight Shadow from Alliance. I'll see the Fade Bolt out from Rubik. He's still hanging in the tree lines, and he's also got Blink Dagger. They're so close. The stun is out. Rubik perfectly shaded on, but Bane, Puppy saves him for just a half a second with the Nightmare. And Matumba, now he needs to go to work. He needs to use his BKB up. They steal all the damage. Rolling Thunder S4 couldn't get away in time, and the Clumsiness held ST there as well. Yamsor's hunting for something, but the bottom lane is in a little disarray. The buyback now coming in from SE is another jump forward towards Bane. DOTA tanking the arrow. Is there a little extra help? A pickup is going to be there, and the stealing of all the damage by Razor onto Nico Baby. He wants to steal it back himself if possible. He'll go both ways, and now the Adept Strike creates a little bit more space, but a jump forward. Rubik right on top of the Clumsiness. Nico Baby trying to get some distance. The arrow from Hanskin will at least keep Zai under control, and the Dragon Tail kept Rubik under control. But they now move forward. Shotgun onto Zai, but Spirit Vessel after Spirit Vessel. They want the Morphling dead. He's so low. Rubik gets the grab. He's got Dragon Tail stun as well. They bring down the Morphling, but now he'll buy back. And Nisha, he's so far up. They need to be able to protect him. He's going to battle himself. The TP out. Morphling gets the stun and the net down. Nothing more for Nisha to do apart from die without buyback available. They pushed the issue against Alliance, but they had the money, Alliance, and they're bankrolling their victory if they can do enough damage now.
I love how Alliance just hid inside the trees. You'd think they're gonna go back after that, but they actually reinitiated. Dragonite with the Arcane Root used multiple Dragon Tails. Roche may respawn in 2 minutes, so that's pretty big for Team Secret since Medusa does not have a buyback, and they should probably know. They saw that Sacred Relic. It's hard to tell how much farm Medusa has, but you're gonna test it. Like, if she's not buying back, that means that she does not have it.
Yep. They have to push tier 4s then. 30 seconds before DOTA is up. 15 for the swashbuckle spam. What does Yabzor got? He's still got the Dragon Tail stun, and Alliance are backing out. So 2 lanes of racks down. We had a game like this in our first series yesterday. You feel good, you're 12k ahead, but there's still that big Medusa Rapier that could do a lot of work from inside the base of Team Secret.
Sadly for Alliance, there's no Roche. They have Courier inside the pit. This is how you scout things out or use Necro. What is Queen of Pain building? Is that, yes, it is.
Yeah, Absol starting off the fight over on Limp. The sentry wards were down. Now you get the follow in as well from the Pangolier. You'll need to turn for another control. Limp, defensive disruption is now out too. Matumberman controlled by S4. The Yule Scepter was able to do that. Now Matumba is going to burn the BKB. It's your time to fight. The Sonic Wave is perfect from S4, and they've got the damage. DOTA is going down. She's gone. That should be the game if they can finish up Matumba as well. They'll have nothing left to fight with. Zai is trapped around by the rest of Alliance, but this clumsy net from Marana is able to set up for the arrow on Matumba. So maybe they have enough with just Marana as well as the Queen of Pain. They have to bring in Limp to help him out. But that'll work too. Yabsaw, at least he'll dodge the arrow, but he doesn't have the life to survive. That's got to be the game now. You go for tier 4s and you end this.
They also have the catapult, 35-minute wave. Super siege creeps also approaching, so that's it. They're gonna call it. Man, those 3 deaths on Matumba, man, really cost them the game.
And cost them the 18 win streak that Team Secret had managed to accrue. Finally a team can bring them down, and what a surprise, it's Nico's Morph that's really able to help carry him to that position.
Nico Baby understands after he finishes Ethereal Blade, like, I can't go for this Lincoln Sphere. Spirit Vessel is just destroying me, farms a BKB, comes back stronger. Like, his laning stage was awful. He didn't have Shadow Demon, but he was getting a lot of levels, and then, okay, here we go, ask me some smart questions.
No, I mean, I was agreeing with what you were saying. You called it, just to continue there, you said top lane is done at 5 minutes. That's what you said. You said top lane is done. And
it was done.
And here we are.
So when you sacrifice everybody else, right? Get your Morphling up, create the space you need. Just, yeah. It's crazy to think, like, we're actually going to have a game 3 in this series, and Nisha's never-ending farming on that Deucer. I kind of wonder, like when was going to be the perfect timing for him to really be part of a fight. He had one really great one, but that was inside the Radiant jungle. After then, never really felt like he had that scary power that Alliance couldn't deal with.
Okay, I want to ask, we were talking about Matu with his mistakes. What was a more crucial mistake? Getting caught the second time or that unnecessary buyback? That buyback, right?
Buyback, yeah, because you did not have it for the next time when you can, they expend a lot of spells to kill you, you buy back, go for Roche. And that Roche attempt also, like, I said that they're very limited on the damage. It was taking them a lot of time, and they come up, Matu dies once again. Poppy had some really crucial saves on these arrow combos that were being set up by either Limp or by FNG. It was still not enough. Alliance really played great that game.
They really did, and you were not as optimistic with this draft compared to game 1. And just to come from bad buybacks to really good buyback, they chased Morph coast to coast, and Nico died and went for that insta buyback to get that Deuce kill.
Yeah, they know that Roche might be respawning as well. They don't have the exact timer on it. There's still a window, but he did not hesitate. He buys back. Like, he could see that Medusa does not have a buyback either. Like, it's a sacred relic, which means that you can buy Demon Edge and lock it so that you don't make a Divine Rapier, maybe wait, for that Roche fight. But if you don't have it, it probably means that you also don't have a buyback. In this kind of situation, she would also probably buy that full Divine Rapier, because they needed damage.
Mm-hmm. They definitely did. How great was Nico, Toby? I mean, it was on him. It was on him.
It was kind of a lot of pressure on him, but as Alliance always play around Nico's Morphling, it's about the space creators. It's actually about Hanskin getting across the map, doing work with arrows, comboing with the Dragon Knight. Their Blink Dagger into follow-up stun, FNG, disruption into arrow, maybe a couple of off disruptions, but they always seem to have that ability to make it so Secret couldn't have the fight they really wanted to have, where they were the ones controlling it. Because you got Bane and Rubik, you got Puppy and Yapsol. These are the guys who are meant to be the kings of controlling fight. Puppy stood underneath the tier 1 tower to get almost a full duration Fiend's Grip off. That's the bad positioning that they just were forced into by Alliance. So all out, like Nico Baby, yeah, he's definitely your man. He's exactly what Alliance needed him to be, but it's also exactly what Alliance built him to be.
That is great right there. And here we are with the streak ended, man. and we have a game 3. I think it was safe to say that both of you guys didn't see this coming.
Not maybe judged by the draft, but you know, I said that Alliance can win against any team, and if they, you know, show up, they had a great showing in the game number 1 as well. They were very close to the victory, so that means that you know, they're taking this one pretty serious.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can predict and say like Matumba's going to die 3 times in the span of like 2.5 minutes. Like that's not something you expect to have happen. And yeah, it hurt them. It hurt them really, really bad. And well, game 3, maybe they can try then.
Game 3, definitely. We are all looking forward to this. Guys, take a break, grab some snacks. We have 3 games for this series, for Secret and Alliance right after this break.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is 1. One future for all of us that we can create together.
man, here we go. Game 3, Alliance Secret. We are getting some treats, folks. Okay, how good does Alliance feel right now? I mean, after a really good win out of course, what we say now is the best team in Dota, what are the chances of Alliance with this momentum?
Yeah, they've got to be good. They're going to be good. They're going to be thinking nice about Nico, baby, right? But it's just one game, right? But hey, give us a professional opinion here, Lacoste.
Professional opinion, like they might even feel bad how the first game went. I don't think people realize how close they were to actually winning when they were pushing for a high ground, and in the second game they did it. Like I don't know who to pick as MVP in the previous game. S4 didn't have the great performance. FNG also very shaky, but from these three, Limp, Nico Baby, and Hanskin, they were carrying it. You know, their backs have to hurt after that one.
That is definitely true. Do you think this one, at the very least, saved FNG from S4 with that cancel on the Sonic Wave? At the very least.
You know, you think, okay, there are professional players. They don't make that many mistakes, but it can get into your head, you know. Usually you're full of confidence. I'm gonna use Sonic Wave here. Then this happens once, maybe twice, and you're thinking whether I go for the third time, do I use Sonic Wave here or not? So there's like half a second where you need to decide, and it gives half a second more to the enemy team to react to that. You might think like they're professional players, they're doing this for a living, but they also make mistakes. They're not robots.
Well, I can see, Toby, you were definitely enjoying. I mean, I'm sure Twitch chat enjoyed it for sure. I mean,
for sure, my boys from Twitch chat love that.
Yeah, they love that. That's definitely a clip. Okay, so speaking of getting into your head, I mean, Matu right now, you think this is gonna? Is he just going to shake it off, or you think there are going to be some cobwebs with those mistakes leading to Game 3?
He's a professional. He'll be able to rally himself, and I'm sure Puppy will give him something that's, I don't know if it's like more easier to execute, but something that's
not
a
a
bit
meal.
more is comfortable.
Hoping it's not a pizza, you know.
Hoping it's not a pizza. That's what Lacoste said. But man, I mean, go on.
No one's getting kicked from this. Come on, Lacoste.
I know, but if you keep repeating the mistakes, Poppy's not gonna look you the same way. This is where the problems start.
That's how mid one. No.
You know that look I'm talking about.
I know the look you're talking about.
It's
it
an angle
through your soul.
It's a 30-degree angle look, you know, when he's looking down that way with that look.
There's always a 30-degree angle. Puppy's so high.
You're right. You're right. Oh, man. Okay, so how do you guys feel about the band so far?
It's actually totally standard. Nothing's unusual. The only question will be is if Puppy continues the same trend he's had, which is banning the techies in the first phase. That'll be the only thing I'd probably question. And he's gonna change it up. He's gonna let the techies through. Not that Alliance pick it in the first phase. Like, this isn't Virtus Pro here. Virtus Pro will pick it first phase. Alliance picked it second phase when they got it for FNG.
There's a lot here. You know, you just ended their 17 win streak.
Oh yeah.
You want to trigger them with techies as well?
18. They won game
18, yeah, okay, they won the first game.
Okay. Don't you take that win from them, Lacoste.
Oh, they're gonna... Oh, this is Fire Secret now. But here's the thing. I mean, Nico was the one who definitely performed and did that for Secret, as well as his teammates. But you think Secret's gonna try to contain Nico in some shade of form? What are the heroes that you'd want to maybe not have to worry about when it comes to Nico Baby?
There's a lot of heroes to worry about with Nico Baby. You can't really restrict him. The only things you kind of get is like just counters to what he will play. I think that's all you're really going to try and set up for, but you don't try and control Nico. You get more out of this game, I think, by making sure that the mid and the off lane for Alliance is terrible. That's why you take out heroes like Chen, you take out heroes like Phoenix. They're the ones that can enable the Alliance cause. So you focus on that. How much am I thinking Puppy just wants to block pick the techies and say like, hey, yep, so show him how it's done? He's burning a lot of reserve time for just a first pick when he chose that he wanted second pick.
Did we really come to this?
Maybe it has.
Techies for every single team.
Welcome to the new age.
Their streak just ended, you know, so they are taking their time. If you're
I
gonna
love this opener from Alliance. Tusk doesn't say anything. It's a position 4 hero that has every single spell. You have BKB piercing ability, you have a save, block, roach taking ability, you name it.
Same first pick Bane, but they did take time, so maybe...
Bane's a really nice hero against the Tusker. Snowball is very, very heavily telegraphed, so you do have some extra saves against this. And Puppy did pretty damn well in the lane. Like, he was zoning pretty hard.
He had that save too.
Yeah.
Really crucial save.
Yeah, like you almost wonder like if it's like we get Mirana now and just go with that. They actually take the Queen of Pain. Okay, so Flex as well. Zai can play this. Nisha can play this. Probably Nisha.
It could also be position 4 Queen of Pain. One of the reasons why they took it is if you use Snowball on Queen of Pain and she has a blink ready, you're gonna put Tusk in a very bad spot. On top of that, if he has one extra hero inside the Snowball, like they're gonna be spread from the rest of the team.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna go on a tangent a bit here. Just wanted to ask a question in regards to if with Matu's mistakes, would Secret still maybe had the chance to turn it around if it weren't for this patch?
Even with this patch?
Without this patch, like would they have been able to turn it around? Let's say we weren't playing on the patch we're currently playing.
Oh, it's a tough one to answer, but those 2 deaths, like he was gone for 2+ minutes because of the buyback added timer. And Alliance used that time to build up the advantage, take the correct fights, finish off BKB on Nico Baby.
Ooh.
Long range stun for Bane's ulti cancellation. I love it. And now you have 3 abilities that you can choose where you want to fight. Tusk Ice Shards, it's the same principle as Fissure, not as efficient as Fissure, but still very good. Same goes for Jakiro, Ice Bat, Macropire. These are damage dealing spells with a stun, but they're also zoning tools.
Next ban coming up.
Two supports, Tusk, Jakiro. Like, it's a very strong opener. You have tower damage. Jakiro, one of the few position 4-5 heroes who can, you know, be outside of the base on the other side of the map, getting the most out of the lane, like being that lane where no one else can farm. You outpush it, you die, you get the gold from. There's a 2-3 man rotation to kill a hero. He's fine with that.
True. And very low cooldown ult as well that you can abuse.
Nice respect band against Zai. Just remove the Pango, remove the pain in the butt.
Yeah, he had a really good Pango game, honestly.
Yeah, he really worked his lane. There's just a couple of unfortunate things that just seem to fail for Team Secret. Like you jump yourself up into that horrible position in the mid lane. You had to cry a little bit for Zai.
Yeah, made me a little dead inside. Now with the puck ban, it should say that Queen of Pain is a core here, whether position 3 or a mid laner.
It'll be that one way to ensure that you just can't disengage from the Tusker. Wasn't that both teams have burnt so much reserve time in this first phase? Now we hit second, and yep, confirms Queen of Pain. Call. Bane and Rubik combo is back from Team Secret.
Why did we change Tuskar to Tusk, but didn't change Huskar to Husk?
That's a good. Can you say that? That's worth repeating, Lacoste? Can you say that again? That's a worthy question worth repeating.
Why did we change Tuskar to Tusk, but didn't change Huskar to Husk? I don't know. Like, I know Toby still calls him Tuskar, which I prefer.
It's because we're both Warcraft 3 nerds.
Yeah.
Like that's where we began. We're none of these like
Zoomers.
None of these Zoomers. The stupid thing is that you can't use Zoomers anymore. Zoomers doesn't function anymore because all the politicians here in the UK, they all use Zoom now. I was like, oh, okay, they've learned. They've learned. It's like Facebook. Your parents get on Facebook and you get off Facebook. Now I start using Discord video chats, right? So, Nature's Prophet. Hey,
Yes.
Alliance, welcome back.
It's a core prophet.
Yeah, either that or S4's doing some weird shenanigans.
I think they're just going with the standard stuff. Nature's Prophet, Ender 3 or Position 1.
Is this the first or second time Prophet came for this tournament? Not sure.
I casted a lot of Dota area. I have no clue. I've been casting the last 2 months, so things are kind of messing my head.
That's okay.
I swear, since the lockdown, Lacoste's work has actually increased by 3 times.
That is true.
And when you don't have to travel, you get to do more Dota. That's the way it can work, right?
You definitely do. Question regarding that: do you think maybe the pros are seeing maybe the game differently because obviously they don't have to travel as much, and you're not, you know how tedious traveling can be. Maybe because
it's definitely nice when you get to play from the comfort of your own home, but
Yes.
there's obviously like that element and atmosphere that you really enjoy from the LAN events that make it seem a lot more official, and it just means that you have to have a mindset change up when you come into online games where. This is as official as you're going to get for a while, so embrace it.
True. But do you think they're getting more creative with how they're executing with, how to go about the patch? Because they have less downtime. They have more downtime and maybe more time to think about these things rather than just traveling and thinking about your next flight. You're just home. You have more downtime.
You have managers for that, but as for execution, I think they're more doing better on the lands because you're sitting next to a person, there's no delay. If you're making any kind of reaction, there's not going to be this delay whether you're on TeamSpeak or Discord.
True.
So Mars is going to keep them in place. Great combination, Queen of Pain to toss them.
Why is Poppy
onto the
banning
wall.
Beastmaster?
He thinks it's a
prophet mid?
Yeah.
That'll be an interesting choice. I suppose you could just run, Jug mid's not a fun thing.
Nope.
Jug versus Mars also doesn't feel like it's going to be that great either.
They wanted a hero that can, run outside of the arena. They don't have any. So arena would be extremely powerful. Well, this way you can chop Mars inside and force him to, try to get closer, step outside the arena, share some damage with the heroes around him.
Mm-hmm. Alliance have one more pickup to go. They banned the Troll. Would have been a nice Matumba hero to be very comfortable to play.
Impressions so far? Which draft do you guys favor?
Let's see how it rounds up. Luckily, we won't have to wait that long to find out.
I believe Alliance will still go for Nature's Prophet as their offlaner instead of a mid. And just get the hero for the mid lane.
Templar Assassin. Good tempo setter.
Yay.
Tempo Assassin.
Shouldn't like those. Alliance just have a really nicely rounded lineup once again. Like, it's comfortable core for Nico Baby, a good aggressive for their mid laner, global control, and lane presence from the Nature's Prophet, and then they've got good early presence with the Tuskar and the Chikiro that doesn't really drop off that hard going into their timings for the Templar Assassin to attack. Like once Deso is up, once Blink is up. And if they can create the space, doing Roshan is also quite good for Alliance. So Team Secret need to answer all of these questions, which is quite difficult to do. But it's the one hero, it's the Matumba hero.
They need a hero that's good against Juggernaut. Maybe Slark is okay here. He can get out of everything.
Just Terrorblade or something. Like, that'll be nice. And no,
this also works.
Monkey.
There you have
a lot of circles. Like Monkey King, Ulti, Mars Arena. It's very easy to, fight with these two spells.
That is true. Well, Game 3, the drafts are set. How are we feeling about each team in regards to this final game?
Alliance has a very good Roche taking lineup with Juggernaut Sustain, Nature's Prophet tanking the Roche, Templar Assassin. You know the build on her. Deso, Blink, BKB.
Yep.
So Team Secret needs to be careful around that. They have a nice way of fighting into Roche Pit, but if they lose one or two heroes, Alliance could easily transition that into Roche fight or just, Roche freebie Roche for themselves. And they have a lot of boxes checked. Tower damage, they have a save, sustain. There isn't that much overtime damage on Team Secret against the Templar Assassin unless like Rubik steals something from Jakiro.
Yeah, this just... this feels like game 1 for me. Where you're like, man, Alliance's draft is really good, but Team Secret is still Team Secret, so they have some quirky things they could work with in their draft. But we also saw a lot of the elements of Team Secret's Game 3 draft in Game 2. At least the way the support combination works. So it's very up in the air. You still would favor Team Secret, but Alliance have momentum and a really good draft. So going into Game 3, maybe they can actually do what no team's done in a while, and that's take an entire series off Team Secret. They've set themselves up nicely for it.
They have, and we're going to find out if that's just going to happen. The final game of the series with Toby and Lacoste. Here we go.
Take it away. Man, these panel members are so smart. I like Toby more than Lacoste, to be honest. Ari also very nice host.
I'm sorry, you're biased. You must be from the Philippines. That's the only place that would like me more than you.
I want to see event in the Philippines. The crowd there is just insanely good.
I still remember when we had the ESL 1 event there, and we came outside to where the shuttles were, and everyone was crowded around. It was absolutely... I've actually never been that deafened by a crowd before. That was something else. And I remember next ESL 1, they were all pushed back for security reasons. So it didn't get to happen a second time.
Oh, you're still here, Ari. You can go away.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ari. Like, the foghorn has gone and hosts get muted at this point. Bye, Ari. Bye, Ari. Sorry, we'll stop talking about your homeland. Into the game we go. So how do our lanes get to match up? S4 gets to take the Prophet to the safe lane, and he'll actually play up against Nisha, who's playing the off lane as the Queen of Pain. So you are mixing things up a bit. That does put Templar Assassin in the mid to go against Matumba's Monkey. And then off lane is the aggro tri-lane from Alliance against Zai's Mars. That's going to be a hard time, and Yapsa will do everything he can to help him. I like how Yapsa's already throwing down the sentry ward just ahead of time. They did everything they could with the tri-lane before to body block me out. But they will definitely try again.
If Yapsar can, he needs to block.
I think Yapsar's dead. If he can tango through, Zai's already used his rebuke. And Yapsar will get back and he'll have to salve up, but that salve you normally save for your core in the lane. And now they're going to de-ward the sentry. And leave their observe ward. Wait, that observe ward's sitting inside the rock. That doesn't feel quite right. FNG, he's now going to go down. So First Blood does go the way of Team Secret, but I know JJ wants to look at this, but you look in this little white box.
Oh, yeah. I did not see it.
Okay. No clip? No clip? That shouldn't be like that. I thought they removed all the rocks that would do that. How is a rock not a rock?
Apparently they did not.
How is Roshan's pit not Roshan's pit? Cause it's
Too many questions.
Roshan's cul-de-sac, everybody. I'm still pushing for it to be renamed.
Roshan's sack?
No, cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac.
Okay, no, I really heard that you said that. Never mind. Nature's Prophet on the bottom lane, 12-4. So, like, S4 was laning against the, what, 3 heroes at the start? Still very hard to bring down. This Blightstone and the Treants are just zoning people out.
Nice with the lane switch. Just also, like, in case you do look at that observer ward, Yapsor's sentry is just out of range of the ob, so it's not because he can't see it inside the rock. It's the fact the sentry's out of range. But there's a lot of pings coming in from Gambit. It's like, oh, can we keep going on this? It's only FNG who's left up there. Unskin trying to wrap around the back. The tree and body block from S4. He actually stopped moving his hero entirely, so he was able to do that. And Zai will TP back to the tier 1 tower.
Nature's Prophet changing the lane. He's on top right now. At one point, this has to stop. Like, we might see one more change and that's it, or this is the last one.
You just settle it and say, all right, it's Secret who have to be the ones who have to accept, right?
Yes.
Like they're the reaches.
I remember watching Game of Eternal Envy where he kept swapping for 11 minutes. They lost that game.
It had to be an EE scenario, right? Here's my case study. What is the percentage of this being victory or not?
I mean, if you include EE factor, it's hard to say, you know.
Bottom?
Bottom
Nico? Did a hell of a lot of damage to him, but back under the tower, Nico will be fine. He'll actually wand and salve. The wand ensuring he had enough life to get back into safety. Matumberman in the mid, really looking to go ham, and that's exactly what he does. And he needed this. He needed something to make him feel a lot happier about his Razor game in Game 2.
Confidence boost. 2 raid bans. Orb of Venom already has boots of speed, just needs to use the courier.
He's destroyed the CS. 24-11 to the 12. Our net worth is about 800, the difference. Yeah, it's a dream start if you're a Monkey King.
Those early deaths on Templar Assassin don't matter that much. Usually you pick Templar Assassin to win the matchup, but nice swap from Team Secret, putting Matu on the mid lane. Oh, lamb. No.
You do not want to start going down just after you TP'd back to the lane.
But that, like, let's say after 7-8 minute mark on Templar Assassin, that costs you more than other heroes, since she's really good at flash farming, stacking the camps for herself, and she just stacked the camp. I mean, Matu should be aware of that and might be able to steal it. So these are our lanes, right? We're not swapping anymore.
I'm glad that it's just so official. Support on bottom lane, FNG. Zai just rotated over. Rebukes him back, spears him to the side, and with the extra brain sap, FNG goes down. He thought he had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Matumba, heavy dive in the mid lane onto Limp. He's just creating space and posturing. He's a level 6 Monkey King who's holding that 6 point.
Good guy, Monkey King. You know, forcing Templar Assassin from tier 1 tower to tier 2 tower so that she gets more regen from it and more armor.
I never thought of it that way. What a nice guy. The king that gives.
King of PMA.
S4 has returned to the top lane. Still bouncing us around. That's been a good start for S4. How does he actually turn this into, like, do you actually go aggressive style build? Do you look for, like, an Orchid, maybe, to try and control up the Queen of Pain?
Yeah, I think he will. I saw S4 playing Nature's Prophet a couple of days ago. Can't remember, sorry about that one, which tournament it was. But yeah, he did the same thing. I believe they lost the game, but if you enable Nature's Prophet, getting him all that farm, it's not a cheap item, but he likes to build it because the components are not that expensive. Breath of Nature, use some extra damage, Treants, Blightstone. They're threatening a kill on this tower.
Yeah, they were actually looking for mid lane as well. Limb triggered trap to do a lot of damage into Matumba. Might have been close. Poppy's still having his time with Jakiro. Gonna Nightmare, attack him a couple of times again. Nico Baby's always been there to help out, but FNG's really, really low. It's going to require 2 more attacks with some extra help, or Bane to be totally isolated without Nightmare available, so I can at least get the rebuttal, but Omni Slash from Nico Baby gets him to kill over on the Bane.
I knew that Puppy loved Jakiro, but not this much. He was really like one of the few players who was playing it when the hero was really not strong, and this is a weird way of showing it.
He just wants to be close to him.
Yeah, what if he beats the players who pick like Bane, Jakiro, so other players don't pick it? Like, it's a bad hero, we lost the game, and then he picks it for themselves and looks good. Like, I'm the best Jakiro player in the world, I'm the only one who's picking it right now. Man, Puppy actually has a galaxy brain.
Maybe he's also just trying to make it so the hero looks so trash he gets buffed up even more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant Observer was watching the top rune, Matumba. Thanks to his sentry and his high ground, you can at least see the TA traps when they're being prepared. But they don't see the stacks being prepared. Double Ancient's already been done. Bottom lane, Zai, Nightmare. We'll buy him a little bit more time to get the Arena of Blood off, and that'll allow him to get him back to the tier 1 tower. Nico Baby, Puppy's doing it again. The spear pushing FNG. It won't put him on the wall, but have they got the damage to the blink forward Nisha? Well, that's a committal and a half. But if it gives you a double kill, you'll take him. S4, controlling up Puppy, rebuttal. Puppy has a lot of extra life thanks to the Brain Sap, but the dual breath's able to connect as well. And the healing ward from Juggernaut stays up, and we just go tit for tat. Zai, he's still got the distance. Back to the tier 1 tower. Hansen can't grab him. Nisha blinks forward. They look for the throw down. Matumba's here too, and Nisha has a triple kill. He has been the silent dragon of the safe lane to now come to the off lane and claim all 3 kills back to back to back. Better than the Doc.
That's 9 heroes on the bottom lane. I thought you were gonna say like Lion's line where he goes back to hell and back again. I don't know where he's going back anymore. I can't remember that line for some reason. My brain just doesn't work. You know which line I'm talking about.
I know, to hell and back and hell and all that jazz again. Someone who wrote that was probably someone who had a mind like Slacks. Zai, top lane, trying to defend against Nico Baby and S4, going on Puppy. They were the first initiators. And now you see how many TPs are actually left. Yabsor gets the Fade Bolt. And maybe he's got some extra control. Monkey King has also been brought in. So, hello Hanskin, goodbye Hanskin. And a bounce forward. Has he actually got the Boundless Strike? Yes, he does. Look for the perfect hit. Nico and S4. And the arena is already back up from Zai. They'll take out the healing wall, but FNG, he's looking from the outside in. That's a song. And goodbye, FNG.
Wait, how did we go from 9 heroes bottom to 7 heroes top 30 seconds after?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Good
attack.
question.
This is in the words of the DOTA reporter, this is something you just have to accept and move on.
Even Ruby got the deny on that tower, which is pretty big. 4k gold lead for Team Secret. They're in full force on this one. Templar Assassin switching to Network to see how much he has. 3.3k, Monkey 5,000, not too bad.
Yeah. The advantage is definitely the way of Team Secret when it comes to the net worth. 4k overall. Top 3 belong to Team Secret on the board. And Zai's gone bush for the moment. So is Nisha, and this is the other danger zone. Now Rubik can have a free mid lane.
I know I call it forest from time to time, but never heard bush before. What's it called in League of Legends?
I don't know. Shrubbery? But bush is, that's an Australian thing, Lacoste. That's,
I mean,
that's
I know what bush is, but...
Not that. Keep it PG. Keep it PG.
Okay, you're gonna tell me after, but bottom lane, Monkey King, Bane, they have the numbers. They want to keep pressuring the tower, even though these heroes are not the greatest, so they need to play around catapult timings or play with Queen of Pain, who has
Nisha's
Necrobook
ready to
ready.
fight. He's got Necrobook, he's got Sonic Wave, he'll commit both. The Sprout from S4 creates a little extra space, and maybe it's enough. No, not with the 1 charges. And Juggernaut holding the Omni Slash. It's level 1, and because you got the level 1 Necrobooks already up, you can easily waste your level 1 Omni Slash. So he holds.
Having a very good game. Like that rotation on the bottom lane secured him 3 kills. He was deciding, what do I want to buy? Like after Necrobook, he had Blade Mail queued up at one point.
He's got the perfect item to keep the pressure on. Matumba's getting the perfect item to keep on, well, farming and pushing. The Echo Saber is almost his. And Zai's going to get everything else. He's getting the auras. Yapsor's going to get ganked under the tier 1 tower. Matumba's like, let me help you. What have you got? Teleki to throw it back into an AoE stun. It's like, I got 4 now locked up, and hits the double stun for Matumba to get the double kill and make it a triple. Yeah, you got it. Hit him against the wall. Nico Baby able to get his spin off in time, and they'll deny the mid-tier 1 tower too. Nisha's on that.
Matu just wants to show, after those couple of mistakes in the previous game, like, this is me, this is real. It was Matumba Woman playing on my account in the second game.
Hey, Matumba Woman stronger than Matumba Man.
For sure.
Triple TP's coming in. Hanskin hopes for an opening, but the Sharp block puppy's already moved further out. Yapsor will mop up the bottom lane, because you know what, that's what Yapsor always does. He'll find some space. The TA got a lot of stacks. Now affords a Blink Dagger coming on the courier.
Limp, he has item coming to him. That's a Blink Dagger. They have a very nice Roche taking lineup, but man, they can't show on the lanes. Team Secret, every single time someone shows up, they instantly die. Nico Baby, Mask of Madness, needs to buy any kind of item to increase his farming ability, anything cheap, so Mask of Madness will do.
Matumba bounce, Matumba bounce. He needs to bounce, he's gonna go with the Wukong's command, doesn't have a little bit of time. Yapso will give him that time. Actually stealing teleportation for the moment, and Poppy's Fiend's Grip. Nico Baby, he just can't do anything inside that spin. Now he gets the Omni Slash off. Yapso's trying to come in to help him out. And all he can do is kill Secure, taking out Nico Baby's life, buying time for Nisha to arrive. Finally, Zai will also be here. Chasing S4 into the tree lines. They pop the arena. That'll take care of the trees. You can't be a prophet if there's no more nature. 3 heroes being traded off, and Limp wants to still find another kill. Nisha doesn't want anything to do with it. Blinks away to safety.
Zai's in trouble. Like, they have no ways of removing the refraction. What a body block.
They're salving Nisha up. They want to get him back in for the fight. Okay, maybe not. Zai couldn't survive long enough for it to happen.
So this fight shows that Alliance is, still not out. They're making a rotation with the Templar Assassin. Very strong right now, and she recovered.
Is there another controller? No, that's just the Boundless Strike. You are right. TA back into the farm world. But Nisha is still not killed yet. Going back in for a defensive item with the Yule Scepter. He can buy it. He won't. Okay, yeah, he's not going to say buy back.
No need, really. No need at this point.
Well, as the Yapsor managed to pick up. He only gets refraction. Probably looking for the traps. This is around that time when you say Alliance are probably... Well, actually not strong enough yet. The Desolator needs to be done on the TA. But a fight gets taken and then you look towards Roche.
It's a tough game for Juggernaut. They have Sonic Wave, they have Bane to hold them in place with the Fiend's Grip.
And when you have as long as he gets his spin off first, like, you feel a little more confident. FNG under the Observer and Sentry. They really go on Bane. He doesn't have enough life. FNG burns him in the Macro Pyre. TA Trap also causing a couple of problems. Nisha, Sonic Wave, you can let it go and kill FNG right now, but decides to blink away instead. Needs to save this for bigger heroes. But just Necro Books. Looks for an opening. The man who could actually get rid of that Observer Ward. Oh, nice Sprout. The man who can get rid of the Observer Ward is the one who died. Puppy holds 3 sentries.
And Juggernaut TP's away, which means they don't want to fight. He needs to get more out of the map, but a good choice from Nisha to not use the Sonic Wave there. It's really not worth it. At this point, buybacks don't cost that much gold, and you might be using ulti, heavily committing, and then Alliance, you know, just buys back on their position 5, and they take a good fight. Also, Templar Assassin just 1,000 gold away from the death, so...
Scouting the top. Fiend's Grip already out, but the Ice Path is faster. FNG doesn't need no techies to be the controller.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Lions probably did want to have their tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Some confidence from Limp to just stand there and take the outpost. Movement was coming in from Team Secret, but it's taking a little too long to get there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
S4 just tanking up mech, but also going for
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom, yeah, wants to be able to scale, which I think is the correct choice here.
We'll definitely make the sideline pushing and farming a lot faster. I'm a little upset about Team Secret with just a couple of things that don't look quite right, like these 2 Observer Wards that are here in the mid lane. Like that's like that's a little bit of a frowny face when you put the eyes on.
They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just connect the dots.
Top lane. Prophet's TPing in right on top of S4, but Nisha is waiting in the tree lines. He's already burned the Necrobooks. They don't have that, and there's 4 heroes from Alliance ready to fight. They're going up to Bane. Nightmare will delay this up. Matumba's still wondering if this is the fight they're looking for. Now into the Wukong's command. Gets a hit over on Nico Babe. Remember, he's got the Wukong's command, and with a Sonic Wave, they just control him. He gets a spin, and he'll move outside of the arena on 150 HP. He'll get away to safety. Nisha wanted to tick him down that last bit, but he can't reach him. So only Alliance losing supports. Oh, okay. Maybe a little bit more. S4, you'll stop into the Mars Spear, and that's a huge pickoff. A triple kill. Now it's Zai's turn to get in the money.
Yeah, you got that position 5. The same thing could have happened to Team Secret if they decided to do the same thing. You know, overextend using big ultis, long cooldown ultis to kill a position 5. Puppy just buys back. He's like, what up, man? I'm back. Doesn't
Top
even
lane.
have anywhere to TP.
Shards and Snowball. Limp gets the Blink Dagger right on top. Matumbaman gets evaporated. And now Zai's in trouble. The TA Trap means got no movement speed to escape. He just looks for the tower, but Tuskar Hanskin even takes that away from him. And Limp will take his life. Double kill for the Templar Assassin.
Templar Assassin second on the net worth. Like, Limp is having such a great time after being demolished in the laning stage. Now they
Roshan.
go into Roche Pit. Yeah, they have Massive Madness. They have Healing Ward for sustain.
Value Sentry from FNG. Goodbye, both Observer Wards. Oh boy, Team Secret. You knew Alliance's draft was feeling pretty good.
And they're drawing on a minimap. Go bottom lane. Take tier 1, tier 2 towers. We have a lot of damage. FNG maxing out that Ice Path. You want to have that spell maxed out. You're playing against the Bane. Use it to cancel out the Fiend's Grip. Have it multiple times in a team fight.
Oh, yep, so that's not a fun world. He's got Meld. Did someone bring detection? Yeah, there's sentries on the Jakiro. And Yabso just tries to TP away in time, but that won't happen. S4's Wrath of Nature will connect. And S4 even gets a TP out of the top lane before either of the cores of Team Secret can reach him.
Hanskin even farmed his Blink Dagger, so it's gonna be much easier for him to save people inside of the arena. Positioning needs to be good. Just stay away from the fight, that's his job.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Puppy was just being a nuisance to S4 with the Nightmare. But yeah, Space Creation. Queen of Pain, 200 gold now. From picking up the Shiva's Guard, Matumberman, also building in for a Radiance. They're giving him that space on the top lane to get the big cost item. The Relic.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And he'll have to bounce away as quick as he can too. Actually, with the TP of Juggernaut.
Team Secret, they want to play aggressor right now. You can feel them. Juggernaut, they don't see him. There's no ward, but they believe he TP'd somewhere to farm. If he shows up on the left lane, I think Team Secret is just gonna smoke. Do they have any smokes? Rubik has one.
He's out. And now again, like a little bit of miscommunication for Puppy and Yapsa again. Now it's 2 sentry wards on the bottom lane. They at least got the Observer and Sentry for it, but just a little waste of money. Unless things need to be in pairs.
I'm gonna take some water, Toby.
See, you've got some time. Like, Limp's coming back to the bottom lane to push it. You got the Aegis Immortal for a little longer. But everyone's just looking for time. He's just looking for BKB. Albert build in for Zai now. And Matumba. 900 gold. The counter is on for Radiance to give Team Secret that probably a little bit more confidence going into a team fight. But Limp will have his BKB as well before the fight begins.
Overtime damage is gonna be great. Limp still with that Aegis for 1 minute and 40 seconds. They want to use it. I believe they need to outpush the lanes. They're having problems pushing the lanes even with Nature's Prophet.
Do you think Matumba would be playing this defensive if he didn't have that game too? Like he was bouncing on trees back at the tier 3 tower while Alliance are on the opposite side of the map. Now obviously they don't have vision, they don't see what we see, but like players like just Team Secret with so much confidence and game sense, they normally know like I can get away with this. But he probably thought that 3 times in game 2. Yapsaw, you probably think you can get away with this. But you may be wrong. Over a TA trap, that'll trigger, plus Tuskar with initiation. Zai wants to help out. Yapsaw, he goes up and buys some more time, but that just amplifies S4's damage. And now Alliance will look to take the tier 2 tower on bottom lane. No Yapsaw for defense. Radiance is completed by Matumba. But the BKB is not there for Nisha.
We can call him KS4. He's stealing kills with Wrath of Natures.
Fiend's Grip. Nico, baby. We'll go straight past that. Matumba lets the ulti out. Great snowball save. They're going to Matumba, and they try and battle on the edge of the arena. Mars, interesting position for that one with the Omnislash. Everyone stay together. But then again, Limp's there. Don't stay together. The Psyblade spill damage hits hard. Limp will get himself a double kill. Matumba did at least get a triple kill before death.
The seeds of fortune.
Once Templar Assassin showed up in that fight, great positioning from Limp. Also, Zai thought that he's gonna go on him, so he used Arena. But they did not connect. They went for a different kind of target. Aegis now expired. Limp is a beast right now. He's involved in 13 out of 17 kills for Alliance.
Matumba's been involved in 16 of the 23. I suppose. Blink Dagger? Nisha? Blink. That'll be the dagger part. Oh, we got to safety. That's why I gotta stop talking before I look at the next hero, which is Yapsaw, who's buying a Blink Dagger.
Nice save, Toby.
Yeah. S4 actually completed the full Mjolnir. So no shenanigans outside of that. Going for the Scythe next. Zai Well, okay, gonna start the arena over on Tusker. Monkey King's moving in. They don't have the Wukong's command. Another snowball save. Zai is keeping his shield up against Limp. Hanskin actually bought enough time with the snowball. He's just able to blink away to safety. They're trying to get away from the macro pie, but TA Traps make that very difficult for a retreat from Secret. Bane doesn't have Fiend's Grip available, and now he also doesn't have a Mars. How long until Nisha wants to really join this fight? Oh no, they're going to lose another Observer Ward. Okay, they're going to lose another 2 Observer Wards. Sentries down across for everywhere for Alliance. Maybe they just didn't see this one.
S4 coming in.
They just want the kill. Wukong's commands in a pretty nice position for Matumbaman, making it difficult for S4 to actually survive, but that's why Limp jumps him. Nisha creates some more space and Matumba can survive for just an extra second longer. This Nisha's triple kill with the Sonic Wave, and now it's up to Limp. He's the big one with all the damage. You know he wants the rampage. He's got the ultra kill. Sentry's down, but he might need his supports to stay alive to help out this one. The shards, it doesn't block him in, but a blink forward. Limp's gone to the side. He's got blink off cooldown too, plus refraction. So he's away to safety, but Nisha forcing the issue. Blinks in. And Limp, Mars is arriving. He'll jump forward too. The BKB's back up from Limp. He looks towards Yapzor. Yapzor is the ghost to protect him. Nisha, another blink forward. You don't get Rampage after this. You get the arena. You get the push back over towards the wall. And that's going to bring him out of Meld. Nisha does take the kill. And the huge amount of money of 743 gold for the kill on Limp. But he doesn't get the rampage because Limp made him work for it.
It still counts as a rampage in my book.
And that's all that really matters.
Killing godlike hero. What did we come?
Mid. Jump. Over towards Nisha. Into the Omnislash. He'll bounce out. The creep wave soaked up Nico Baby's level 2 ultimate.
Wait, what was the
And
plan
now
here?
Omnislash got stolen by Yapzor too. The TA trap will trigger. Zywa gets in space. Yapzor won't be so lucky. Mars, how much space can you create? Now into the Omnislash. This is Yapzor fighting back with the 3 of them hold together, and a great ice path from FNG means that Yapzor is kind of stuck. He burns through the macro pyre. He had the Ghost Scepter up and running. Jakura should tick out to the dagger. The Shadow Strike. And they continue once again. A Nightmare into the spear, pulling S4 back over to the trees. The battle just doesn't stop. 51 kills now, 28 minutes in.
Full Hex on Queen of Pain now, so they're gonna have ways of controlling Templar Assassin and Juggernaut when he doesn't have a spin on. It's still very hard to fight into Mars Arena, Wukong's command, Nisha. Man, that timing, he had Sonic Wave 2 seconds ready to use it. They lost a lot of vision in the last 2-3 minutes for Team Secret, but now they planted 2 Observer Wards, so they're gonna see them running either on a mid lane or on the left lane. Let's see if this smoke catches him up. Courier here just standing, doing nothing.
It's okay. It's just looking at where there was once a fight. It's like the tourism board. Do you know what was really cool? Like you wish you had more of it. It was like the old coup de grace kills, like when PA would always have the Arcana and you have like this little markers that would get planted around the map, saying like this person died here.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah. Totally taken from Rome Total War, but hey, it's okay.
I mean, they copied our game and just call it differently. I mean, we can steal from other games, you know, some cool stuff.
Yeah, as long as legally it doesn't get you in trouble, right?
Legally of Legends.
Hey, who really owns what here, everybody? All right.
I mean, we
down.
had to rename, you know, our heroes. Maybe that's why we named Tuskar. It's copyrighted.
Is it? Maybe it is in Warcraft 3 Dota. Oh, well, I'm in trouble. Smoke up from Team Secret might get Alliance in trouble inside the pit. The arena from Zai. He catches 3. At least Limp was able to get the BKB off in time. And Limp, well, he's wasting his BKB duration. He wants to come over and kill off Bane, but these Ghost Scepters from the support create space, and S4's already been deleted. And another quick jump forward. The Nightmare for Bane. How does he live for so long, puppy? The Sonic Wave from Nisha spilling out across Limp. He's protected by the refraction, so they couldn't finish the job. Then Omnislash totally isolating over on Zai. Dead for a minute. Trying to pull him back with the spear. But Alliance, they were stopped doing Roshan. Do they feel like they can go back in again? Roshan isn't healthy. And almost all the big abilities are down from Team Secret apart from Wukong. And BKB not even used by Matumba. He's now
S4,
bouncing over,
what
but he's got
about-
no trees to work with. He
brings
sees them
couple of
starting, and he'll
flash-
turn into a tree. Just stay hidden. Now the jump down. Quick Yule Scepter from
BKB's
FNG into the ice path. Roshan is still pretty low at 3.3k. The TA traps are out. Now Rubik teleports forward. He's got BTs on Rubik because sure, don't buy blink daggers, buy boots of travel. Nisha Shiva's gotten a little bit out of range. Roshan 400, 200, 100. The balance strike comes in. Limp's already got the Aegis Immortal. The cheese is gathered up as well. 4 strikes up now on S4. Mamatama wants to stand inside of his Wukong's command. Not really possible. The spin from Rubik is making this a little bit more difficult. The Ghost Scepter timing was already worn off. A nice path from FNG. Nisha just can't get the combination out that he really wants to get out. The Nightmare's also making it difficult for Limp to do his work. Tusker will break him free, buying some time so he can snowball once again. Just chaining off these controls. Zai's back again with the arena, but the PKB's up as well from Limp. He's battling and he blinks further up
from the back
towards the high ground, and now you've got Secret caught on the ramp. Maybe Nisha can get a little bit more with a quick blink away. He's starting his TP out at 180 HP. He will be able to succeed, while Zai and Puppy, they'll have their own battle. Nightmare, take TA out. Fiend's grip up the Juggernaut. Nico Baby can't go anywhere. Zai with a triple kill. Has he got a tree? There's none of them left. They've had a land clearance. And with a blink away, Limp can get out to safety. And maybe they can get a little bit more. Where's the silence? Where's the Hex? You had the Mindbreaker doing its work. Now the Hex is there from Nisha. Refraction's being burnt through. Limp, he needs more time. He will have it because he'll have a second life. So take a breath and prep. Nisha has Sonic Wave. He's got to get the perfect timing on this. But Limp! Oh, he blinks. The arrow. The spear. An arrow doesn't do it justice. The spear was in the middle of him.
Whew, but what a fight from Team Secret. Queen of Pain barely survives, cuts into backlines, TP's back home, and uses Blink to come back into this fight. Also Puppy, very nice play. He used Sleep on Templar Assassin before gripping Juggernauts. He still has that cheese when he respawns. Queen of Pain, once she hits that level 25, it's not as strong as before. We took about 20% from it, so 1.2 second fear. It's still a very strong spell.
Where are Alliance going? Are they already trying to prepare for bottom lane? As fast as they can go, they'll get in the tree lines. A quick sentry ward. They can put down the Tinker ward as well. Just need one person to come and push the wave into the tower. And then Nico Baby is bait. This is prepped more than a death in a Roshan pit. Alliance of Kings at that. Now the jump comes in from Atoman. Yapsor's there as well. He seals the spin, but they get the Omni Slash off. Matamba instantly deleted. Now they move over towards Yapsor. Alliance, the trap was set. The shields were still up, and they want to kill off Yapsor. The Ice Path will catch him, so they can finish the job. A double kill for Nico Baby.
Talk about the perfect bait, man. They read them so well, putting out that Tinker ward or anti-ape ward in this case. So Monkey King got caught. Rubik dies. How are we in buybacks department? Monkey, no buyback. Rubik
time to fight.
Lacking for
Observer sentries were down and gave the information for Alliance. Hansen's the man to start at S4. He's actually TPing up the hill. That was the longest TP ever, so he could be inside the arena of Zai, who then planted it down and will die inside of his own arena. I am entertained, Gladiator. Nisha has to defensively BKB and blink away to safety. And he can't stay the 10 seconds to get the bounty runes.
Nisha was thinking about using Sonic Wave, but in the end it wouldn't be that great. But FNG Quick Fingers uses Yule Scepter and kind of saved Team Secret to not waste Sonic Wave there. There would be no follow-up.
But Nisha pushes in top lane with the Necro Books. S4 was looking for a rune contest, but Puppy was on it with a Nightmare. And Nisha, Shadow Strike, Scream. His blink is on cooldown for half a second, and they'll use that half a second to get the complete chain control you need. But a Yule Scepter up in the air. Nisha, okay, never mind.
That's Abyssal.
That is full Abyssal, and 777. That's how much Nisha is worth. He's more than the devil of 666.
It's a lucky number if you're in a casino. He has no buyback. There's still tier 2 tower on the top. Actually, they have all tier 2 towers at the moment, so Queen of Pain will be out. S4 also getting closer to his Hex. Couple more ultis, 2 more ultis, and the 2 next minutes he should be able to farm it. Man, what an intense game. Like, people were complaining that there's no comeback, but we see back and forth games. This is the second one in this tournament so far.
It is. High quality Dota. Into now a push. Nico Baby with the cheese and the Abyssal. He feels strong enough to be the front liner. And TA will have her own protection and big damage with the Daedalus. But where's your defense? Rubik needs a nice steal. He'll fade bolt most of what's coming in. No easy steals on the front line. FNG isn't available for this fight, so he's down on bottom lane doing the D push. With the double catapult wave, it did decent damage to the tier 3 of Team Secret, but Alliance aren't going to force the issue too much. It's just interesting to have FNG do the D push at the bottom lane when it could probably be easily S4. He needs the money. I like how he's using the Sprout to block in the Ancients too.
Oh, they even get the Princess Knife.
And the Ninja's Gear.
That's a very nice item against Queen of Pain.
Secret's coming out.
5-second stun on top of Hex. If you can time it correctly. That's 5 seconds of Hex on a target. Team Secret, what do they have? I still didn't see a tier 4 item dropping for them.
Relic just dropped for Secret.
Relic?
They haven't had time to farm the jungle.
You should give that to Queen of Pain. Spell damage, debuff duration, works on Scream of Pain Fear as well.
I'd say more than 20. I mean, well, less than 20 on the change. They're back on top, Alliance. And Team Secret are not. In fact, Nisha's got a TP on cooldown.
Dire's top tower.
He'll have to blink his way up there. Everyone else can actually start their TPs. And Zai will be the man to start the defense. Nico Baby. Remember, he's still got the cheese. Begins his spin. And TP. Yep, so we'll take it. Thank you very much for the care you've taken. FNG. TP out. Won't be in time. Nisha. With the scythe. Is able to find that kill. And now you get an extra one. Maybe not as the best thing you want, but the Illusionist Cape.
That's the one you want. You give it to Monkey King. He can farm with the Radiance. You can bait with it.
You'll definitely want it more than Flicker.
Yeah, Flicker. Yikes. So you can't use Illusion Escape anymore and put it in backpack. Illusion disappears immediately.
Here we go again. The jump forward. Tusk able to lock him in with a chance, but who's really locked in here with who? Poppy goes straight for the Fiend's Grip, but TA jumps forward, able to get that melt bash in, but maybe with Zai's Arena, they can do some work. The Omnislash is being shared. In fact, now Yapsor soaks up a lot of it. The Abyssal Blade also being soaked up by the Rubik. Buybacks coming from both the supports. Tusker at least able to get some extra distance, but Zai, he's staying on Nico Baby. The cheese is available for the Juggernaut. They'll make him try and burn it. Sonic Wave's already been committed. The Yapsor stolen Ice Path. It kept FNG under control, and now another jump forward. The cheese has been burned, so now they go through the real life. Where's the buyback available? Another Ice Path from Yapsor. S4 and Nico Baby. They can't find the Nightmare. Hanskin couldn't get the quick save with the Snowball. Poppy was right on the money. Nisha gets the double kill. Hanskin full fall, and how quickly are they hunting for more? Looking for Limp, and right now he can have a mango party, but he's the only person. Maybe not. Buybacks in from Hanskin.
Templar Assassin also has a buyback, same goes for Juggernaut. I mean, you need to use it, otherwise they're gonna go for your tier 4 towers. The sooner you use it, the sooner it's gonna go off cooldown, and there it is.
The tier 3 taken. Team Secret. Now with a 10k advantage, they actually lost about 10,000 advantage, now they regained it. They'll claim the mid-racks, tier 2 towers are still up. So Team Secret, unless they're going for tier 4s, they don't take much more.
4 bounty runes for them?
4 bounties, both
outposts.
just took
the middle racks, used a couple of buybacks, forced Alliance to use it. Oh man, this Timeless Relic really doing the work. Also Queen of Pain level 25 talent. It's probably my favorite one in the game.
They're gonna do Roche as quick as they can. TA traps are inside the pit. The Sentry Ward of Die, which now times out, wasn't actually in range of the trap. So Alliance are fully aware that Roshan's alive. And, well, Tigger actually standing on top of the trap. Snowball coming forward, Queen of Pain. Ice Pass there from Rubik, the Arena from Zai. Once again, a perfect control. Hanskin goes down. He has no buyback around. This time, Matamba even burning the BKB early. Zai arrived this fight with a fresh assault cuirass, ready for battle, and they will take Roshan. Can Alliance stop
They're
this?
still thinking about it.
That they are. You have Ice Path, you have Macro Pyre, you had the TA Trap. Had to get triggers. The Sentry Wall was planted down by Team Secret. There's a fake Monkey King being sent forward.
You can't spell Illusion Escape without an ape.
Accurate and true. Now into the arena. It's a good Ice Path to Macro Pyre. It's Limp waiting for the perfect time jump of the Hex. They actually catch him. He never got the jump in. Omnislash will now be wasted on the Ghost Scepters of Team Secret. Minimal damage from Nico, baby. All the life taken. And they needed this fight. They needed it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Queen
attack.
of Pain, Refresher Shard. Who has the Aegis? Monkey does. Yeah, they could just go for tier 4 towers right now. 30 seconds, no buyback. On Tusk. It is time to close out this game.
Team Secret were definitely tested throughout this tournament. Keep their creep wave alive. Nice jump from Limp going up to Yapsor, but hey, Yapsor's fine. Well, okay, mate. Yeah, he's fine. He's got friends. He has a team. Creep wave repair kits are up from FNG. So the creep wave is dead. S4 already intercepted the next one too. So they'll battle through backdoor protection on the Radiant Ancient to actually get this kill. Juggernaut's dead for 70 seconds. Another repair kit. And Zai. I was like, all right, we'll arena this. But do they actually have the damage? The Ancient is healing faster than they can do damage, so this may just turn into a straight-on fight. Matoma with a 3-man stun, if they can get the fort. But the Ice Path, FNG, 4 heroes under the fountain. How much does Team Secret got? They've got 2 Sonic Waves from Nisha, and he got FNG as well as Limp. A snowball save will buy a little extra time here for S4, but they're still way too deep, way too far outside the base. A buyback will come in from Prophet. You know what he's doing? He was looking to creep skip once again. They have no creep wave.
Zai's ready, look at him. Man,
GG.
what an entertaining game.
This is what you want to see in a semi-final. You want to see a team not only testing Team Secret, but just going for the plays, just believing in themselves for initiations. That gank on bottom lane, I think, was still just telling me like everything I need to know about Alliance. They were there prepared to really just go at it against Team Secret. And this is as close as anyone has probably come to taking a series off Team Secret. And they did what no one else has done in 18 games, and that's take a game.
That is correct. Guys, easily the best series of this tournament so far.
Oh, for sure. Like, man,
oh, wow.
They delivered. I was wondering which alliance is going to show up today, and I'm happy because this team, if you can win against Team Secret one of the games and have a very close 2 other games, that means you're pretty damn good.
Oh man, and Toby, you were also talking about Alliance not hesitating, and I think that bait at the 33-minute mark at bottom lane by Alliance, that is like no hesitation. No hesitation at all.
Like, we always gave props for Team Secret just knowing what's happening on the map at all times, but they had no idea that that was happening. Like, Alliance knew what the objective was. They knew that they could get the kill, and Matamba would be the one to jump. Like, it's like they were looking for Matamba for Game 2 and Game 3, and, well, they got him a lot in Game 2, and here in Game 3, they caused him problems, but my God, is Nisha such an amazing player?
Oh, wow.
Like, do we have to, like, just say, like, this guy on tempo-style heroes that are maneuverable like this, he really just pushed those fights to the limit.
Oh, and you were also asking at that point, speaking of Nisha Lacoste, when will he show up? He showed up at the 27-minute mark, and he took down Limp, and I think his momentum started from there.
The first rotation from Nisha, getting a triple kill on the bottom lane, snowballed, getting the correct items, like Necrobook. It feels like you can just buy this item on any hero, doesn't matter which lane you're playing. It's just that good for scouting things out, you know, out pushing the lanes where you can't farm. They lost for a very long time. But Nisha, man, once he hit level 25 with the Timeless Relic, he hit multiple Sonic Waves, and he knows how to utilize it. It's not just about the damage, it's about the pushback.
Oh, there it was. This was it, the 27-minute mark. Toby, we were just talking about comeback mechanics. That's been, what was echoed with the community with this patch, but we couldn't really tell who was going to win late in this game.
You always, I don't know, like when you watch two teams of this level play against each other, like I don't think you ever really want to say like one team has this. Like maybe if you see like the win probability go 98% to 2%, then maybe you'd be like, okay, yeah, but this whole series always felt like each team had something they could work with, something they could do, and that's when your game is entertaining to watch. Like, watching a stomp is boring as hell, and this series is the complete opposite of that. This is pure entertainment, and yeah, more of this, and every Dota person who's looking for some satisfaction will have it.
With that as well, I think it's also noteworthy how much Bane and Jakiro were making it difficult for both teams, FNG and Puppy, with, key moves throughout those team fights.
Yeah. Ice Pass from both Rubik as well as from Jakiro. Just brilliant. I think FNG is really, he's showcasing he's not just a Chen player or a Techies player.
If Loda wants to do his job, man, get FNG, get him somehow, sign him, because he looks like a perfect fit for Alliance. It doesn't matter that they lost this game. I think it's a huge victory for Alliance in the end. Like going the game 3 against Team Secret, showing this confidence with this kind of a play with the smoke, reading Team Secret so well. I've not seen this in quite some time.
Yes. Oh, but still, Nisha with the monster performance, 18 kills, 1 death, 17 assists, 45.5 damage to heroes, man. Crazy.
That's a big K.
That is. Guys, you know what? I mean, Alliance go down, but I think the fans won with this one. This was a hell of a series.
Yeah, and I think they're in for a better one as well coming up. No, a better one, or just as good one. OG versus Na'Vi should be very, very entertaining.
Can it get better than this? I mean, this has to be one of the best series I watched in quite some time. Like, people were complaining about no comeback mechanics, games being one-sided. But I really enjoyed this one. I really did.
Yeah.
Same here as well. Okay, guys, you know what? These two teams just put on a show. MVPs from both sides for this game. Just to highlight both, because it was just a great show.
It's hard to say. I'm going to go with Nisha. I think it's the correct choice, but there are a lot of individual good plays coming out from both teams. So I'm just going to say Nisha. He really had an amazing time throughout the whole series.
Yeah, I agree. Over the whole series, Nisha is he's a superstar. This kid's just an absolute superstar.
Well, speaking of that, guys, I mean, this is the last series for Toby and Lacoste, but getting the best series of the entire tournament. What a way to end. You two have been wonderful throughout this tournament and a pleasure to work with. But yes, it's a wonderful cause, and I'm just going to leave you guys a few more words before we, of course, let you guys get some rest.
Thanks, Ari, and I hope we do get to do an event in the Philippines at some point, just for you.
I would love that.
It was a pleasure working with you, Ari. Last time we did it was Galaxy Battles, and I really enjoyed it. Hope to see you in the Philippines at DOTA event, so the crowd can go wild.
We would definitely love that, man. I mean, we would welcome you both with open arms. And you two, thank you for being part of this wonderful cause.
Such a great cause.
Yes, do get some rest. It's been highlights with you two. You've been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Give it up for Toby and Lacoste. Everyone, press 1 for them, chat. Be back after this break. More action.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform. But these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number. These are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
When disaster strikes and people need help, International Medical Corps is there, with life-saving medical care, supplies, and training. 90% of International Medical Corps staff members worldwide are local, and they operate in difficult and dangerous conditions. We think they're heroes. You can be a hero too. To find out how you can save lives, visit internationalmedicalcorps.org/hero.
We are back, and we have our final series of today. We have Navi and OG. I am joined by Cap and Jenkins. Hello, you two. How have you been?
Hello. Pretty good. Got to wake up and watch that previous series. I was just watching pretty much the whole series in bed. It was an interesting one for sure. I was surprised how close Game 3 was. Just because I think Alliance had a clear outdraft in Game 2. But I thought Secret was just going to bounce back and close out that Game 3 pretty quickly. But Alliance, they stood up pretty good against Secret. Not bad.
They really did. They showed up big time.
Yeah, I love that the little bait play that they did on the bottom lane with the they all sat in the trees. They put the ward up for Monkey King. And lo and behold, Matumba Man jumps right in to the Shark's Den. That was pretty nice.
That was a beautiful play. And you know what? I mean, it's not that big of a gap if we compare, like, what was perceived initially before the match with Alliance and Secret. Secret was, of course, a clear favorite there. But with Navi and OG, it's a bit closer. OG, of course, being OG, but if you're Navi watching this game, you got to be hyped as well. You're just like, oh man, look at these guys taking it to Secret. Navi got to be hyped as well watching that.
I think so. I think in the current patch, there's a lot of whether or not you win is based around like how well you take team fights, and often it can be like just a back and forth slugfest for 3 or 4 team fights, and you kind of need to win like 2 or 3 of them in order to get like a real clear advantage. So I definitely think any team can take a game off of any team if you have the right draft, if you have, the right, if you make the right moves in a team fight, that is.
Well, and speaking of draft, we're jumping straight to the action, guys. OG, Navi, bans are coming up.
Wow, first ban Enchantress. They do not want to deal with that. That surprises me. No other team really values the Enchantress like this currently. You rarely see it getting picked in pubs, and when it does, it feels kind of useless. But with OG, it seems to be their kind of, it's like their Chen. They just pick it, throw it in the 5 position, and destroy the lane. It's interesting to see that this team values it so much higher than other teams.
Yeah, OG just is such a unique team, and they probably will still continue to be a really unique team when they have their fall 5 ban. as well. But just watching them through ESL 1 and them being able to adapt to the fact that they had like 2 different offlaners in 33 and Seb on the same squad. In the future, they're going to have 3 different mid laners, right? I think they just have a unique take and will probably always have a bit of a unique take on the meta, especially if they aren't the driving force of what's good, right? If OG is not able to supplant Team Secret for being the best team during the DPC season, they're not the ones leading the meta, then OG will always have a more unique taste on what's good and what's bad than everybody else.
Yeah, I'm with you. This Seb, I've been trying to come to terms with what he plays and with the item builds that he does. This guy's a madman. I can't see any pattern whatsoever, and I know he's the stand-in, he's the coach, he's the owner, whatever. He's got this very strange role within OG right now, but you know, he's drafting, and he's like a mad scientist. We saw the ether lens on Magnus the other day, and he was skewering from fountain to fountain. Like, you do that in a pub, you're getting reported. You're getting at least 4 or 5 reports. But with Seb, and he'll just play like an offlane. You're going to get reported in pubs for doing that too. I know that's not that crazy, but you don't see these things. And that's it's a long list of just ridiculous heroes that he's been playing. They just pick whatever they want for the game, and they just play it. They don't care about roles.
Speaking of heroes, what kind of lineup would you want to see from Na'Vi opening up this series?
Well, I think that comparing the two, like Na'Vi is a little bit more traditional in what you're going to be expecting from them, both in their draft and their style, right? This is a lineup that they have built this roster over several years now around Crystallize. He was basically their replacement to Dendi. He was the core that they wanted to build things around, and they've shuffled things a number of times, but this current Na'Vi, despite like rumors of them having issues and stuff, this current Na'Vi I think has a lot of potential. I think Crystallize, it used to be Crystallize was the only standout player, but now Magical looks so good in the mid lane. They've got an experienced offlaner in Pasha, who is probably not the same Pasha as he was on VP. He's not that same dominant force, but he's still really good, right? He's still one of the best offlaners you can get your hands on if you're not a tier 1, like truly top 3 team in the world.
Agreed. Yeah, Pasha kind of plays the more traditional offlaners. Like, I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what I was seeing too, looking at their drafts and their play, is that they play really standard Dota, but they play it extremely well. And that's why this matchup really interests me, is because it's going to be this, complete ridiculous caveman style of Dota that OG has always loved to play versus the kind of more traditional Dota. Like Na'Vi, they still pick these late gamers. They still pick Spectre. They pick Morphling. They pick Medusa. Yeah, we see these heroes like occasionally from other teams. It's like every 1 in 4 games, 1 in 5 games. Na'Vi, it's like every game they have some like super duper hard carry. They have a position 4 with stuns, like an Earthshaker, like an Earth Spirit. They have an offlaner that's like basically named the top 5 offlaners in Dota that are iconic. Mars, Tidehunter, like they pick these ones every single game. So I'm interested to see what wins out here in this meta, traditional or just crazy style, like Treant Protector. That's probably Seb playing that. You can't assume anything about this. It's like that could be an offlane tree. That could be a goddamn mid tree, because this is OG.
And I think what is going to lead even further into our traditional take on Na'Vi is that when they won the coin toss, they did take first pick. So they're going to be trying to win lanes against OG. Like, they're just going to be counterpicking while still grabbing what are most likely traditional heroes. Like for many other teams that are in like the same category of Na'Vi, which I would kind of put as like a 1.5, just about to be truly tier 1. Like, they're good, but they don't quite have the consistency to continuously place top 8, top 4 at 16 team tournaments, right? So this team just needs to be a little bit better and be a little bit more consistent. And one of the advantages that other teams have over them is their versatility. Because Na'Vi is so straightforward oftentimes in who's playing what, this Queen of Pain, we saw it today. This Queen of Pain, if it gets counterpicked in the mid lane, it can be placed into the off lane. But I'm not sure if Na'Vi, they may do that, but I'm not sure how comfortable they'll be doing that because Pasha is almost always playing a melee blinking stunner.
That's true.
Almost every single time.
That's very true. That is absolutely true. I would hate to be that team that plays like the first series against Na'Vi where they finally, like Pasha is just on some Queen of Pain or Death Prophet. You're like, what the hell? Like you guys haven't done this for the last 20 games and all of a sudden you're doing this. That could be very frustrating. But no, I totally agree. From what I've seen, this is almost guaranteed. I'd say it's more likely to be like a Queen of Pain position 5 than a Queen of Pain position 3, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think if they were to do something weird, it would be their supports would be the ones to step up and do something unique.
Just to add on with what we're talking about, since you're saying that, of course, OG is so not traditional and Na'Vi very straightforward, would you say that OG would have a bit more advantage when it comes to drafting?
Especially in this current meta where I think versatility in draft is all important. Even when it comes down to the final pick, you'll see so many of the best teams still be able to disguise who's playing what in what lane. I think that has been the biggest lesson that I've learned over the last 6 months, that it is so important to be able to disguise what is going where for you to be able to maintain a draft advantage, right? Because if you're like, this is basically kind of how it's broken down. If you're first pick, you are in a position to be counterpicking the entire way. So here, like Na'Vi see Grimstroke Treant Protector. They're able to counterpick Quap. They see Bloodseeker. They're going to have 2 more picks like that. So they're going to have the advantage in the first 4 picks, most likely. Whereas if you're second pick, being able to disguise that can help lessen the effect of being counterpicked the whole way through your draft and make your last pick all the stronger for it.
I totally agree with you, and I love that you said 5 or 6 months, because think about the patch that dropped like 5 or 6 months ago. The patch that changed the draft order in pubs. I have this theory that competitive has gotten a lot better at the old bait and switch with a lot of these heroes, because in pubs, you have to do it. You know, if you're an offlaner, you're always going to be picking before the carry player. Usually, I mean, it depends on your bracket. If you're like Archon Legend, maybe you have some pudge first pick mid or whatever. But generally speaking, like, you're going to get countered a lot in pubs right now. So I think because of pubs and because of, you know, the coronavirus and everybody staying in, just grinding pubs all day, I feel like a lot of pro players are getting really good at playing, like, you know, swapping a Pangolier to be a support or playing Queen of Pain as a position 5 because they're doing that in pubs all day. And I feel like that has translated over to competitive. Just a theory, and it's totally anecdotal. But I know I've definitely gotten more versatile in terms of like the roles I can play the heroes in, because somebody will counterpick me and it's like, I'm not playing Queen of Pain offlane into a Slark. You take that as a position 4 and give me your hero. Let me play Rubik offlane or something like that.
And that makes the drafting so much more entertaining then. I mean, coming from that.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a much more interesting mind game. And there is still this really big element of chess to it as well. This Chaos Knight, like, traditionally, if we'd seen Bloodseeker, we would have been like, okay, we only ever see Bloodseeker in the safe lane, right? So Chaos Knight wouldn't have been possible. But nowadays, again, over the last, like, 6 months, we can see Bloodseeker in different positions.
Yeah.
And same goes with Chaos Knight. We've definitely seen Chaos Knight off lane. I'm not sure how much I've seen Bloodseeker. Like, I've seen Bloodseeker in the mid, but that's only because the matchup was good. I don't think Quap versus Bloodseeker is good.
For who?
I could be wrong. I don't know. I thought it would be bad for Bloodseeker, but maybe I'm wrong.
That's a weird one, because like Bloodseeker is really good at like dealing with damage over time, but Queen of Pain might do too much. I think at like level 3 dagger you can probably zone the Bloodseeker out, but I would have to see that one. OG has actually played Bloodseeker offlane. Seb has played it offlane, which makes this draft, once again, we're going back to just how weird OG drafts and how they play. Like Treant Protector, you see that hero. Who do you think of first? Out of all these 10 players, like probably Seb, right? But
yeah.
I've seen Seb play Bloodseeker offlane, and I know from, at least from pub experience, Chaos Knight is a Sumail hero. He is all about this hero. There was a while there he was just picking like Phantom Lancer and CK every single game. So I am not entirely sure what the roles are going to be. I'm leaning towards like a Seb offlane Bloodseeker, and then Sumail and Chaos Knight probably like a position 5, position 4 Treant, possibly. Like Grim and Treant are both kind of like 4.5s to some degree.
And
So I
just
think
to like re-illustrate our point, we look back over to Na'Vi, and we're almost certain like it's very likely Lycan safe lane. Right, Crystallize is probably going to be playing that Magical Queen of Pain. Like they might surprise us, they might switch it up, but I feel like a 70-80% confidence that I know where all the heroes are going to be going for Na'Vi, which also says a confidence about themselves. Like sometimes versatility can be just a bit much. Like sometimes just being comfortable with what you have and what you're playing can be really important as well. So it's not necessarily like it is an advantage that the absolute best teams have, but it's not something that every team should try and replicate all the time.
It's a spectrum. You could be like way too far to the left or the right of the spectrum. It's like if you're just extreme comfort and only picking like 1 or 2 heroes in each role, there's just going to be one counter pick that can just destroy your entire draft. If you're picking too much crazy stuff, then you have no idea what you're doing. So you're not going to win the game.
You need that foundation first, and that's why it's always like the best teams that are able to have that versatility, because they've built up their foundation from the ground up over years, oftentimes, with certain like trios remaining the same. You see Secret, you're seeing the same trio year over year, even if some players do change, right? So there is that platform, and sure enough, Na'Vi, it's going to be an offlane last pick. Their Brewmaster for Pasha, which is not a blink stunner, but almost.
Yeah, it's close. It's very good against the Chaos Knight. You could argue it's good against like a farmed position 1 Bloodseeker, just because you can throw them up and not have to worry about all of your people being low HP, but it's pretty weird against an offlane Bloodseeker. But never mind. Just kidding. I have absolutely no idea where these heroes are going. All right, OG, pick your heroes, please.
So I was like, okay, with the Brewmaster, you lower the Chaos Knight in priority, but maybe not.
Wait.
What? That Bloodseeker.
Okay.
So
mid Timber, or is Seb playing mid Bloodseeker?
That is.
I would say Bloodseeker. You don't want to put. I don't think you want to put a Timber versus a. No way. You cannot put a Timber mid against a Queen of Pain.
Can you put Chaos Knight mid?
I think you just put Bloodseeker. I think you just put Bloodseeker mid, and like if the dagger is too much, you just go jungle. But I think mid it'll probably be fine. There's not enough distance to really chase down a Bloodseeker and kill him in the mid lane. So I do think Bloodseeker mid would make a lot more sense. And then you get a Timber in the side lane, and it's going to be against a Brewmaster or Lycan. Either of those lanes, you're stoked about.
But there you go. Both of you are still trying to figure it out with who goes where with OG, and that does say a lot. But I love how you both frame this. I mean, 2 very different types of players are getting represented with this game. So I mean, I'm sure people watching right now, yo man, I play more like Na'Vi, and others are like, oh man, I totally agree with what OG is trying to do. So it should make a lot of a very interesting first game. What are your predictions?
Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna go OG. I like the way that they're playing lately. I really think that it makes a lot of sense to be crazy and psycho in this meta. It just anecdotally it feels really good, at least in pubs.
And I will actually take the other side. I like Na'Vi's composition of their draft, so I feel like it's a little bit easier for them to play this game.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Opposite styles will clash, and we have Jenkins and Cap to take us through this action.
So just initially, it looks like it's going to be the Timbersaw in the mid matchup. They're going to potentially aggro tri-lane, though this may just be for the attempt at first blood and the bounties and such. And then Seb's going to be bottom against the Brewmaster. I don't know what lanes OG wants to have. Like they want the Chaos Knight against Lycan? Is that better than the matchup against Brew in lane? I'm not sure, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's a strange one. Sometimes with these tier 1, tier 2 teams, it's a little hard to figure out exactly what they want with the lanes, because sometimes it'll just be like one thing where it's like, okay, this hero can cut if we do this, worst case scenario, or Bloodseeker can go jungle. But it's always like some little tiny piece of information that they're totally okay with. I mean, putting the Grimstroke and the Chaos Knight together, I think for OG makes a lot of sense. You have the kill combo between the Chaos Bolt and the Inkswell. And I suppose a Bloodseeker versus a Lycan, you're not really going to pressure a Lycan too hard. Although I say that, and Crystallize is heading towards the bot lane. So Na'Vi have adapted to this little lane swap that OG is doing.
And what do you think about the mid matchup? Because that is something that we can at least have some evidence to go back on. Do you think that the level 2 dagger is going to be too much for Timbersaw? I think it'll overpower his reactive armor regen?
I mean, traditionally, this Queen of Pain hero is considered to be a lane counter to Timbersaw because just the damage, the sheer magic damage that you do. But I don't know. I have faith that if mid one is taking this hero mid, I feel like he's played this in pubs and he's done the math and that it's just not as good as it used to be for whatever reason, or maybe Timbersaw, the build that you do with like a Soul Ring buildup and bracers, maybe it's okay.
Seb taking a lot of damage here. Is going to be chased away into the trees and very likely dead here because I'm not sure how he gets out of this position without being blocked by the Fisher, and that's what Slayer lays down to be able to take that first blood.
Not nice to play in a safe lane scenario like this as an offlaner when there's a Fissure block on the wave. You just have to play so dangerously far up. And that's all that really was, but Seb will be getting a double creep wave, so I mean, I suppose he's kind of okay with this.
Similar situation at top lane where Pasha, even though they don't have a Fissure block, they pulled the lane back enough that Pasha is going to have to be very far forward if he wants anything, and this duo of the Tree Protector plus Grimstroke is real threatening.
It's a very, very sad game for the offlaners right now. They're both just kind of getting tri-laned here and not having a great time. Although Seb does have a decent amount of blast hits because he traded the first blood for a pushed lane. But of course, that net worth is offset by the enemy net worth.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pasha, he may not have died, but he's had to go back to base, and that's still a significant loss, even if your number remains 0-0, and you say, I'm clean, I have absolution, I haven't died, I haven't fed the lane. Well, you're not really getting anything out of it either. Like Seb, who may end up going down again, but fortunately is going to be bailed out by No-Tail just in time. Seb had a healing salve in his inventory too, so he can still play the lane.
I mean, look at this. Seb's level 3 versus this level 1 Brewmaster. Going back to the arguments of just untraditional Dota versus traditional Dota, sometimes it's better to die and get XP than it is to just sit there and get destroyed in a lane.
Especially since levels, in a way, helps you have a presence in the lane more, right? If you're level 1 and I'm a level 2 Grimstroke, well, I know it's really easy to keep you at a distance. I know I can overpower you simply because I have 2 abilities that I can cast versus your 1. Whereas Seb, he's got level 3, he has, well, I was a little bit surprised. I thought it was going to be maxed out Bloodright, but he has level 2 Thirst in this situation instead.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised as well. I mean, I suppose the Bloodright is just kind of being utilized for last hits right now, and it costs a little bit more mana to use that at that second level.
That's true. That's a good point.
For the last hitting efficiency. He is getting good thirst charges from who is low. Magical's pretty low against this Timbersaw, and Pasha's a little bit low.
Yeah, they definitely they need to be bringing some more regen to lane because top lane, Pasha going to be pulled back in, has a full Inkswell on him, slowed down by the Stroke of Fate, and Samael will claim the last hit, evening up the kill score 1-1.
Yeah, what level's Pasha? Is he level 2 yet? Nope, still level 1. That is not nice.
No.
This game, though.
Getting pretty rough. How'd that mid lane matchup? 18-4 compared to 14-7. So Magical is winning the lane.
That's going okay.
And if they can get a kill, it'd be awesome. But I'm sure mid one will just Timber Chain away, and it'll be all good.
The nice thing about playing against Timbersaw in the mid lane is that is he really ever gonna get rune control on you if you're Queen of Pain with Blink? I feel like
seriously.
Was he gonna Whirling Death the wave to push it out and then go get runes? I don't think that's ever going to happen. You'd basically just have full rune control. So going for this bottle on Magical.
A third level of the Shadow Strike to try and go for the kill here. Mid one. He may just be giving up his kill to Magil. He does. Well done.
Radiant's middle tower is
So
under
Jenkins,
attack.
you're entirely right, but maybe OG, knowing this, they still think it's going to be okay as long as Timbersaw's getting levels.
Yeah. I mean, he probably could have avoided. He probably could have avoided that. I mean, he played a little bit overzealous there.
Yeah.
A couple of maybe start with like the bracer instead of the soul ring or something like that. It's just not an easy matchup though. He is level 5, so could be worse.
Yeah, Seb's also level 5, and Pasha's level 2.
Seb is a god in this game. Like, he just runs in, feeds first blood, and he's like, thanks, guys, for the double wave. I'm going to take that and destroy your face with it. Because, I mean, he's basically a carry Bloodseeker in this game.
And I love the fact they moved No Tail down here as, like, after Seb got a level or 2, because their dual lanes, I feel like, are much stronger. Like, just the Tree Protector's impact on this lane compared to, like, what, Disruptor going up to top lane, that's not going to change anything. That's still a kill combo between a Grimstroke and Chaos Knight that you will not be able to interrupt.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, a level 1 Bloodseeker is not that scary, but a level 3 Bloodseeker with 2 points in Thirst, you throw a Tree Protector in that lane, that is death. So it's really cool to see OG making a play like that. And on the top lane, they're
Go
dying.
for it again. Pasha is going to probably die here. Samael, okay, he's going to try and juke into the trees, but he still has the thirst on him. Forgot about that. So there is no juking. Well done by Magical, getting another kill on mid one. And as you said, total rune control, especially if you're killing the enemy mid laner. So Magical, we haven't seen it yet, but he can make some rotations to try and help out Pasha's game if he wants, or to try and shut down Seb a little bit more. Dude, what is Slayer doing? Holy shit, man. That was like the manliest thing I've ever seen in my life, and he barely
so
gets away with it. He just ran under tower, ran past a Tree Protector to whomp on a courier. Back over to top lane. They are going to be able to kill Pasha again. This party is not stopping anytime soon. Na'Vi, they need some reinforcements for this top lane. This is getting a little out of control now.
Yeah, Pasha's... This is like that awkward situation where you could throw Magical into that top lane, and that's definitely going to push Sumail out of there. He's not going to be able to stay there. But then you lose this dominance in the middle lane. It's a tough situation. Pasha's got to find somewhere to go get some farm. And it looks like he is actually walking towards the mid lane, and Magical's moving out. So, oh man, but you're rotating a Brewmaster into a Timbersaw. That doesn't seem good. You know the lane's going bad when you rotate a Brew into a Timber.
And who's even going to be able to go top lane? I don't think Crystallize is really ready to occupy there. It's better space for him just to play inside the jungle all the time. Bottom lane, they try and go for maybe a poke at Seb here. He responds with the Rupture that will stop Magical from pursuing. Now that it's worn off, Magical should kind of own the lane, I assume.
Yeah, I think Seb probably wanted to be against Magical at some point anyway, just because mid one was having such a rough time, and the only way that I see the Queen of Pain dying right now is this Rupture. But he's moving towards the mid lane.
Yeah, he's coming back in. They do have Glimpse plus a regen rune for Magical, so this should be mid one dying unless he can get far enough away, but highly doubt it. Sure enough, Glimpse back in. Another Timber Chain is up, but there's too much magic damage for Magical.
You know what? You could maybe just call that space. Because isn't mid one supposed to be the OG offlaner? Technically, like when the full roster, when Thompson's off of vacation.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just practicing. Because this is what offlaners do, right? They keep running up to their lane and feeding.
And he was very aggressive in that regard. He wasn't just underneath the tower, he was behind the tower. He was trying to pull as many people here into that mid lane as possible. Maybe he thought he could get away with it, but mid one, he's going to do it again here. Chasing down Pasha, saying, you have to TP away, otherwise I will kill you. And so Pasha's game is just utterly ruined.
Yeah, it's rough. It's very rough to being in this scenario. See, if you're in the off lane and this is happening to you, you can just cut the creep wave. But when you're in a solo safe lane scenario, it's not that easy. Like, sometimes there's just nothing. There's no solution.
Bottom lane, they will manage to get the kill onto No-Tail. They need to kill him because the Train Protector is protecting this tower, but at the same time, Na'Vi is giving up their mid lane, and this is something that OG, I feel like another style difference between the two. Na'Vi, they'll hit neutral creeps, but I feel like OG very rarely does.
No, they farm heroes. That is definitely what they do. Rupture? Slayer.
Doesn't have a TP out, but he does have allies, and he's got a Fissure too. That'll slow down Seb a little bit more. Another Shatter Strike that's maxed out. Doesn't actually get to throw it out there. Nighttime protects him mid lane. Pasha may be run down, but at the same time, the Lycan was able to take that bottom tower.
What is happening on my screen with the CK illusions? They are...
yeah, the Chaos Bolt thing or something is freaking out.
Good lord. Pay to win. Front, please.
All right, well, they got that bottom tower. Now it's time to address mid one again, because this guy is going insane. He's pushing past tier 2, preventing Pasha from getting close to the creeps, slowing him down. He still does not have his level 6. It's 10 minutes and 40 seconds in, by the way, for a core. Not having his ultimate and not even being close, that is devastating.
Oh, look at mid one. What do you do? What do you do to stop this? Oh, he doesn't even have boots. He just went for Cloak Ring of Regen because he knows he's just gonna be standing here until he dies or he just stays here and survives. You know, just keeps farming up these double waves. He's not walking out of this.
Slayer is gonna be targeted here in the top lane. They're gonna lead off with the stun, follow up silence to make sure there's really no chance of him getting off any spells, and they may still manage to get a rebuttal here. Magical, he's coming in. He does have an Invis rune to work with, so even if they were to try and turn on him, he should be much more powerful. They're going to glimpse him back underneath the tower, still stuck inside that static storm. Seb goes down.
You know, I keep looking at Seb's move speed, and I'm thinking, like, where the hell is he getting all of this move speed from? You know, people are only, like, missing 10% HP. And then I realized this Thirst it's percentage move speed, right? So with everything being changed, with boots being changed to just like flat move speed, and then he's picked up a Windlace, he's got the phase boots. He's just naturally fast. If they're just slightly low on a few heroes, he's hasted. He's above haste. He was 600 there for a minute.
And this was also another change that happened a little while ago, but I think people forget. But the threshold starts at 75%. So it's not like, oh, I'm 50%, maybe I should start healing up. It's, I'm missing any HP at all, I need to try and go back up to full. They're going to go for mid one again here. He is going to be helped out by Sumail, but a big Sonic Wave lays it out. Mid one's already done. Sumail, though, with his Phantasm Illusions, is going to go for the kill on a Slayer. He gets something out of this. He wants a little bit more, but the rest of Na'Vi have already retreated behind the defense of their Fissure, and they're going to wait this out. Sumail's low enough that they can potentially re-engage if Magical sees the opportunity. He does on to Seb. He's going to run out of the silence there, copping a little bit of damage. They're going to slow down Sumail. Managed to get one stun. The follow-up, he's stuck inside of the kinetic field. They're going to go for the glimpse back onto Seb as well. Ilias wants as many kills as this as possible, and they'll at least get one of them. It's going to be Sumail's killing streak. Give it up to Pasha. Now they look for another one. That's going to be Saksa, caught by Magical. They have so much chase on the side of Na'Vi that once they break OG, once they have successfully said, we are winning this fight and you have to run away, they're going to get one or two extra kills.
I don't remember exactly which carry player it was, but I was playing on some team at some point, and some carry player said, I was like drafting and said, if you ever pick me Chaos Knight into Brewmaster again, I'm quitting the team. And just this, and then I ended up getting kicked. But this, wait. Did you do it again? Did you draft it again? No, I was trying to pick Broodmother, and then I typed in Brew, and then I picked Brewmaster, and that's what got me kicked.
I see.
The Wind Panther just instantly clears the CK illusions. It is one of the most underrated counters to illusion heroes, specifically CK, because it's a long cooldown illusion ultimate. If you're a Naga, it's like you just wait 30 seconds and spawn them again, right? But can't do that on CK.
Yeah, Brewmaster's his cooldown of Primal Split lines up with Phantasm pretty much perfectly. No-Tail's going to go down in the bottom lane at the same time as the support of Syoma Slayer gets caught in the mid lane.
Yeah, Slayer just trying to farm up his Blink Dagger. That's the next big thing for Na'Vi.
Nicely done by Magical, taking the deny on that top tower.
That does rupture him. He's got to stand there for a little while. That's going for Atos.
He sees Simbail, but it's a bit too late for that. The Invis rune found by Samael helps him get a pick off on the 5 position of Na'Vi. 15-minute bounty runes coming up soon.
Lots of supports dying around the map. You know, there are kind of 2 play styles of Dota right now. You just run around and farm and completely avoid fights like this, and unfortunately support's gotta die. Or you 5-man like a bunch of cavemen. There's really no in between right now. And both teams are kind of opting to just play the split game.
Yeah, both of them have certain core timings that they really need to hit. Like Sioma Slayer, he's been trying to build up this Blink Dagger for a while. Pasha's just trying to recover his game in general, building into a Vlad's. Your Lycan isn't ready to fight, so he just wants to keep on hitting. Well, I think he's ready now. He's got Necrobook 3 plus he now has his 10 talent if he wants it. Yeah. I think this is one of the peaks of Lycan at this point.
I totally agree, but I guess it's just the fact that there's a Bloodseeker on the enemy team. When it's like just your timing, it kind of feels bad because if he just ruptures you, it'll feel really bad. Although I say that, he is looking to potentially go on Seb here in the top lane with that ulti form.
Magical.
Maybe just baiting a little bit.
Just lead off, crystallize, pops his ultimate from the trees. Maintaining some distance here, he'll let his Necronomicons do most of the work before he brings his hero in to finish the job. Now, he'll just casually wait things out here. Samael thinks that maybe he can go for this fight, but now he's been blocked in. He maybe decided he didn't want to be there. He actually somehow gets bumped out of the kinetic field, but the glimpse pulls him back in. The Sonic Wave, that should be enough. He pops a Phantasm, but boom! There's Sioma the Slayer with a big Echo Slam to finish him off. Now it's going to be mid one and Saksa, who are just going to be the leftovers at this point. I don't think mid one can escape. There just seems to be far too many disables here. Saksa, he's going to try and help. Mid one's pretty tanky. Maybe he can turn things around. He's going to Timber Chain on through. They're going to turn for the support instead. He's easier to kill after all. Mid one, he is just a giant pinata. You're gonna have to beat him down for a very long time before you get that juicy candy that's inside. Seb, he's coming back. Mid one, he actually takes out both of those strength heroes so quickly, and Na'Vi realizing that they have underestimated their damage. They were not able to output enough and stuck around too long.
The true carry comes in at the end of the fight and saves the day. Seb on the Bloodseeker almost has his Atos, so when he does get that, no more TPing out in front of him. Happened a few times this game, but man, that interaction with the CK getting pushed out of the Disruptor ultimate, or the Disruptor kinetic field, there's just so many illusions and creeps, and his phase boots, when they stopped it, I guess it just popped him outside of all of the units, which also happened to be outside of the kinetic field, which is absolutely hilarious. But man, the creeps blocking him in there, that completely screwed Sumail, who was trying to go for the jump there to start. He was really trying to get Crystallize with his ulti. It's getting blocked by creeps. Sometimes the AI works against you.
OG, man. I feel like they always do this, like once a series. Like if they're behind at all, it feels like they'll just try and like sneak in a Roshan. They're gonna try and do it here, but Na'Vi, they're aware of this. Nice 2-man Fisher stun will allow Pasha to be able to get back a little bit. Does not have Primal Split though, so it's easy work for mid one. Magical, he needs to get out though, but he's hit by the Inkswell stun. Can he blink away in time? No such luck. Mid one cuts him down pretty quickly with that damage. Samael takes the kill. Now he looks for Sioma Slayer as well with the stun over the top of the silence. It's pretty much up to Crystallize now to be able to turn this fight around. He's already brought down Samael, but he doesn't want to go for the Timbersaw. Easier target would be that Bloodseeker. Slows him down with the Purge and keeps him inside. Triple kill for him. Maybe a quad. Is No Tail trying to hide inside the trees, spotted by the Necronomicons. They try and run him down. A little bit more damage. An Ultra kill is there. And Ilias, well, maybe mid one can get a 4th kill for them as well. Looks like in the end of the day, it's going to be a 4-for-4. But the odd part was OG. Oh, he does have a TP. He's good. So a 3-for-4, and on top of that, the 3-for-5, excuse me, as Crystallize finds the kill onto Saksa. But what about this buyback from Samael?
Oh, that's bad. That is, I did not realize he bought back to fight that. Oh, he wanted to use the ult. That must be it. Like, he has the CK ult. He sees this crazy fight that's happening. He's like, all right, guys, like, we can totally fight this. And now he is so far away from that Desolator. And if he dies, there's no way Na'Vi doesn't take Roche.
And they're going to find Seb here. Had his Rod of Atos, was feeling cute, thought he could go for somebody, but now, not just him, but they actually managed to pop the Primal Split, hunted down with the Wind Panda to be able to find somebody else, and they toss Samael up in the air. Do they have the follow-up for it, though? Shapeshift still on cooldown, so they're not super anxious for a fight. They're going to pull back mid one into the Glimpse Static Storm combination. They blow every nuke they had to be able to bring him down. With 2 cores gone, that should be a fight that Na'Vi can continue to fight, except Sumail managed to get the kill onto Slayer. With his Phantasm popped, Na'Vi say, okay, that's good enough. Let's just back things up a little bit here. But OG, they need to make something work with this Primal Split, or with this Phantasm, rather. And they're going to try and go for Roshan.
That is cool. That's a nice one. This only works against good teams. Like, okay, I think they're pinging it now, but I love the smoke play into room.
Either way, right? It's like, even if they get scouted by somebody checking out the Roshan pit, well, maybe this is going to be a kill that they get instead of the Roshan. As Pasha, he's just going to be left behind. Na'Vi not really formulating a response for that one. They know that OG shouldn't be able to do Roshan any longer, or at least it's going to take a while. Sumail's still going to try and work at it here.
This is good Dota, man. This is like, they're using Roche as a bait. This is what Team Secret has done for the longest time, and it's great to see other teams pulling this. They just throw the carry into the pit and try to bait. Like, obviously you can't do it, right? But they're literally just trying to bait Na'Vi into feeding more kills. But luckily for them, they have the Lycan Wolves to scout out and see that it's just Sumail in there hitting Roche, and it's not going too good for him.
Now, the next time Sumail tries something like that, it is going to be significantly faster because he almost has his Desolator. Also, watch out to pretty much anybody on Na'Vi that gets targeted by a Phantasm plus Reality Rift, combined with that minus armor and just that harsh amount, that big hit that comes out from the Chaos Strike. That's going to be so much burst physical damage.
100%. There's a lot of pressure on Pasha to get off the illusion breaking, the Wind Panda spell to kill all the illusions, as well as Slayer to not get caught out so he can potentially Echo Slam those illusions. And if Sumail can somehow manage to get into a fight with those spells either not cast, or they're not able to cast, or they're already cast, then he's going to just destroy. But maybe they'll catch him out here.
Nice read there.
He's got a sniff. He's sniffing it out.
They successfully scanned the smoke rotation, but Soxa is kind of stuck here, and they know where he's at. They're just going to jump in for this kill real quickly. Not the fastest kill in the world, but something that OG feels like is not worth fighting. And the speed at which they take this tier 2 is really important, because the faster they do it means less time for OG to try and do Roshan, which is an idea. That's usually a classic trade-off, right? Like, oh, they're taking our bottom tier 2 on Radiant's side. Let's do Roshan since it's so far away. But Na'Vi could just as easily threaten your tier 3.
I love that at the very least they play around the Roshan pit on OG, just because if there are any scans that come out, Na'Vi's gonna think that they're potentially Roshing. I mean, maybe not at this point because the debates have already happened, but just in general, that's a good idea to just play around the pit so that way when the enemy team inevitably, everybody scans Rosh. This happens in every single level of pubs. Everybody's got the Rosh anxiety. We all feel it, including professional players. So it's always gonna pop that scan. But Na'Vi, they know. They're just okay with going back and farming their jungle.
So what do you think about this build-up here from Magical? Thinking about the Yules, I feel like he's treating Seb as more of a threat than what I feel is the big threat in Sumail. I would much rather see a Shiva's coming out from our Queen of Pain, combined with the AC of the Lycan, than trying to have something to dispel against this Rod of Atos Silence combo.
I suppose it's kind of like you can go into a team fight, and let's say Sumail does get his illusions off on you, and you're able to Yules yourself, then you can rely on your teammates to like Echo Slam or to clear the illusions with the Brew Pandas. Like, I suppose if you're Na'Vi, you might have this, you might already think that Sumail is going to be adequately dealt with because he was dealt with in the draft. But we'll see. I mean, sometimes you can make that calculation and you're like, oh, my team will handle it. And then you don't have the Shivas, and then you just get stunned and you feed, and then you wish that you had the Shivas or like a Lincoln Sphere or something. That can definitely happen.
Yeah, I could just as easily see him like, oh, I've been overgrowthed, let me pop my Yules, and then that just leads into a Bloodright Silence.
Yeah, that
right?
That can happen.
Like, I would have been down for BKB or Shivas at this point. I'm just not convinced by the Yules personally.
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of people tend. We talked about Na'Vi being somewhat traditional. A lot of people traditionally tend to build the Yules on Quap just because it's this TP cancel, It's a save from silences. It does feel really good on the hero, but no, I do agree. Like a bigger item makes sense. No tail. He's gonna soak the gank here. Oh, maybe not.
They don't feel confident running up into that high ground, and maybe they shouldn't. That is a funnel of death, to be sure. Saksa, he is able to get the soul bind. They followed up with a rupture, but immediately the primal split goes down from Pasha. They reapply it here as latches on to crystallize. They blink over to the side for magical. He actually copped the rupture then, did not actually run immediately after his blink, but it doesn't seem to matter. Mid one's kind of stuck here. That's a free pickup for them. Immediately the buyback. OG, they are not willing to give up this Roshan. They are willing to blow the net worth investment to make sure that Na'Vi don't get an opportunity to completely control this game.
Man, that is costly. That is 2 buybacks from OG. I wonder if they just had like a team discussion before. They're like, look guys, buybacks are really cheap right now. Like, let's just use buybacks in the early game. I think the buyback, I was joking, but the buyback calculation did get changed recently. Okay, they
Crystallize.
He's just
Overgrowth, and with Samael coming in soon. He actually got glimpsed back, but it doesn't matter. Seb's here, and it's Crystallized. Just really out of position. I feel like I know that OG is always willing to buy back to defend Roshan, and they're going to try and use that buyback. They're going to look for a pickoff. They're going to try and do something that allows them to take Roshan themselves. I feel like that is just a very big error by Crystallized to be so far away from his team, to be on OG's side of the map, anything like that.
Yeah, sometimes taking that aggressive farm is really good and super high skill, and sometimes you're just kind of baiting yourself. I think it's because he had this ward to protect him, but it actually didn't give any vision of No Tail coming in. No Tail came at like the one angle where the ward didn't see him, but he was just feeling really ballsy playing with that.
Oh, look at this. Yes, he thinks he's going to try to interrupt this Roshan here. He slows him down, and if Slayer comes in at the right time here, he might actually kill Samael. He's going to go for it. Echo Slam, not quite enough damage. Immediately the response is there from Saksa, but the Sonic Wave, and now they snatched up not just the Roshan kill, but the Aegis as well. Magical is fully committed, and he's going to lose some of his allies here. He blinks over to the side to make sure that Seb does indeed fall. Now Saksa is stuck inside the pit. Midwan trying to take that Aegis away from this Queen of Pain, should be able to do so with the Chakra, but Magical, he actually lives, pops his stick, blinks away. Now the rupture is faded, and mid one losing mana fast, uses a little bit more to be able to get over to the side and try and TP up. If they have it disabled, they do. They have the glimpse to be able to stop him from getting away. Mid one, this is going to be a dieback from him, as he just cannot timber chain far enough away to get away from Magical. Not only do they win the team fight, not only do they get the Roshan kill, do they get the Aegis, but they kept that Aegis alive, and now it's Na'Vi completely controlling this game.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Just the blink in, the echo at the right time. The silence did come out from OG. The Grimstruck Saksa was very quick with the silence, impressively so, that they couldn't steal it with the Earthshaker. But the Queen of Pain, Magical, he was ready. He popped that Sonic Wave, he got the last hit on Roche, he killed Sumail, and he immediately blinked through using that Sonic Wave knockback to grab the Aegis. So just super beautiful mechanics from Magical, and honestly all of Na'Vi for that particular fight.
Oh yeah, I want to give a shout out to Ilias, right? He was the one who basically knew he was giving up his life by running to the Roshan pit, throwing down a kinetic field to give them the vision of Roshan's current HP, and throws down the static storm. They pop out of the pit. The whole thing's delayed enough that Magical's able to get into a position to follow up the Earthshaker in the first place.
Right, he was playing with the buyback. Like, it's position 5, he knows it's just so cheap for him to do that. It's not it's not glamorous, it's not too flashy, but it is very, very much needed in some situations. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna walk in and die, because somebody's got to.
Orb of Destruction for Na'Vi, so with that, just a little bit of minus armor can mean so much with a lineup that already demolishes towers.
Yeah, and
Crystallize
on Crystallize too, so.
Yeah, they win one fight, and it's going to be like 1 or 2 lanes of barracks, if not the entirety of the game, because there's still going to be buybacks on cooldown for some.
Did one just run me right around?
Yeah, they managed to catch Soxa here, and Magical with the double damage. Made short work of it. Now they're going to turn towards mid one. The Rupture goes out, this time on Slayer. They're going to try and prevent this Earthshaker from being able to blink in. If they keep him hold out here, then maybe mid one can finish the job here. Yule Scepter going down, trying to protect him from that Inkswell stun. Gets off the Fisher on the left-hand side. That allows them to be able to finish off No Tail, but eventually Slayer will die. So that big initiator is gone. OG, though, still not feeling comfortable enough to take the fight. They're going to wait for this Primal Split to wear out. Same goes with the Shapeshift. After it's gone, maybe they can get a kill or two here as they're going to try and chase down Pasha as best they can. They do have the Rod of Atos to slow him down. Now, Magical still has some remnants of his double damage. That's going to force him back. Static Storm going out, but it's not enough to be able to save Pasha. And Magical, seeing that these heroes are so tanky and so high HP, has to run away.
Still, OG is very capable of winning these fights with just what their heroes do. You know, you have the Treant ulti into Bloodseeker Bloodright, which he did go for the damage talent. You have the ridiculous raw damage coming out from Sumail. You have mid one who's running in and baiting. He's got a Vanguard and a Lotus Orb, just ultra tanky, able to start those fights. So definitely not the easiest for Na'Vi to just end out this game with a 9k gold lead. Mid one, he's gone.
Comes back. Mid one. The Lotus Orb sends Ilias a little bit farther away, but it's really to Ilias's advantage because he's got to be careful of mid one chasing him down. Mid one does not seem too afraid of dying here. His only backup is the Bloodseeker, but he's still acting like all four heroes are right behind him, even though Na'Vi knows that's not the case. They see very clearly Samir with his bottom lane, and another glimpse catching mid one may just lead to his death here. Tried to go for the Timber Chain after the glimpse had landed. Unfortunately, landed a little bit too early, so now he's kind of stuck here. Another round is up though, mid one. Not even moving. He's just building up reactive armor stacks and being a damage soak while Sumail continues his push to bottom lane.
How in Gay Ben's name do you kill a Timbersaw who's got living armor on him? I feel like that's impossible.
Yeah, that seems a little bit too much. Seb, on the other hand, that's a relatively easy kill. By the way, did you see that? Did you know that Kinetic Field blocks out the Grimstroke Phantom's Embrace?
Really?
I like, maybe it was a visual bug, but I just watched that Phantom get stopped by the Kinetic Field.
Well, I could see that because it's got move speed, right? It's a unit. It's like when you try to Ember Spirit Remnant out of a kinetic field, and if you're at the very edge of it, it doesn't work because your Remnant has 0 move speed. So maybe it's something along those lines. That's interesting. I had no idea. Dota 2 mechanics, man. You never know them all.
I swear to God, I learned something new like every day of casting Dota 2. Some small mechanic or something, they're gonna glimpse it back. Oh no, that's Sumail no longer being in this team fight. He wasn't in the Echo Slam, yes, but he's also not here to be able to defend his base. He got stunned and wasn't able to activate his BKB to stop the glimpse. Now he has to make the long trek back home while Na'Vi looks to be able to take this melee barracks. A nice two-man silence gonna go out, but the Primal Split, it happens first. Drop in, Meteor Hammer, but they just still continue to get that melee barracks. They need to back up now. Sumail is almost here, and he found a double damage on his way back home. The Prodigal Son returns, but he's a bit too late to the party, as Na'Vi have already TP'd most of their heroes out. And the only ones sticking around are the ones that are mobile enough not to get caught in the first place, except for Pasha. Didn't see Pasha, but he gets away as well. Well done with the TP.
Goodness, imagine having the early game that Pasha did and just still winning the game. Like, I know it's not over yet. I'm just saying, like, that is a bad feeling. Sometimes I win pubs like that and I just feel like I lost, you know? Win 5 in a row because your team carries you. It still feels like you lose.
Whoa. Are you sure you're an offlaner, Jenkins? I take a lot of glory in those ones.
Dude, that was a rough early game. Come on. That was a really rough early game. I feel like he wasn't getting that targeted. Like he was targeting himself a little bit there.
An aggressive move by OG. They know they're behind. They know that Na'Vi are sitting with a significant lead. They don't know exactly how much. It's 14,000 net worth lead for the boys in yellow. Dota Plus puts that at a 90% chance at victory for Na'Vi, and that's why OG, they need to do something drastic. They need to start taking team fights on the enemy side of the map and see if they can catch Na'Vi with their pants down. Unfortunately, they don't, so all they're going to be able to go for here is a tier 2 tower.
I feel like 90%'s a little high. Like that's I definitely agree that Na'Vi is they're supposed to win this one, but it's their game to lose, as they say. But I think 90%'s a little high because this CK, man, you cannot underestimate the damage this hero does in the late game, especially with the Desolator. In fact, if you go into a practice lobby and you just give all like late game items, CK does the most damage of any carry, barring like rapier heroes. Like CK will out damage a Terrorblade. So this hero is ridiculous in the late game. The only thing is it's based off of your one jump and your illusion, which is from the ulti, you know.
Yeah, and it's very easily like we've already seen how the Brewmaster hard counters him, but things like Ghost Scepters or Aeon Disc, those are just a killer for a Chaos Knight because he's so dependent on just being able to get that initiation and blow one hero up. We've got the advantage now. Just chase everybody.
Yeah,
trying to run away.
You're very one and done. Which is why like Aeon Disc is such an amazing counter to this CK and Lincoln Sphere. Magical is going for a Lincoln's because if you don't get that Reality Rift off on CK, then it's your entire hero is countered. So they're going to need something to pop the Lincolns, but with the BKB on Queen of Pain and also the Yules, it's enough to have the Lincolns and then get away if it pops.
Well, I had the gall to criticize Magical, and maybe Yules wasn't the best item, maybe BKB or Shiva's. He says, why not just get all three?
Get all of them.
Yeah, and now even looking at a Lincoln's potentially to protect himself even further from Rupture and the like. Crystallize is trying to work towards an Abyssal Blade, so he has some additional disables to throw out. The supports have their defensive items, Blink Yules for Slayer, and Ilias has a Ghost Scepter, and they're going to find the initiation on a Sumail here. He's already down to half health. He pops BKB and Phantasm now, but it's relatively easy to find the real one. The Ink Stroke goes out, the stun in an AoE, but Crystallize still having his BKB out. Oh, he's actually held a decent amount, but Sumail, eventually he's going to be run down here, surely, as they try and go into the trees. The Sonic Wave goes out just to make sure there's no chance in hell that Sumail can survive. Now looking for extra heroes here. It's going to be Seb caught inside the kinetic field, and Tim Midwan, well, he just kind of run around hoping that people will target him instead of his allies, but he's going to be left for last. Now the other two cores are dead, they can take their time with Midwan and beat him to a pulp. Only one left alive are the supports. Na'Vi not really caring about them too much, just going to go straight for the objectives and see if they can force out a GG from OG.
Sumail just can't do anything against the Brewmaster. Like, Brew had already pressed split, so as soon as he uses the ulti, the illusions just instantly died in that fight. Which, as we talked about, that completely nullifies CK as a hero. It's all about those illusions.
Buybacks from OG, and they need to get something out of these buybacks. Rod of Atos hitting Ilias, but he's got 1600 HP, so it's no longer so simple for Mid-One just to get on top of that Disruptor and quickly kill him. If anything, he may die for this overextension. Lotus Orb, they actually sent back Seb here, isolating Mid-One a little bit more, but with the Ink Stroke, he might just be able to go for this kill. Actually, BKB, Crystallize turning things around here. He's going to pop a Shapeshift. It just came back up, and he's going to use it to finish off Seb, force the die back out of those two, and Sumail, well, it's pretty much just down to him now against 5 of Na'Vi barreling at his base. And we talked about Chaos Knight is a one and done hero. He's so single target that I'm not sure how he's going to be able to kill all 5. He's going to start off with a Disruptor, but he's struggling even with that. The Ghost Scepter is going to go down now. He does have the Inkswell going off, and that'll be enough to kill the support and get the stun onto this Lycan as well. The follow-up 3-second stun, Sumail is able to get 2. Can he get any more? Well, first he's got to get out away from Magical. No Tail. He pops his ultimate here, but Magical's still laying the damage into Sumail enough to be able to finish him off. The Meteor Hammer doesn't slow Na'Vi down one bit. They continue to blink forward, continue to look for the team wipe that will finally force OG out of this game 1. It's going to be Saksa dying in the end. All he was able to facilitate was a death to Slayer to the towers. But in the end, with no buybacks in sight for another minute, Na'Vi should just be able to take Megas at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, these two heroes are not particularly fast at sieging, but with just Saksa being alive, I don't know if he can defend this. Then again, I did think that. I thought that Sumail probably couldn't kill Lycan, and that happened, so we'll see. Saksa, can you pull off some crazy defense? I don't think you can against the Primal Split, buddy.
A Primal Split, the Shiva's going to spot him in the trees as well, and Saksa will die. And fortunately for Na'Vi, they've got 2 siege creeps that can seriously help them out, laying in some damage. Seb's back up, but a melee rack's down, and even as he comes back, he's been tossed up in the air by the Storm Panta. Maybe, just maybe, they can save this last range barracks, but no. No distraction from Seb. He's going to wait it out in his fountain. It almost looks like he's taking the time to discuss with the team about this game rather than trying to GG out right away.
You know what? Megas, there's always rapiers. You know, it's Dota 2 in 2020. It's anybody's game in the late game. You know, you can pick up rapiers. We got 60-minute items. We got level 30s. There are so many reasons that the game is not just done with megas. However, this is looking very done, but I'm just saying it's way more likely than before that you can actually have a mega creeps comeback. It's still like a 1% chance, but before, you know, it was so low that it was basically 0.
Well, Dota Plus says it's a 0%.
God damn it, Gaben.
Gaben says, no, Jenkins, this is a 0%. But we've had this discussion. I remember we had this discussion with BSJ, and he thinks that when it says 0%, it actually means like, 0.3%, and it just rounds it down. So maybe there's a chance. Maybe not a 1% chance. Maybe 0.5% of a chance.
I feel like...
But there's always a chance, especially with OG, and especially if they get a kill on a Magical here. He's surrounded and very quickly could be killed, except the illusion root. Oh, but he doesn't get the rupture dodge. He blinks and takes the full damage, killing him instantly. That's a wicked 6 streak for Seb.
I like what he was going for. I really do. That would be the first time I've seen an illusion rune actually be used to dodge rupture like that.
Mm-hmm.
In this patch. I wonder if you can you actually do that? I wonder if you can. Maybe you just mistimed it.
With Quap, right? You can always dodge it with Quap because it's 1300 is exactly how long rupture goes.
There's no cap to rupture anymore, I believe.
Really? Wait,
yeah, I think they removed that when they made it. So I think at a certain point they made it so the rupture couldn't kill you, and then that's when they removed it. But then they made it so rupture can kill you, and then they didn't change it back. So now you can't dodge it with Quap. I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure that is how the list of changes went. Because I have not seen Queen of Pain do the dodge since the rupture changes.
Fair enough.
I'm like 90%.
I did not know that.
But it's Dota 2. We just saw a Grimstroke bug be trapped by the
kinetic
field, so I don't know anymore. I really don't know. I try not to say mechanical things in videos because it's usually wrong. It's hard to be right with.
And even if it's right at that time when you put out the video, then, one patch later and it could be wrong.
It's outdated. So. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, some fresh armor items could be in the future cards for OG as they're trying to work towards the Shivas on mid 1, and I believe Samael was going for an AC. And yeah, looks like he's still working on it.
I think his career may have died with some components of that, unfortunately.
Rough.
Yeah. Can't catch a break. Rupture out, that is Pasha. He's got the ulti.
Deb. He's relatively tanky here. Samael finds his opportunity to be able to kill Slayer right away. They do have the Meteor Hammer dropping down, continuing the stun onto Crystallize, but as soon as Crystallize wakes back up, holy crap, Samael, he just died so quickly. Magical laying out the damage and looking for more as he blinks forward to try and catch Seb here, but he's Rod of Atos, pops the another illusion root it looks like that he had to be able to get out of that ensnare, gets away from it, Crystallize, open for the bash, gets it onto Samael. They have that ink stroke and needs to be able to explode quickly to save Samael, and it doesn't go off in time. Crystallize, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because he's got his BKB still active along BKB. Now that they've forced him inside the fountain, they've corralled him inside of their base. Let's just go for the tier 4s, he says. Magical and Pasha still doing some work to some of the members of OG. Mid 1 desperately trying to distract Na'Vi from hitting their buildings, from going from the objectives, and well, he's successful. They are distracted and they are going for mid 1. They will have him too. They kill him, glimpse back No Tail, and pretty easily surround him, bring him down, and turn towards that throne. Finally, the GG is called from OG. They fight to the bitter end in this game 1, but they do lose it. Na'Vi looking good right now.
Yeah, that game was over about 5 or 6 minutes ago. They just, like you said, probably just talking about the next game, having fun against Megas. Either way, this the money from this event goes to a good cause, so nobody really loses this.
Well, look at that, man. traditional Dota wins over non-traditional with that one. I mean, there's so much more to that though, but you guys kept talking about how great the brew was the counter to CK. Was that one of the key factors?
I definitely think so. I definitely think so. And also the Earthshaker. Like both of these heroes, Sumail would get jebaited into popping his ulti because the Echo Slam would come out, or they would have Slayer caught. You know, they'd kill Slayer to start, and then Pasha was just there with the insta brood dispel. And sometimes it's as simple as like you go into a game with this hero that you are comfortable with against like a more obscure hero in the patch, which is Brewmaster, and you don't really have a firm grasp on like how much it counters it. You think like, okay, if I get like a few levels, it's not going to be so bad. But at every point in the game, it seems like the Brew spell just did enough damage to instantly kill all the CK illusions. I mean, if you asked me before this, would that happen? I wouldn't be able to tell you at exactly what point Brew won't instantly kill all the illusions. Like maybe Heart of Trask? Maybe you need a Scotty and a Heart of Trask? I'm not entirely sure, but it looked like in that game, you have to go for one of those items. Like you can't just build normal CK items against Brew. He'll just kill all the illusions.
Yeah, I think that was like one of the biggest reasons that if OG had rotated the Chaos Knight and put him into 3 position, I don't remember exactly what their draft was at the time, but I felt like they almost had to do that as soon as the Brewmaster came up, you know? Just because I think your game is too ruined by a Brewmaster being in there. Even if you can get to a point of like late game being able to survive through one of the dispels, which I also agree, I don't know exactly how much damage it is. All I know is it's a lot. And even if it takes a chunk, right? Say it takes 3/4 of their HP, well then one Sonic Wave, right? Is
exactly.
Enough to wipe out the rest of the illusions.
Right, I totally agree. It's like they needed some more. I mean, obviously it's easy to say this with God Vision, but they needed in retrospect some sort of better counter to the Brew, which countered the CK. Like they needed to either kill the Brew, they needed to build bigger items for more HP on Sumail, they needed to rotate the CK to be another position. Like something needed to be done to address that Brew, basically.
Yeah. So Dispel Magic does 1,000 damage to summons every 4 seconds.
Oof. And of course that's amplified by the CK illusion amplification, which like 200%, something like that.
What's funny from discussion is we were talking about how dynamic OG's drafting is with the traditional draft by Na'Vi, but the Brew basically countered the CK. I mean, does that reflect? I mean, what does that say?
I think it was just an oversight ultimately by OG. And it could be one of those things that we were talking about where you can get a little bit too, like, you're thinking about so many things, right? When you're being this versatile and you're picking up some heroes that can go, you know, in all these different positions, that sometimes you just don't focus on what is directly in front of you. Because again, Na'Vi, we say over and over again, like, you kind of know what they're going to be picking. They picked up a second pick Hwap, and we're like 90% certain it's going to be in the mid lane for Magical. You know, their lineup is straightforward, but it is strong. Fundamentally, it's very well built, and as long as they had one small advantage, it's actually a really big advantage, but as long as they had one key thing going for them, which was the Brewmaster versus the Chaos Knight, then the rest of their lineup clicks really easily.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's more like comfort versus tradition, I suppose. Like Na'Vi looked really comfortable on their heroes. Like they played around the right timings, like with the Lycan picking up his items. Pasha, he had a really horrible laning stage, but in every single team fight, he instantly purged the CK illusions. It's easy as a brew player to go into a fight and you just use the Dispel Magic to purge, I don't know, some Queen of Pain dagger or what. Okay, that's honesty, but you know what I'm saying. Like you use it to just purge something else, like maybe the Grimstroke bubble, because your natural instincts are like, I gotta use this to purge something. But he obviously knows how to play this Brewmaster. They picked it for a particular reason. He's comfortable with it. Every single fight, 100% of the time, he purged the CK illusions. And I know it's just like clicking one button, but it is really easy in the chaos of Dota to follow your instincts rather than follow what your strategy is.
Yeah, think about like how hard his game was at the start. Well, Pasha's played so many games of Brewmaster, like it is one of like, I bet it's probably one of his like top 10 heroes that he's played, if not more. Like he's probably played so many games against a Chaos Knight. And he's sitting there, he's level 2 at like 6 minutes or something, and he's like, does it really matter? Because all I'm going to be, once I hit my level 6, I'm just going to be walking ultimate. So what does it really matter if I'm underfarmed? As long as I'm getting my ultimate off in the first place, then we're going to win team fights against the Chaos Knight.
It's actually his third most picked hero in complete every single game in competitive Dota. Third most picked hero. So completely comfort for him.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. A lot of key things discussed, and we're going to see how OG adjusts for Game 2 right after the short break.
We don't work in easy places at International Medical Corps. We work in tough settings, in tough situations. And CAR, for a population of millions of people, there are only 3 respirators, for example, that are available for the entire population. Now just think about that. That's very stark. You come into other countries where there are less. We work with a lot of IDP populations that are moving around the country because of conflict or other issues. It's already a setting that is going to be difficult. And so when you introduce something like COVID-19, if one of those community members becomes infected, it could quickly spread through that enclosed community.
before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
We are back. Na'Vi takes a game off our TI9 champions OG. We are heading into game 2. We framed this series quite nicely. Traditional style Dota versus very non-traditional. How would OG adjust coming from that game 1?
I don't want to kill it too much, but I feel like OG, it's very simple, you know? It's just like, okay, our lineup was based around a Chaos Knight, and our Chaos Knight was hard countered. We just, it's as simple as just like, we made a whoopsie, you know? We overlooked one hero that completely destroyed what our lineup was going to be about. I think there's no other really way to fix that draft.
Yeah, I think like draft-wise, you're probably okay with what you drafted, other than like we talked about the whoopsie. I don't think any crazy draft changes need to happen. I think it's more play style changes that need to happen. Like they needed to build a couple of different items, itemize better. They needed some sort of solution. And we talked about it yesterday, but Dota is a lot of guess and check because there are simply too many variables in this game to calculate absolutely everything. So for all we know, Sumail could have a totally different take on that game. I needed to do this, but chances are it's going to be something similar to what we talked about. It's going to be, we needed to draft this one thing. I needed to build this one item. And I think, they're going to go into the next game and basically draft exactly the same, except we'll see a little bit more, if they get countered, there's going to be some little different factor in there, like itemization or whatever it is.
All right, so we're going to jump into the draft just a bit. So play style adjustment is what basically we're going to see instead of adjusting towards the draft.
I think so.
Yeah, I think like a lot of that game, the draft, a lot of that is about the Brewmaster and having Chaos Knight as your carry. But then I think the other part of that game would be the one Roshan fight. And there's nothing that you can really say that like, you know, like those Roshan fights, somebody's going to win it. You know, the game literally just came down to that one Rosh, I think. So like once Na'Vi had successfully won a team fight and gotten that Roshan, that they were going to take over the entire map and they were going to get too big an advantage for OG to come back. It's so hard to come back from like 8 to 10K plus gold leads nowadays.
In this patch, especially.
Yeah, this patch is too hard.
In this patch, and I think you guys are definitely making a case because I remember Jenkins saying, you said even with an 8k gold lead by Na'Vi, OG can still win this game just by what these heroes do.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I think that the game is largely dictated, and you might love it, you might hate it. It makes for good spectating to have games basically won by how well you team fight mechanically. I always say when I do coaching or make videos, like forever, I've always said, I don't think it's the little mechanical plays that win games at all. Everybody always obsesses over last hitting. And the reason for it is because last hitting is the first thing that you learn. So everybody becomes an expert very quickly at it. And so therefore it becomes the only thing that you talk about. But so it's a big debate, except in this patch. Now the little individual mechanics definitely matter a lot because it's just about who wins a fight. You win that fight, you control the map. It's not even about the gold. Who cares about the gold? It's about controlling the map, and then you take a fight outside the enemy base. You're physically, the distance is close to their base, so you rax them. GG, game is over, just like that.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting to me that in the second game, No-Tail chose Radiant. So they gave first pick to Na'Vi, and Na'Vi, of course, obliged and took that first pick just because of the fact that I think the laning phase is so important in the current patch that I personally, like the way I read the game, I would always want first pick over anything else. Now, granted, OG is probably one of the better teams to have second pick because they can disguise their drafts so well by being versatile, but I personally would much rather be in Navi's position for this game too. I think that just being able to win 2 out of 3 of your lanes it's amazing in this current patch. It's laning phase determines so much of the current game.
Yep, I think so too. I think just like the lanes determine how easy it is to take fights in the first few moments out of the laning stage, and those are the ones that like set the pace for the entire game. Once again, not because of gold. It's more so because of the fact that you can just stand in an area and the enemy team can't go there because you've like taken a tower or whatever. It's really about just taking that map advantage, to use a buzzword, or literally just taking towers. That's kind of what Dota is right now, which is why a lot of teams are opting to pick pushing heroes. I think that's why a lot of teams are gravitating towards that, is because it makes it so much easier to play in the current patch.
Yeah, on top of that, if there's no comeback, if the comeback mechanisms are not based around how much net worth you have over the enemy, but rather how many kills you have built up on a single hero, then getting an advantage through pushing towers is incredibly strong, right? Because we have a 10k gold lead, but they want to fight, but only like one person had a killing spree. Okay, like they didn't actually get that much gold. Our 10k gold lead went down to 8k. We still have the advantage, you know? And their chances of winning the next fight are not that much greater because, you know, you messed up or they made a really good smoke play or something. Now it just feels like the combination of like taking these objectives, and which is something to be said about like Secret, how we said like they don't really go for a lot of these objectives, right? But what they do is they're always able to fight for objectives, like because they build their lineups where they're pretty much able to team fight like nonstop throughout the game.
Anytime.
Then like towers just naturally come as a result of killing heroes.
Right, and that's why a big part of why I was really excited to cast this, because looking at a lot of these teams, there are teams that are doubling down on completely polar opposite concepts. Like in this match, we have OG doubling down on roles don't matter, roles don't exist. We're going to draft the Bloodseeker because it's good, and we're going to put it wherever. Na'Vi is doubling down on comfort. You have Secret, who's doubling down on we're gonna fight. You have NIP, who are doubling down on we're gonna push towers. Every single game, they pick a Beastmaster, they pick a Jakiro, the Pugna, like they're just 4 pushing heroes. So it's just a complete clash of ideas in a really exciting way, honestly.
So a lot of different types of players that are being represented by these teams.
100%. Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, what type of player would you say you are? Or would you say you're more traditional and comfort? Or are you a crazy maniac who just picks anything, plays anything, and plays with this advantage of having a weird hero?
So because I'm a boomer and I've played Dota for like 15 years now, like I have very traditional ideas about Dota and about my position. So as an offlaner, I am a strength, a blink, stunning hero. Like me and Pasha would get along great because that's what we do.
Okay. How about you, Ari?
Well, as a Guardian 3 player, just getting started, I'm still discovering my style. I think I'm kind of experimenting in regards to sticking to one hero, which a lot of friends are telling me I should do. And also maybe I like experimenting and just seeing which heroes I vibe with. So Before we continue here, I just want to get your thoughts on the draft. We have first pick Shadow Demon by Na'Vi. How are you guys feeling?
One of the things I was thinking about, and I was going back through their drafts on the side here, drafts that the bans that people have done against Na'Vi. A while ago, it would have been just instant first ban TA every single time. And it seems like a lot of teams are not taking that approach anymore. Like sometimes it'll pop up like once in a best of 3 or something, but they're no longer insta banning that TA. And I would not be surprised if that comes back out for Na'Vi. Maybe not right here, but later on into the draft. I typically don't think you like TA versus Pango, so maybe it's just out of the pool entirely for them, just based off of that. But I think it's interesting that Na'Vi has developed themselves enough of as a team that other heroes are threats rather than what is magical like super good at. That used to be the banning phase against Na'Vi.
And now it's just spam Queen of Pain every game for Magic. I think, there's something to be said definitely for this patch and just banning out heroes that annoy you. I don't know how you feel about this, Cap, but I feel like over the past kind of a year or so, maybe a little bit longer, the patches have like Dota. It kind of feels like you can counter almost anything with the items that exist in the game. And, there's all these high grounds and there's outposts to TP2, so split pushing is like less of a thing. But the game just feels like there's a way you can play to counter almost anything if you play well enough. And so what a lot of people are banning now is just like what's either what's going to counter our draft or what's just annoying. Like what don't we want to play against in general?
Yeah, I think the prevalence of Spirit Vessel, there's even a recent change that we haven't really seen its impact yet, but like Scotty having a similar impact that Vessel has on the game. And then I would say another one is break mechanics, like the fact that there are more break mechanics into the game. I think you're right. I think those two items or those two different concepts being put into the game more and more, like there are more instances of you being able to provide that counter to a hero.
Rapier as well, having the True Strike. So now there's
example.
Bloodthorn, like there's 3 options, maybe more, I can't think of them, but there's 3 big options to any sort of evasion hero or some butterfly building Terrorblade. You're never going to see like a double butterfly Terrorblade or Naga anymore. Radiance isn't as much of a pain in the ass if your Medusa just picks up a Rapier, like there's so many options right now.
So guys,
I definitely agree.
A while ago, you were saying that OG is basically that was a whoopsie. They're just going to try to do the same thing with drafting, just adjustments on playstyle. I know it's a little bit early in the draft, but do you feel that that's definitely the case here?
Well, their opening is very versatile, right? Like Nature's Prophet and Panko all have like 2 to 4 different positions they can be at. Panko can play 4, 3, and 2, and Nature's Prophet can play 5,
every role
3, 2. Like we've seen one position. We literally saw Nature's Prophet in every single role at ESL 1.
Yep, 3, 2, 1, 6, 69, 420, like every single position this year.
Any number you can think of.
Yeah, he plays it. This is the most. I always recommend to people if they're trying to find a hero that can just play in any role in any meta, it's Nature's Prophet. Ari, that's for you, buddy. If you want to play this hero, pick it 7 years from now, it will still be viable in whatever role you're playing. Play Nature's Prophet in Dota Underlords, and it probably is viable.
Oh, you heard that, my Guardian brothers. NP's where it's at. Okay, we're gonna take off note. But how do you like this Jakiro and now Ogre from Na'Vi?
Big fat tanky guys that harass in the lane. These are the position 5s, very likely.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm down with the Jakiro. I'm just not really that down with Ogre. I just haven't been for a while. I really also because there's an overlap here, right? Where I feel like Shadow Demon is usually more of a 5 position. He can be an okay 4, but I think you really need a solid duo to work with.
Oh wow! I have not seen that hero in a long time.
I haven't seen this here. This is the first time he's been picked for this entire tournament.
There was like 5 different heroes that weren't picked up at ESL 1, and this was one of them. Visage was never picked up, despite the fact that OG was doing pretty well in that tournament. They made it into the playoffs, and they were playing with 33. So if they weren't willing to draft it with 33 playing with them, then I just assumed that it would never be picked.
That's a pretty good point, actually.
Is there a trend with Visage right now, though? Let's check it.
Pub, there's a pub trend with Visage. Visage has he's had an upward trending win rate for a few patches now. He's looking pretty solid, at least when it comes to the stats. Although, to be fair, you do have to be really careful with Visage because he's a very particular like hero spammer hero. So oftentimes the sample size is very low, and it's just people that are very good at the hero playing it. Like, for example, if Meepo was played by everybody and not just boosters and smurfs and spammers, the win rate would be garbage. It would probably be the lowest in the game. But it's played almost exclusively by those parties. So Visage is like that. But with that being said, the hero has very literally received just buffs for like 8 patches straight. So it's got to be good soon. If not in this game, it's going to be good pretty soon.
Well, for all of you guys spamming Visage, I mean, this is definitely a game to tune into.
Yeah, there's all those one people in chat who's spamming Visage. It is one of the harder heroes. So people, not too many Visage players.
So there's our there's our Pasha hero, and a pretty good response to Visage. It also has a nice pairing with Shadow Demon, disruption into Centaur Stomp, but it goes farther than that, right? Centaur is a burst-oriented hero, and the problem with those heroes is that eventually you just run out of damage. But like, especially since people are like, there's so many things that are prevalent, Glimmer Capes, Bracers, Force Staffs, there's so many things that supports can get to save themselves or others against your limited amount of damage. But Shadow Demon has this amazing percentage-based damage in Soul Catcher, which makes it so that combos with Centaur and Tiny are always prevalent. You can almost always burst somebody down, unless it's like on the extreme edges of things. Somebody has 4,000 HP at DK. You know, okay, you're not bursting him down with this combo, but other heroes, plenty of other heroes, they will certainly die, and that applies to pretty much almost every single hero in this game, aside from Visage.
Last pick, Navi, Weaver.
Okay, so carry Weaver, of course. Like we've talked about, it's typically pretty easy to look at Navi's draft and know exactly where their heroes are going. We have I'm going to say that it's going to be like a carry Ogre, but it's going to be a carry Weaver, it's going to be Offblade Centaur, 5 Ogre, Shadow Demon playing with the Centaur, and then a Queen of Pain middle lane. And just a nice, well-rounded, versatile draft. They have the Weaver, he's going to build the right-click damage. They have Centaur, a bit of magic damage and burst. They have the Queen of Pain, who's going to build magic damage. She's going to be jumping around, tempo controller. Whereas with OG, it's a little hard to predict exactly how this game is going to go. It's going to depend a lot on this pick. And they have a Faceless Void.
All right, so a good way for them to be able to bring the Weaver down 100-0. They have some decent combos with it. Penko can swashbuckle, and Jakiro is the most notable combo with the Macro Pyre, and then the follow-up Ice Path. I actually like OG's lineup more here. I'm not that big of a fan of the Weaver, mostly because of the Ogre pick. Maybe I'm just not that.
You're an Ogre hater, man.
I'm not an Ogre hater per se. I just think that I think there are better fight positions in the game, and so if you're picking Ogre, then he has something that's really unique about him, which is Bloodlust. And I don't feel like Weaver is that hero that takes advantage of Bloodlust that much, right? Like something like Medusa is much better. Faceless Void. Those heroes take much better advantage of the attack speed given than Weaver does. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess the movement speed is more helpful for Weaver than before.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That is a good point. It is percentage move speed, right? Yeah. And Weaver's thing is base move speed. So maybe that is actually really sick. Who knows? But no, I agree. I think Ogre is like fairly generic in what he does. And usually you just kind of wish that you could get like a Bane instead of an Ogre. But I see so many people picking it in pubs. Like this is like a fan favorite right now for whatever reason. And you have like top tier position 5s that are spamming this Ogre hero. So yeah, maybe I'll need to play a few games of it to get a feel for the pause 5 Ogre. I do really feel like the stun duration on the Ogre Q is quite solid right now. It's not as
you
bad
referred to
as-
like the multicast, like how it can chain stun longer.
Yeah, how it like it's staggered. It's staggered now. Like it does feel like it's more of a reliable stun, and with multicast also having a 75% chance at level 1, it does feel a little bit better than it was before.
All right, so we are here now, game 2. Navi has the lead over OG. Let's see how OG adjusts in regards to playstyle, based on, of course, Cap and Jenkins. Guys, game 2 is up and running. You get to do your thing. Have fun.
So, Jenkins, are you siding with Navi in this game?
Whew. All right, let's see. I want to go Navi because of the draft, but something tells me that OG is going to lose that first game and have like a fire ignited where they just really want to win this one. We should have won that one. There was this crazy Roche fight that happened. That was BS. Let's do this. I mean, we've all seen Seb in True Sight, and it's he's playing on this team right now. So I feel like they're going to come back with a very, very hot flame under their behinds in this game.
Yeah. What an incredible motivator he is, man. Like, I would want Seb behind me if I were to ever play an official match in anything, not just Dota, but pretty much any sport or esport. I would want Seb there in the
any team
with me right before I'm about to go in.
Throw him on some like software development team just to hype people up.
yeah, exactly.
I totally agree. Yeah, it's somebody asked during like a podcast sometime what players I would choose to make a team with if I could, and a lot of people were thinking like, oh, like high skill heroes, and it's just like, man, Seb and No-Tail all the way, right? These guys like, you don't care what position they are, you don't care. They could play really bad too. I mean, they obviously play out of this world, but they could play terribly, and you still would want them on your team because it's so much more of an impact to have like 5 players all playing well and motivated than it is to have like 5 high skill players that aren't motivated. The team with the motivated players is going to destroy every time.
You know what's funny is I had a very similar answer way back in the day when it was like, what captain would you play with? And for me, the answer was always the OG combo of No-Tail and Fly, even when they weren't like TI winners or anything. Because for me, it felt like that would be the kind of leadership that I would thrive under. Like leaders that really feel like they believe in you. And now that it's No-Tail Seb, like that feeling is even stronger, right?
The dream.
Because Seb has proven to be such an amazing leader in game. But let's get into some of the lanes we got matched up here. So we do have the big old fat ogre, and he is going to be pretty effective in this lane against a Pango Nature's Prophet. So he's a tanky boy, so he ignores all of this physical damage. Our mid matchup, where Magical is already almost died against mid 1's Visage. Interesting to see a mid 1 Visage. We'll see how that goes, especially with the ping that he's on. And then our bottom lane is going to be the Faces Void Jakiro up against Shadow Demon Centaur.
I'm surprised Magical didn't go for Dagger against Visage. I know this is, once again, a more traditional counter to the mid matchup. Like Queen of Pain can take off the Gravekeeper cloak charges with the Shadow Strike, so it's actually quite good against this Visage hero up until level 6 where he gets the birds. It's opting not to go for that on Magical.
Yeah, I think it requires him to have level 2 Shadow Strike for the ticks to be able to break down Gravekeeper's cloak, but I expected that to be level 2 by level 3. Instead, he's gone 1-1-1, so
yeah,
that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. He knows.
Oh, Crystallize. Jeez, Crystallize. Oh, Saksa got so lucky. He had so many Lucky Shot procs that they almost killed Crystallize during that timer where his Shikuchi was on cooldown. He gets another one to keep Ilias from chasing him down even further. That was a little absurd.
It's the tip. Sometimes luck is just in your favor when you're playing Pango. It feels really good to play with that Lucky Shot.
I don't know, man. Something about like I feel like this draft where on like last game you had the Brewmaster counter to the Chaos Knight. I feel like in this game it's the Faces Void that is countering the Quap and Weaver. Like you just so easily can blow up these cores that I feel like they just naturally are going to have the advantage going into the mid to late game.
100% agree. I was actually going to mention that during the draft that I think the Void is. Maybe there's not that much to combo with it. It's just the Jakiro, which honestly isn't all that great. but it is such a good counter to Queen of Pain and Weaver. You just jump in and you press time dilation. Weaver has to press his ult, and Queen of Pain can't do anything. She needs to pick up like an early Yules. So just such a good Faceless Void game. I mean, he came out last pick, so.
In which case, it's going to be really important for Na'Vi to walk away with winning lanes, right? They need to be able to make sure that Sumail doesn't get that much farm. If Magical goes off enough in this laning phase, then maybe he could get a fast Orchid, which would really shut Sumail down a lot in an offensive route. But you know that I feel like that is asking a lot from these lanes, especially seeing how this mid lane matchup is currently going. It's very even between Mid One and Magical.
Yeah, Orchid's just so expensive too that, I mean, by the time you get it, Faceless Void can sometimes have like a Manta style or something like that, but we'll see. Maybe. My gut feeling is that he'll go for Yules just because I see a lot of Queen of Pains going for that first item these days. And also he did that last game, but maybe, like you said, because it is against the Faceless Void, this is quite a good item against the Faceless Void. Because even if you force a Manta, it's decent.
Once again, Magical going for the maxed out Shadow Strike build, and now that he's level 5, this is about the time where you could get an early first blood for this mid lane matchup. Top lane continues to go at it, and definitely not going Crystallize's ways. He's 15-0 compared to the 22-11 for Seb. Lane is going excellently for him.
It's so hard to lane against the Natures. Like, what can really deal with all of that damage from the Treants? Kind of feels like a trump card in the off lane right now, which is nice.
Doxa, he's gonna get caught here. He picked up the bounty rune, but Magical, he played offensively, went into the enemy triangle, took the bounty rune there, and once Ilias spotted that Soxa grabbed that bounty rune, it was just a pretty easy measure for them to sandwich him.
I love that play, to go for the enemy bounty rune when you are playing against a hero that just can't secure runes, or you're dumbstoring them so hard that they can't get runes. It just feels so good, because the bounty rune on your side, it's free. I mean, it's still alive over there, so he's gonna go get that. And he's got 2 bottle charges now, or 2 full bottles, I should say.
Deb going for the TP out. It gets denied by Ilias. Throws out the Fire Blast, and Seb now going to try for his second teleportation. This time, the ability will get him home safely.
Bugs don't do quite enough damage at this point to kill Seb. Nature's Prophet, actually one of the highest agility gain heroes in the game, even as an int hero, so he's got quite a lot of armor. Yeah, he's he's the only hero in the top 10 of Agi gain that's not an Agi hero.
Imagine being an agility hero and looking at Nature's Prophet, knowing that he gets more agility than you over time.
It's so
3.6, man, that is impressive.
It's high. It's high. His strength gain is quite high too. I mean, it's not the same as his Agi gain.
Oh, Soxa in trouble, swashbuckles away, and does manage to get a little lucky there. Lucky shot proc onto Crystallize will prevent his death.
God, Crystallize just eating it up here though. It's rough for him. Playing against his Natures that can just TP home.
He's not too far behind everybody else in CS, even though he's the bottom of all the cores. It's also the fact that he's probably burning through a lot of net worth just buying regen over and over again.
Definitely. Man, this Na'Vi rotation, I got a little shivers looking at this just because this is the type of Dota I like to see. A decision like this, sending the Centaur mid as soon as the Visage is level 6 and the Queen of Pain bot versus the Faceless Void. I mean, No Tail walks in and dies. This is just such a nice play from Na'Vi because the Faceless Void cannot play versus the Dagger, and the Visage cannot play versus the Retaliate stacks. And but the Visage doesn't want to play bot either, because if he goes to that side lane, he can die there. So it's this awkward situation that Na'Vi forces OG into by just making this lane rotation. That is some nice Dota, and it's just such a simple play to make too. You literally just walk your hero somewhere.
And then the cherry on top is somehow at 7 minutes, their siege creep was still alive. So Magical, he's the strongest hero in the game right now, is able to kind of abuse that position and get some decent damage. Top lane, Seb getting quite low. Crystallize going to come back to be able to claim that kill after he Shukuchi'd away earlier. Now he'll be able to take out Soxa as well, and Magical wasn't even needed to win that lane. Nicely played by Ilias and Crystallize.
So it does leave No Tail to free farm on the bot lane here on Jakiro, which he's going to be pretty happy with. His levels do matter in this game because he is playing with the Faceless Void Chronosphere, so Jakiro's in a pretty good place this game. Magical, although once again, the siege creep is alive top, Cap. Somehow Magical keeps showing up to these lanes with siege creeps.
how are these siege creeps surviving for 2-3+ minutes?
I mean, sadly, they really don't have any great way of protecting the siege creep with these heroes, so it doesn't matter that much, but it's a nice little heads-up play for Magical to go to these lanes. I don't know if he's doing it intentionally or not, but either way, very convenient.
And that chip damage really does matter, as Seb in some trouble here. He's probably going to try for a teleport out, but Ilias has one stun available. Actually, you're going to fight back here. Saksa looks to be able to slow down Ilias. They've got mid one charging in, ready to go with the birds. That'll easily kill that 5 position, but at the same time, they did lose No Tail in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Crystallize makes the classic rotation to the enemy safe lane. At a certain point, your safe lane becomes no bueno and you want to leave, but if you're in Legend pubs, that never happens. Okay, Magical still... He's being so annoying on this quap. I like this a lot. He is really making OG sweat here. Like, they're having to work so hard for just taking farm in what is supposed to be the least dangerous place on the map, their triangle. And that's feeling pretty dangerous right now.
Yeah, it certainly feels like they're using their mobile heroes that are so strong right now. Really? Oh my god, Crystallize! He was so certain. He was like, this is great. If I'm in trouble, I can pop the time lapse. But Nature's Prophet, Wrath of Nature, like several patches ago, it got buffed to a point where it does less damage on the first bounces, but it does way more on those last few bounces. And he got hit with one of the very last hits that it looked like it did like 400 damage.
Yeah, it can actually do up to like 700, it's like 725 damage at level 1 Wrath of Nature, which is insane when you consider at about level 6, that's, you know, 3/4 of somebody's HP.
No Tail looks, oh, nice hit from the Chronosphere. Actually, never mind, it only caught the one. I thought it was going to be able to get Pasha and Ilias as well. They're going to all in on the Magical right now. Magical will end up going down, but is it enough to be able to win the fight? Well, especially with Pasha already being low enough and Sumail rocking that double damage rune, it's pretty easy for OG. They turn now towards that tier 1 tower. The rest of the DD and the Siege creep alive. This is, oh, no! The 5th poison stack got him, and that's a level 3 shadow poison. Another ability that does an insane amount of damage.
I think he was probably expecting Slayer to have less levels than that, and maybe more in like Soul Catcher. Because I saw him with the 4 stacks, and he was not playing afraid at all. So I think that was just a bit of a misread from Sumail, which is kind of out of character for him. He's all about the mechanics, you know?
Yeah.
But he is also all about playing cocky as well. So a little bit of a mental warfare there.
Pasha. This is one of the problems. It's very unique to playing against Centaur. At any point in time, he could just run into the mid lane and cop some tower hits, and he'll start chipping away at that tower. And you need to be able to punish that kind of action, because otherwise you're going to lose the most important tower that you've got very early on. No matter how much you try and like play around your mid lane, if Centaur just feels strong enough to run up there and take a couple of shots, eventually that tower dies.
Yeah, with the Vanguard, it's very easy for him to do that. We can see the mid 1 Visage Birds are just getting shredded by Pasha. Even though he's standing close enough to give them this level 3 aura from the Gravekeepers, it is not enough to prevent the retaliate damage, which actually has been buffed. So technically speaking, Centaur is very literally better against Visage than ever before, even with the Visage buffs.
Yeah, and I think that's something that OG, like, people are probably going to look at it and be like, but Cap, like, OG, they just so easily take towers. Well, I think that is their drafting advantage that they have to have, right? When you have a Visage Furion, if you don't have a tower advantage, and a significant one at that, then you're probably losing the game. Top lane, Seb, he's going to be a little bit low here. The Sonic Wave, but Sumail instantly TPs in, gets a bash, and with the Wrath of Nature doing most of Magical's HP, they rather easily bring him down 5-6 now for OG. Look at all the tips. OG, their tip game has not gone away in these online matches, it seems.
You ever just play Nature's Prophet in pubs? I don't know why. I mean, I know this is, if you're an offlaner, this is what you do. You just play Nature's Prophet in pubs. You're just kind of using the Wrath of Nature when fights start, and then it just one-hits somebody, and then your team is like, dude, you're so good! That was amazing! How did you do that? It's like, practice. But really, you're just like, oh, a fight started, press my ability.
Yeah, it's as simple as like, all right, the fight is top lane. Let me click Wrath of Nature on the bottom part of the map.
It's the opposite of top.
It's not a whole, like, I don't have to do like this crazy amount of geometry or anything, you know? The triangulation is not that hard. Bottom lane tower will eventually go down here, but it's probably going to cost Pasha his life. Oh, never mind. That disruption may have actually just saved Pasha's life. He goes for the TP out. He is successful before the bird can land. Granted, it'll cost Sioma the Slayer his life instead, but a worthy trade-off, saving his core's life. And look at that, Magical getting a lot of damage on the mid tower as well. Smail rapidly TPs in to try and protect it for a little bit longer.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Have you seen the meme where it's Mario jumping off of the Yoshi and Yoshi just like falling into the pit of abyss?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like what that was, where he's like leaving the Yoshi behind, but at least Mario gets out and gets to continue playing the game. Pasha's, of course, Mario in this analogy.
I could see Pasha rocking a nice Mario mustache.
He could cosplay Mario pretty well.
Yeah. Of course, he's trying to get his Blink Dagger right now. Magical knows that there is a ward here and hits the retreat button real fast, because if that Wrath of Nature is going down, it's only been used in team fights, so if Seb's using it here, there must be a fight on the way, and sure enough, Samael was looking for that Chronosphere. And if they don't find it, well, good enough. They push Na'Vi away, far enough away, in fact, that they take this tier 2 bottom tower.
I'm really starting to wonder, how do they deal with this Visage and Nature's push? Like, they're pushing into tier 3s right now. I guess the Ogre Bloodlust with the Fortify, but they don't have Fortification.
Yeah, I love when teams do this, by the way, when a Fortification is used on a tier 2 and they say, good.
They just push.
Let's just go and hit a tier 3 then. They think naturally we're just going to poke and back up or something, but like, let's commit a little bit more. Let's just see what kind of happens. And I would love to see them stay around this area since they do have good vision around here. If they win one fight, then that could be buybacks being forced, but seems like they are going to start backing up, and Saksa, he is going to be the one left behind here. Thought he could farm one more camp. No Tail actually showed himself there with the Ice Pass, so Na'Vi is probably feeling like they can get some extra heroes here. Mid one and Samael are still hanging around there. So OG, they do have some strength here. Pasha finds his initiation, doesn't actually have the stomp ready to go. Hit by the time dilation, he's not going to get a chance to pop that stomp, at least not yet. The disruption's going to be able to buy him some time here. Sonic Wave goes out. Samael does manage to take off that damage with the time walk stomp. Finally hit by Pasha, only onto Samael though. They're going to focus on mid one, trying to bring him down. The Gravekeeper's cloak now down, but Magical, his life is torn to shreds by those familiars that are now going to be able to find the kill on Ilias, and looks for Crystallize, but he does manage Shikuchi away before that collapse. Slayer looks like he's been caught on the backside as well. 3 for 2 there to the favor of OG.
I thought that was going to go a lot better for Na'Vi. Just watching mid one get shredded, it's kind of like, oh man, there's no way that Na'Vi loses this fight, right? This is the most important hero, but when you look, I mean, this hero is all about the summons, so the summons stay alive and they're able to just completely shred Magical there. And he's got 10 armor. I was trying to see what his armor was, because I'm like, how does he die so quickly?
Look at that. Beautifully played. They just surrounded Crystallize. So Saksa, he goes for the Rolling Thunder. And of course, Crystallize, he has his ultimate. And they kind of know that. They basically just like kind of force him to use his ultimate. Naturally, he's going to go to the left instead of right. And Seb just planted his teleport in the perfect spot, really. And now, maybe they're going to be able to do Roshan. I mean, they have a really good Rosh-taking team. Na'Vi look to defend, though. They have Pasha around here. They may have to go for something crazy, just a blind blink in. But they're not going to do it in time. Roshan already dead. The Aegis picked up by mid one.
They have so many auras right now. They have, who has the Vlads? Mid one has a Vlads. They have a Dom aura. They have a Medallion. They have Alpha Wolf aura. They have Mechanism, they have Drums, and then they have a Blightstone. Like, these guys are kitted out for taking Rosh and taking towers. This is looking like a very scary 5-man from OG. I mean, I said that before, and a couple of heroes have died, and it didn't look so bad for Na'Vi, but it's, of course, with the Aegis, it's looking even scarier.
They found Samael. This is a really big kill. They get a little lucky with the multicast, but it's still not enough. Samael does manage to time walk up, and Seb activates the mech. So now Samael, he knows they've run out of damage, and it's his opportunity to get some rebuttal kills. He's going to be able to bring down Slayer with the help of Saksa, and it looks like Ilias is going to be caught by No Tail on the other side with the Ice Path. So an attempt at the pickoff on the biggest carry. They give it to Samael, too. Oh, no, No Tail actually got it. He got it with the last ticks of Dual Breath.
The true carry of Team OG.
Pasha just trying for some desperation split pushes, but OG, they're not in any rush, even though their lineup is very push heavy. This is still a hard carry Faceless Void that counters the 2 cores of Na'Vi, so it's not like they have to rush to end the game anytime soon.
And he is getting closer to that BKB. I think that's definitely just something that you're way more comfortable fighting around that. And as I say that, he's actually TPing bot on this Faceless Void. Once again, sticking to exactly what you said, which is not really looking to rush into anything. Totally okay with walking back into their own jungle and taking it back over, and then smoking out towards top to clear up the map and make sure that Na'Vi has to stay in their base.
It's like, as soon as you show Sumail bottom lane, Na'Vi thinks, okay, we can play top. But with this very fast play of a smoke, it's probably going to catch Na'Vi off guard. They're thinking there's not going to be heroes here, but all of a sudden Sumail is going to show up, and he goes for Ilias first. Not a great position for a Chronosphere, but it looks like 2 easy pickoffs anyway. So even if it wasn't the ideal, like, really big 5-on-5 that could have ended the game, it's still a winning position for OG.
Yeah, I love that play as well. This is a pretty common thing that you see these days, is the TP to one area and then the smoke sweep across. Just like you said, it forces Na'Vi to either choose between fighting OG where they smoke to or going back into their base. There is really no other choice there, and either of those choices are pretty bad if you don't want to fight.
Dire's top tower is under
Furion. Seb, he's going to TP on to Slayer here. Gets the Sprout, Treant blocking, and Slayer is forced to try and go for the TP out, but a first hit bash from Sumail, and they get the bounty rune.
There's a little thing that Magical did there that I do want to point out, just this cutting the mid wave kind of at the river and just running it down the river. This is like a 1 to 2 year old sort of mentality that people have. A lot of the time before, people would just stay in a lane and kill a creep wave and then die because that lane is uncontestable. But people have gotten a lot better at creep control in Dota 2, even outside of the laning stage, where they'll just like grab a wave behind the tower. Maybe Magical's going to cut this wave, maybe he's not going to because he's got a centaur, but it is really cool to see people just grabbing creep waves and dragging it like somewhere totally different than the lane that it was in, because why not? It's a mechanic, you can do it.
Deadly for Na'Vi, though. He wasn't able to keep that up, and now Creep Wave has pushed all the way through into the base, and OG just very easily taken bottom lane of Barracks. There is no contest here from Na'Vi, and I'm not sure if there should be. It seems like they just don't feel strong enough, but I don't know what item timing possibly changes this game for them.
Yeah, it's a little weird. They have like the defensive way to deal with the Visage in the Centaur. Like, he doesn't care about the Visage's existence, but they don't have a great way of like killing all of the summons. You know, it's like Weaver? Quap ulti? I'm not sure. Like, those both sound awful. You know, it's definitely, it's really quite hard. They honestly just need to be tanky and just survive long enough to kill all the summons. But that sounds hard.
They're going to smoke up and see if they can catch OG. I think that's really the only changing factor in this game. There's no item that can change it. It's all about how they start their team fights, whether or not they're able to chain stun Sumail down and bring him down before the Chronosphere goes off. They do manage to get the stun out onto the 2 with the Orchid as well. Can they actually get him up? No, Sumail activates the BKB. Time walks off a little bit damage and is ready for the Chronosphere. They may not have to use it onto Magical, especially with Saksa perfectly timing his Rolling Thunder bounces to hit him as he comes out of the disruption. 1 core down on the side of Na'Vi, a core that does have buyback though. So they can still contest for this mid lane of Barracks, but it is pretty much all in for Na'Vi at that point in time. Pasha tried to come in from behind, but it actually gets hit by the Wrath of Nature. Now finds his stun onto 2 with a buyback TP coming in from the Queen of Pain, but a nice 3-man Chronosphere from Sumail. Do they have any follow-up damage? They're focusing on Crystallize right now, and as a result, we're not able to output any damage onto Magical. Pasha will eventually die here, but Sumail is still a little bit low and may actually go down. In fact, he does, but Crystallize, his life is traded out for that. In fact, Magical almost getting caught by the Familiar drop as well. Ilias being beautifully body blocked by Seb, hoping to ensure another kill as the Familiars look to chase him down with the help of Solar Crest. That is so much damage for these poor supports. They can't handle it. They're going to go down, and now the mid lane of Barracks is opened up with no buybacks on the horizon for Na'Vi.
Yeah, at the start of that fight, we had Crystallize tried to go for the backlines. He was trying to kill Saksa before he got the roll off. And No Tail just sees him, drops a sentry, pops a Yule Scepter on him, Ice Paths. So then you have this fight split where basically the only hero that can go for the backlines, barring the Queen of Pain, is CC'd. So it's basically Magical versus the world at that point.
Stomp out onto No Tail. It's a small pickoff and something that OG do not have to commit to defend. They'll all teleport back to base. A 2-lane of Barracks advantage and a 10,000 net worth lead with Roshan potentially coming up in a minute. There's no reason for OG to stick around. You can just back up, farm, get their next round of items, and play for Roshan number 2.
Is there any reason to ever not play for Roshan when you're a racks up like this? I feel like it's just so easy to... You just wait. You don't even need to split push. You just wait for the enemy team to eventually show in their base on the lane of creeps, and then you just go Rosh. Like, at a certain point, that's going to happen. So it always makes it really interesting to see how teams deal with that when they're against megas. Like, there's a very small window to smoke out.
Yeah.
Pasha's trying. He's trying to split push his darndest, but not very quick against these megas. Or supers, sorry.
Ooh, Saksa. Quick with the fingers there. Does manage to blink away from Crystallize. Pokes at him as he's stuck inside of the Sprout. And Samael, another 15 seconds for the Chronosphere, so they may not try too hard for this. He's just going to pop the time dilation. Oh, look at this positioning. If he can chain stun him here, they can burst him down with the Swashbuckle. Nicely done. Crystallize dead. He does have a buyback, but still. Him being gone for 45 seconds could be a free Roshan here for Na'Vi, especially if Magical dies at the top lane right by the Roshan pit. No Tail with the Yule Scepter able to set up that Ice Path. Fortunately, they didn't have any follow-up stuns just yet because Seb is still working on that Scythe of Ice. Back over to the bottom lane where Pasha has been found. All 3 cores had their lives endangered or perhaps were actually killed by OG. And just goes to show how much map control, how scary this OG team is at this point, with an 11k net worth lead and better late game heroes.
Right. It's like they have to split up with like this to deal with the map control. There's no way to just run down one lane as 5 because OG is going to do the same and then just destroy your face. So you kind of have to split up like this. It's just unfortunate that all of the cores of Na'Vi got caught out and 2 of them ended up dying. It's funny because you wouldn't normally think this Nature's Prophet is anywhere near to be a counter of Weaver, but Weaver doesn't build a Quelling Blade ever. I mean, he doesn't have the slots for it. Like, this hero needs all of the items that he has in his inventory. So, not really a great way. Like, what are you going to get, a Hurricane Pike to get out of the Sprout? So at this point, the Sprout is just... it's going to be a perma-disable when he gets the 20% cooldown reduction if he chooses to go for that. So, very difficult. It's kind of like almost like I don't know, just some sort of perma-stun or hex.
Yeah.
If they have some sort of detection.
DD, Samael, take an Aegis and Cheese, immediately smoke up for what could be, or maybe even should be, the end of the game here, but let's see what the Dota Plus... All right, Dota Plus says Na'Vi still has a 1% chance. There's always a chance. We'll see what happens here in the base defense. Layer was able to get away thanks to the Force Staff. The Saksa not able to catch up to him with the Rolling Thunder, but Samael certainly can with a time walk forward. He tempts the Chronosphere, but he doesn't actually get it off. Now it's going to be chained on a little bit longer. No hope at killing him here. He still has his BKB as well as an Aegis. So it's just going to be the Shadow Demons dying at the start of this fight. The tier 3 down, the barracks are exposed. Seb starts laying damage into the ranged barracks. Na'Vi, they've got to make their initiation sometime soon here. They just cannot give Megas up for free. It's going to start off on a Seb poking at it, but man, he's so tanky. Instantly blink away by Magical as Samael threatens that Chronosphere. Is going to be jumped on now, losing his Aegis. Still has the BKB on his second life, so Na'Vi can't look to kill him a second time right away. The Orchid goes out on him first. He activates the BKB, attempts the Chronosphere, but drops it instead. A Glyph is going to go down. They're just trying to kite out this BKB, and then maybe Na'Vi has a chance in a 4 versus 5 defense. Crystallize looking over at the side at some of these squishier heroes like Saksa, but can't really commit. Pasha has to go in. He sees the opportunity to be able to hit a 3-man stun. The bugs are all over OG, but they can't actually fully commit to this, and a 2-man Chronosphere out from Samael. That is going to be a GG called instantly by Ilias, as he knows as soon as that Chronosphere catches 2, especially the cores, the Queen of Pain and the Weaver, the game is just done and dusted. No chance at a comeback here. OG will push this to a game 3.
That was a rough one. That was a rough one. That 5-man death ball from OG felt impenetrable. Other than there was a very slight moment there where Na'Vi, as OG was retreating, Na'Vi was able to catch a couple of heroes, but it wasn't the death ball, right? That was just like a retreat. OG was kind of intending to split up anyway to farm for a bit in the brief moment that they wanted to farm in that game. But when OG death balled, it looked like Na'Vi couldn't do anything at all.
There you have it, and OG easily takes down Na'Vi for making it 1-1. You guys mentioned that the draft would pretty much be executed the same, and all that would change would be playstyle. And how do you think OG executed that?
I would say a couple things. I think this time around they secured themselves the core-to-core counter with the Faceless Void, and I think they also secured themselves the better late game as well with that pick. So,
yeah, I agree. I think also the Visage, that's always going to throw a wrench in the plans of almost any team, just because it's such an obscure hero that requires such obscure counters that the last pick Void that comes out is it's typically, if you're going to counter Visage, you can very easily know if you're going to pick Visage, you're going to know what the enemy team's going to pick to try to like counter it, so you last pick the Void, and all of a sudden there's nothing good against Void on the enemy team. It makes the enemy team's response draft kind of predictable.
On top of that, if you look at the game plan there, once you see Na'Vi drafting Queen of Pain, then you know their lineup is going to be very burst oriented, right? Because Pasha is going to have one of those like strength blink stunners, just naturally, like that's what his hero pool is going to orient towards. So in that case, 2 cores are going to be very reliant on being able to burst heroes down pretty quickly, and Visage is like usually the counter to that. Even if like his lane is literally hard, right? Like his lane is super hard in mid at some point with the Shadow Strike, but once you go into the mid game, he's just a hero that can't be bursted down ever, and even if he does, he's still got his familiars in play.
Would you say that Visage pick or the Faceless Void pick was something that basically messed Na'Vi up more? Which hero kind of did that more in terms of countering Na'Vi well?
I would say probably the Void, but the Visage really enabled the Void pick to come out, just because, like I mentioned, when you have this whole thought around, okay, we need to deal with this Visage, then all of a sudden a hero who plays completely differently from Visage is going to have a relatively free game. There wasn't any good disable for Sumail on the Void. There was nothing to really deal with the Chronosphere too well, aside from the Shadow Demon. The 2 cores on the side of Na'Vi, while very good against a lot of the other heroes on OG, complete dog against the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
There you have it, man. I mean, it was a very, very quick game. And how'd you like the patience with the chrono from Sumail on that last play, that last clash?
I think in many ways the game was like very simple for him at that point in time. Like he knows, like, as long as I get the Chronosphere on Magical, then this game is probably over. And so with an Aegis and a BKB, you could just play for as long as you want. Like eventually that opportunity is going to present itself, especially when they're forced to defend that final objective, right? Like Na'Vi has to do something. They can't just wait until the BKB completely wears out. They kind of have to go in, and Pasha tried. He definitely hit a really nice stun, but that's it.
As well as we also just saw Seb on the screen there. He was setting up for the Chronospheres very nicely, because he was just going in, being incredibly tanky and annoying, and then the Chrono could come in afterwards. Like he took 21,000 raw hero damage that game, so he was just absolutely jebaiting in every single fight for Sumail to get the Chrono.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay, so we have a game 3. OG definitely adjusted. We'll see how Na'Vi does that this time around, right after this short break.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering, and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
There you have it. As you've seen, these wonderful organizations all committed into this global pandemic that we're all experiencing. And actually, regardless of how these teams do, they get to choose the allocation from the $1.5 million charity prize pool, $100,000 to whoever, of course, will be losing. And in this case, it was Alliance. They will get to pick $100,000. to any of these organizations, and whoever will fall in this next match will get to pick 100,000 as well. So wonderful cause we're all a part of, and we are heading into a game 3. That was a clean win by OG. How do Na'Vi adjust from that?
It was. I want to go back for 1 second because I did have a shower thought. I was thinking, imagine being a gamer, right? Just a Dota 2 video gamer, and every time you go to get your hair cut, which back before the pandemic, that was a place you could go to, imagine being, and then the hairdresser's like, what are you doing? And you're like, I'm a gamer. And there's this whole awkward thing of like, they don't know what the hell you're doing. They kind of think it's stupid. But you can say, I won a tournament that donated $750,000 to charity. Like, how could you ever lose sleep at night knowing that that's what you did? Like, legitimately, for some players, if they consider this sort of thing important, if they're very existential, this might be better than doing well in TI, because you can win $1 million in TI. That's not going to go to charity. You got to pay rent.
Yes. And just the sheer amount of it as well, $750,000, man, that's like a prize pool, dude. You can imagine the kind of impact that would make, and definitely to the people that need it right now. So definitely a wonderful cause that all these teams are a part of, and thank you very much, Gamers Without Borders, for that. So speaking of the prize pool, we're going to see who will get the lion's share, and Na'Vi and OG definitely a step closer to that. It depends how this draft goes. How are you liking the band so far?
Classic Enchantress band versus OG. They have played it in the last 5 or 6 games that it was not banned, which is not like any other team.
And the other bands would be DK and then either Leshrank or Enigma, based off of Navi's previous bans. Meanwhile, OG, they just haven't banned out the Ember Spirit yet. That could be something that they are offering to Na'Vi, just to see what happens. Like, are you actually going to ban the Ember Spirit? Because we have first pick. Like, do you have a counter to it? Na'Vi say no. I agree. I feel like Ember Spirit's like just too good of a hero right now.
Finally people start banning it. I feel like it's gotten through way too many drafts. Like, people are same with the Grimstroke. Like, I feel like these heroes, they just have this insanely high win rate after every tournament, and somehow they make it through the pick bans. And heroes like Timber are getting banned, and Timber's a good hero, right? But people are not first phasing Timber, they're second phasing Timber, so it feels kind of weird. So I'm glad to see the people adapt to this.
Question, you guys. A while ago, we were discussing what OG basically... They had a whoopsie, right? They didn't play around. They got hard countered with the Brood. They seem to have adjusted well with their draft, especially for Game 2. If they execute the same way, can Na'Vi adjust differently to... Have they figured it out? Does that pretty... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have they figured it out? And if they just do the same thing that they just did in Game 2 in regards to execution and obviously the draft that they already have, will it play out the same way?
I feel like probably, just given what we saw in the last game. I mean, I don't want to say that I think that it's true, but I do. Like, OG just looked... Like you said, that there was not that much to talk about in the previous
game. It was clean.
It was clean. It was so clean. It was so clean from OG, and it didn't feel like there was that kind of gotcha in the Na'Vi draft. So I don't know. Maybe if you're Na'Vi, what you look to do is you look for the OG win condition if it's projected in their draft. Which, let's face it, it's usually Sumail. I mean, this is a lot of the time when Sumail's on a team, he's the win condition. So maybe you just picked a counter Sumail, and you just picked a hard counter Sumail because it worked.
Did you see, Jenkins, who chose what? Because Na'Vi's on Radiant, and so I wonder, like, what happened here. Did Na'Vi choose to take Radiant this time around, or did OG opt for first pick and Na'Vi decided to take the Radiant side, which OG has been... They really seem to like Radiant quite a bit. When they won their on Game 2, they chose Radiant over first pick, right? So,
yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't catch it in the lobby, but yeah, definitely people are preferring these days whichever doesn't give the last pick. I can't remember which one it is. It's people like first pick, right? That's Then you don't have
it
last
feels
pick
more
'cause you get
comfortable, right?
You
Your
get like
draft
2
is
core
similar.
counters.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on second pick for you to be able to disguise your picks and then simultaneously come up with this amazing last pick hero.
It makes it harder.
That's a
to
lot
do
of
that,
pressure
though.
on it.
Yeah, it's like it's a pain in the ass. Honestly, it's a really big pain because then it's like, all right, mid laner, please win us the entire game with your single pick. Like, what are you gonna? Meepo sucks, Huskar sucks. Like, Broodmother's okay, but countered by a lot of them. Like, it just feels like a bad patch for that. I've drafted recently for like a couple of smaller tournaments, and it really feels a lot better to not have last pick, which is crazy because it never was that way. And with regards to the sides, I think it depends on the team. Like, if you're playing on Dire, then the safe lane's a lot easier. But if you're playing on Radiant, the off lane, you can like cut and drag the creeps behind the tier 1, and you can hold the creeps there. So like, depending on the playstyle of your players, basically either side might be better. Like, if you really want to secure a good lane for your safe laner, maybe you want to go for like Dire, maybe you want to go for Radiant. If you want to have like an off lane who's going to creep cut, maybe you want to do that on the Radiant side where you can pull behind the tier 1.
So now back to the draft. Different opening. We have Clockwork and Grimstroke for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Clockwork's just one of the better counters to Earthshaker in the game traditionally, and Grimstroke is one of the better. Like Clockwork, there's some problems with him, and many of them are solved by Grimstroke. There's oftentimes like you need just a little bit more damage and a little bit more disable to really make Clockwork work.
Yeah, some
really nicely. So now his initiation is much better in teamfight when you put the Inkswell on him. It's now just a stun into another big AoE stun that does lots of damage. So it's just a nice support combo. There's nothing super special about it. I do think it's interesting that DK is still out in the pool. I think that hero is very likely to be taken by one side or the other.
Chen as a second for OG.
Another hero getting through that's because of like the Ember now getting banned, and you're playing against OG, so you have to ban the Enchantress. Now we get to see the Chen. Like, most teams that are playing against a Chen team will just instantly not even think about it, just ban it, because it is such a pain to deal with this hero in the laning stage, and also just the how early Chen gets a mech and can push down all of your towers. It's a very frustrating time to play against. It feels like you're kind of like teetering on the edge of a cliff, and you're just like holding on by like a fingernail or something like that, and you have to pull yourself up. That's how hard it is to play against a Chen. At least it certainly feels that way against a good Chen team. And so they do end up getting it. This is the benefit of OG picking these weird heroes, to the degree where I almost feel like some teams will just spam pick a certain hero, so that way it gets the insta-banned, and then all of a sudden they get access to these heroes that other teams don't have access to, like the Chen.
Another change up is this is the first time that they're not going to be taking Magical's hero in the first two. Their drafts for this tournament have been Queen of Pain, Death Prophet, and Ember Spirit, all in the first two. So this is the very first time out of 5 drafts that they're not going to put him in that position of saying, hey, you're going to be playing mid. We don't know what you're playing up against, and we don't know what the overall draft is going to be, but we still need you to have a good impact.
Excuse me, sir. How dare you? This is a mid-Chen, clearly.
True.
That's
if 33 was playing with them, then you would be 100% right.
You were talking about Crystallize, right? You were saying they first pick Crystallize's hero usually on Na'Vi?
Or no, Magical.
Oh, Magical. Sorry, yeah, Magical. Right. The Queen of Pain TA, something like that. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
And not in this game. So he does still have the Queen of Pain. There's still the TA. Pretty solid game for both of these heroes, especially because the Earthshaker is adequately dealt with.
So what's
I think this Phoenix is kind of interesting because that could be a Pasha Phoenix because he has played Phoenix in the past, and it could also just be a 3-position Clockwork. And they're going to have Slayer play the Phoenix, but I think it's a good pick either way, just because of the Chen. What's also really good about the Chen is there's so many heroes he synergizes with that are currently good in the meta. Timbersaw, DKs, Lycans, any of these heroes that have natural regeneration, they feel that much better with Chen, especially if they're push lineups as well.
With regards to the Phoenix as well, this is exactly what you were referring to, Cap, with the whenever you are last pick, you get kind of countered in all the core positions, so you have to pick this draft where you don't know where the hell anything's going. So I imagine that Na'Vi probably isn't entirely sure whether the Phoenix or the Clock is going to be at position 3. It's probably up in the air. And I know we said that they play more traditionally, and definitely it's still traditional to have a Clockwork 3, a Clockwork 4. These are still traditional heroes, but there's still a little bit of ambiguity in their draft because that's just forced out by having that last pick.
So this should now mean that we have a core Earthshaker for OG, unless we're going to see something really wild like a mid Shadow Demon, which I'm not expecting from this hero anyway.
Sure.
I don't know though.
Is this Na'Vi adjusting then? I mean, in this sense, since obviously they're opening the draft very differently, is that what's going through Na'Vi's head right now?
It's hard to say because they've had first pick in literally every other one of their drafts.
That is true.
Right? It's like they really like first pick a lot. So it's hard to say if this is an adjustment to them having second pick. I do, looking back at WePlay, it feels like that they did have more often when there was second pick, they would open with... they would still open with a core, but it would be a Pasha core rather than magical.
Okay, still pretty ambiguous. I mean, you can put Monkey King mid, you can put Monkey King safe lane. I mean, even people are running in the off lane these days sometimes, but I don't know how that would fare against a Chen. Probably not too great.
Yeah.
We get the counter on OG. I think, boy, Batrider would be a really good pick.
Mirana.
With the Mirana. SD Mirana.
Right. SD Mirana, do you think that... I could see a 4-position Mirana,
don't ask
a 3
me.
Earthshaker, and a 2 Shadow Demon, right? You've got this combo either way. You can run the Mirana core mid, and the Shadow Demon rotates in with the Disruption, or same goes with the Earthshaker and the Fisher into Arrow, or you could have the Shadow Demon be the core, and Mirana roams in with the Arrow.
Hey man, go for the offlane Chen. You got the Earthshaker to set up for the Centaur creep. Shadow Demon mid, Mirana 5, you set up for the Arrow. Dude, Shadow Demon carry with the Mirana Arrow. I don't even know with OG. Seb is just out of his mind. He is just an evil genius.
If things are normal, then we should be seeing mid 1 Mirana. And if it's against the Monkey King, then that's fine. Because there's no way Monkey King can really threaten you for pretty much for the entirety of the game.
There's no way.
You're such a mobile hero that Wukong's command, you kind of ignore it. I'm not sure if you would win the lane against Monkey King, but it should just be more of a CS trade-off than anything.
Definitely, you're right. And Monkey is so good at punishing these traditional strength offlaners. So where you're just melee and you run in, you don't really want to take 150 damage per hit and give Monkey King the lifesteal. So yeah, Mirana's definitely a great hero against that. Also fantastic against the Phoenix. Can jump out of the Clockwork cogs. The bug from Grimstroke is pretty damn annoying, but that's one thing, Okay, and they go with the Morphling on OG, which could play once again in either the mid or the carry position, depending on what they think is good with this last pick here.
It does mean I think Phoenix core is actually stronger here, just because it's a really good, either way, right? Both of these, Clockwork and Phoenix, they're both really good Spirit Vessel heroes, which is something you really want to have. But I do think that the Phoenix is elevated slightly by seeing a Morphling. And it's also a hard Clockwork game in general, right? Mirana, Morphling, you don't have the best luck. Even with the Inkswell, it's not good enough because they just need a small little window to be able to get off their mobility spell.
When was the last time we've seen a Phoenix core?
I remember. It's probably been a little while.
It's not super common. I remember Business Associates did pick Brax a Phoenix core a few weeks ago, so it's not
that sounds right.
It's not like it's totally crazy, but it's Slayer playing it.
Well, we've seen the roles set here. Which drafts are you guys favoring more right now?
Let's see. Man, I just realized they picked PL into Earthshaker. What?
Yeah.
There's no way.
They feel like they needed an answer, a good enough answer to the Morphling, right?
I'm shocked by that. I gotta go with OG. I mean, I feel like that's crazy. That is Earthshaker just... It is such a free game versus a PL. And another 3 melee cores too, right? We have Monkey King, we have PL, and we have Clockwork. So you have 3 melee cores grouping up on these potential PL illusions. That's hard.
Hear me out, though. What other AoE damage do they have outside of that?
That's true. That's fair.
So if they can catch Earthshaker, which they do have, like, they have Clockwork, they have Phoenix, they have a lot of, like, kind of combination of initiation and, like, damage they can throw around. If they can prevent Sev from getting that kind of initiation, then Crystallize doesn't have that much to worry about. Like, they're very single target oriented. It's like Soul Catcher, like, that is maybe one concern. Doesn't Soul Catcher show you the real Phantom Lancer? Or am I wrong in that? Like, does Doppelganger remove it?
Doppelganger would, I think, remove it, but I'm not sure if the Soul Catcher actually functions on illusions. It might reveal the either way. It either reveals the real one or it does damage to all of them, which would reveal the real one. So it does seem pretty good against the PL.
Well, guys, we're gonna find out exactly how that's gonna pan out, as the winner of this series will face Secret tomorrow on a best of 5 Na'Vi OG final game. Captain Jenkins with the action.
I can't believe they picked PL under Earthshaker. That is. I mean, you're an offlane player. You've probably played this matchup quite a few times. It's fun. It's a fun time being the Earthshaker, man. You just see the PL with all of his illusions. It's like boom! You hit this big echo. He just gets one hit.
And it does look like they feel the need to switch things up just slightly when it comes to lanes anyway. It looks like maybe the Monkey King could be laned up against. I think either way, this is okay for a core Earthshaker, though, because you go like the maxed enchant totem build. And I think it's hard for both Phantom Lancer and Monkey King to trade hits with you. So.
Right. Yeah, if you're against the Monkey King in lane, you go for like the max enchant totem. If you're against the PL in lane, you go for the max aftershock. And either way, you're gonna outtrade either of these heroes. Oh, they're actually sending the Clockwork bot. Okay, well that's a little different. You can definitely kill the Earthshaker with Clockwork.
Yeah, once again, we're having these musical lanes where both sides are trying to prevent giving up. Like, nobody's really showing aggressively for bounty runes, right? Both sides sent one support out there to pick up some bounties, just to try and hide the information about who's going where. So if they do get the Clockwork Earthshaker matchup, which it looks like they are going to, that is definitely advantageous for Na'Vi.
Yeah, with the Grimstroke, too, you can just put the Inkswell on the clock and run down the Shaker. Because think about the way you usually play against a Clockwork in lane to not die to him. You run towards the creeps. How can you do that when there's an Inkswell on him? You're gonna die. So this seems like a very good lane, but you do have the SD to save with the disruption. So maybe he can save with the save him from the Inkswell.
And then on top of that, they do have the Fissure Block, so maybe they can bring this creep equilibrium a little bit closer to their tower, which would make things easier against the Clock, who's such a chase hero.
Yeah, definitely. He plays with distance, and you do not get it versus an Earthshaker, especially when there's an SD in your lane that's just constantly putting Shadow Poison out on you.
Yeah, he got him a third, now fourth time. So Pasha, he's going to take a ton of damage. He's not going to be dying even if a fifth stack does hit him, but he's going to cop 160 damage when this pops.
Yeah, not fun. Not fun. Does have a salve. Unfortunately, does not have a stick. He did not anticipate being against the SD.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where if you could have like gone back in time, you would have like not picked up all your regen and saved like 100 gold. So if like combined with picking up the bounties, you could just buy the stick right away.
Right. Totally agree. Totally agree. Very annoying hero.
Top lane is a Monkey King versus Morphling matchup as they've switched over and put Crystallized mid against mid one's Mirana, which I imagine is pretty good. Now, like, you've got the Phantom Rush to be able to close the distance on the Mirana. You have a pretty big attack advantage over the Mirana as well when your Phantom Rush activates on creeps, so should be pretty free CSing for him.
Mid one is playing really well with the Starstorm, though. He's got the level 2 in Starstorm, holding the next point, so he's able to clear the illusions and just kind of poke away at Crystallize with the Wraith Band. Mirana's base damage is just terrible, though. It's really low.
Top 3 CS on the board is all going to OG right now. See on this layer, they try to block him in a little bit. He is level 2 though, so if he's really in trouble, he could just Icarus dive away. No Tail, sadly, only got a Wild Wing for his efforts. Looks like they had a Century or award at some point in time placed to block the easy camp. And so he hasn't managed to get, like a Harpy or something that like truly wins the lane for you.
Yeah, basically, when you play against Shen, the most important thing is that easy camp. You've got to have some sort of ward. You've got to body block it with your support. At about, 3 minutes or so, you're kind of okay with the camp spawning, because at that point, he's probably going to have dewarded it. You have a few levels on your core, so at this point, No Tail is going to walk over, and he's actually going to grab the best creep possible, I think, from the easy camp now with the nerfs to the Harpy. If he does go over there, it's a ghost. It's always really nice to get. Such an annoying hero to play against.
Man, I'm surprised that they're leading by so much in CS right now. Bottom lane, Ilias in some trouble here. Pasha trying to put a stop to it with his battery assault, but between the disruption illusions and the trees, he's having a hard time staying on top of Saksa, and his battery assault will now run out, so he's not going to have the damage anymore. And Seb, he can't really do a whole lot besides take the Centaur. Yeah.
He's got to be careful. Dude, that's a low cooldown on battery assault, my dude. Seb has got some balls. I feel like ever since he won a TI, Seb has played with absolutely zero cares in the world.
Yeah. It seems like they went into that first TI, like they weren't really rated that highly in the first place, and, like between roster changes and all that sort of thing, they were just like, let's just play our game and just see how it goes. And then once you've won a TI, it seems like you just kind of get that confidence of like, I'm a goddamn TI winner. Who cares? You're gonna flame me for dying a couple of times in lane?
Almost gets the kill. Mid one getting very harassed out here by Crystallize. That level 3 Phantom Rush. It is difficult to play Mirana versus that. But I mean, I say that, and the trade-off is that mid one is getting a lot of CS for his HP, unfortunately for him.
And he's a pretty mobile hero, so he should be able to make good use of this bottle. He's going to pick up one of the bounties to refill it up. Magical trying to chase No Tail in the top lane, but a Purge creep slows him down, where he might have been able to get the kill otherwise. Bottom lane looks like they almost caught up to Seb there, but Pasha unable to close the distance because of that disruption.
And that was so funny that Pasha, when he got the Inksfall on him, he just ran in like a zigzag because there are 3 heroes he's trying to dodge the spells of. He's trying to dodge the Shadow Poison, he's trying to dodge the Fissure, and he's trying to dodge the Arrow from mid one who TP'd in. So he's just like, screw it, I'm zigzagging. And it worked. He dodged the Shadow Poison. There was no Arrow, and the Fissure had already been used.
Magical is not happy with this lane, I believe, but bottom lane, Seb may not be happy, but he gets a disruption save here, so instead they're going to turn it over to Saksa. Seb gets that Fissure out to protect Saksa, the two of them protecting each other, an OG love story. And no kill happens.
This is a buzzkill lane that OG are playing, honestly.
Yeah.
Although with Slayer, maybe not.
All right, a third hero. Surely that's going to be enough to be able to finally bring down Seb. Saksa, even if he did disruption.
Magical's there. A level 3 Monkey King gank. He doesn't have Tree Dance. He doesn't have Primal Spring. It's working. What in God's name?
I was going to say, I was like, Magical is not happy because he's now just cutting waves. His lane is terrible. But apparently he cut so far that he ended up in bottom lane. And now they're getting a free tower push to top. This is not worth anything.
Yeah, leaving a lane against Chen is never a good thing, especially when you leave as the siege creep spawns.
Yeah, Morphling too, right? Like, Morphling just full agilities, and it can do a lot of damage to a tower. So they just took a tower before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty free game for Sumail, who really all he needs to worry about in this game is Rimstroke Silence. Nothing else really does anything against Sumail. He can't be caught by Clockwork, by Monkey King. It's such a low duration stun, and it's physical against a hero with 1 billion armor. A free game.
Yeah, it's like Soulbind with Sunray damage, right? It'd be something like that.
True, yeah, true. That could do it. Like that for the Soulbind, yeah, could with the pure damage. or the percentage damage, sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before the Phantom Lancer's a threat to him, that's for sure.
I don't like this as a counter anymore. I know people considered it a counter back when you could drain the mana and then you couldn't attribute shift. And now people say, oh, well, you can't wave for him. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's a hero that's going to have 0 mana, so you're doing no damage to him, and then 3,000 HP. I really feel like Morphling just steals PL and becomes a better PL. Like any illusion hero, I'd love to see Morphling against.
Magical, he dies in the bottom lane, gets chased down by Saxa and mid one. Now, Crystallize is going to try and get a kill in return. It's going to be Saxa who's chased down and probably going to die here. I don't know how he could possibly juke this Phantom Lancer. He doppelgangers, breaking down the trees, finds that support.
Don't see mid too much, but when you do, I mean, the level 4 Phantom Rush, he can be pretty active with that, to be honest. It's a 4-second cooldown.
Another thing that changed, to your point about the Phantom Lancer and Morphling, is that you can lifesteal off of illusions, right? Oh, that's a pretty big change for Morphling, who puts lifesteal to such good effect. Seb, he's probably going to die here in the mid lane. His disruption is only going to be a momentary reprieve. Now, the illusions will block some of the battery assault damage, and Seb did have the Echo Slam, and with coming in from behind, Samael getting the double kill with that waveform. Seb survives, and it's Na'Vi that lose 2.
Duma comes in, he says, Daddy's home, and it's dinner time, I'm hungry. Gobbles.
And now he takes not just the 2 hero kills, but maybe a tower as well for all of his time and effort. This is looking terrible for Na'Vi, Jenkins.
Yeah, looking a lot like that second game, except instead of mid one running around and taking all of the towers, it's Sumail on this Morphling, which a lot of the time, level 7 Morphling, they'll just be sitting in that safe lane and just still farming at this point, but Sumail realizes that it's a free game for him and that he can take more than just a free lane. He can take free towers as well. And a couple of stacks, possibly. Look at this. Nice little stack here for the boys.
This is a quintessential bad clockwork game. You know, where you don't like kill a bunch in your lane, and you're like, oh, it's okay, I've got hookshot now, I'm gonna run around and get kills. But between OG both grouping up and having cores that Clockwork just can't deal with, he's kind of running around the map and having 0 effect on the game. In fact, it gets even worse because sometimes Ilias has been running around with him because they have a kill combo together, but they haven't been able to make it connect anywhere. So it's just a lot of wasted time and effort and movement from Na'Vi.
Definitely, and 100% of the time that the clock gets on the only hero he can kill, which is the Earthshaker, there's Saxa there to save. So it's even harder when you're playing against an SD. But if you go on the SD, then maybe you can kill him.
It's a little bit easier. Saxa, disruption, going out, does nail Pasha, and mid one actually has a DD, so Pasha in serious trouble may not live long enough to be able to get the kill on Saxa. In fact, Slayer can't do it either. Shocking, says Seb, as once again, Samael comes in and cleans up a double kill with nobody dying on the side of OG.
That was just about the one scenario where I was thinking that, okay, this Clockwork Hook, this is going to be the good one. Nope, just some more feeds. The disruption, been very annoying. Very literally disrupting these fights. It's aptly named.
It really is, and Samael instantly went to bottom lane as soon as they won that fight. I think he got pulled in by No-Tail and then TP'd bottom. I think that's kind of what happened there. So he was able to just be on both sides of the map, and to great effect. They've taken all the outer towers now by 11 minutes.
This disgusts me as an offlane player. I've fed Morphlings like this, where it's just... This gets such a free game that they can run around and basically be immortal. This hero with an advantage.
Seb.
Very scary.
He was just kind of running straight at Magical. And Magical didn't leap into the trees. He certainly would have Echo Slammed for another kill for OG. Pasha trying to make some moves here. Going for Samael, but they don't have Vessel or anything. And Samael, he does actually get stunned. They get the silence onto him, but he's already popped his strength morph. So it is so hard to bring him down now.
Yeah, seems about right. Seems about right. It's not an easy game to kill that Morphling. You need the Vessel, and it looks like Sumail is going for that first item Manta style. So he's going to be able to dispel that Vessel when it does get picked up because his game is going so well. So I'm not entirely sure what they can do against him. Let's check the items from the other heroes. With the Diffuse on PL, they can maybe kill him. That's, that's going to do enough damage on almost any hero in Dota.
I hate about Morphling is that, like, with people playing him mid now, and then also people have gotten really good at being aggressive and taking towers with him. And then they're all going a morbid mass. So other cores, you threaten him, like, okay, at least we send him back to base. At least we slowed down his farm. Not this Morphling. He went to full agility with his morbid mask and farmed a creep wave, went back up to full health, and now he's here at your bottom tier, pressuring you even more. And on the other side of the map, Pasha, who's trying to get this kill onto mid one, does still have his hook shot, but mid one is certainly far too tanky for that. Sumail getting the kill on bottom lane for Sioma Slayer, and Ilias is going to be chased away pretty easily.
We're both so offlane biased, just like shit talking Morphling the entire time. Like we both
screw that hero.
We both
Pasha
clearly suffered at the hands of this hero.
He TPs into the tier 2, but doesn't actually get the cogs there to be able to grab Saksa, and maybe they'll find him eventually here. Actually, they don't have any detection. Pasha doesn't have a dust. So Saksa just walks away.
They're so worried about this Morphling that they're like, oh, wait a minute, there's a core Mirana on the enemy team. All right. Whoops. GG.
And this is all some space for Crystallize, but I feel like Sumail is just going to get more out of the map.
Yeah, he has more map to use at this point. I mean, he's not even using it, is the funny thing. He's the one that's playing on the front lines. It's more mid one that's using the map a little bit right now.
Yeah, mid one getting some time to be able to hit that mid tower and can rotate back to bottom if needed, but it looks like OG may just take it for free.
A lot of towers to lose at this point in the game. And OG can very quickly take Roche if they want to.
Pasha nailed by an arrow from mid one. That was pretty much a full 5-second arrow. Now he still has his hook shot, so he's going to use it on Ilias to be able to get away to safety. But retreating over and over and over again is never going to win you a Dota game. Some sort of game plan has got to be put up for Na'Vi in order to take a fight, in order to stem the tide. That's currently, like, these pushes are getting them such a big net worth lead. And yet Na'Vi has some pretty good team fight, right? They have, well, not right now because he hasn't leveled it, but they have Wukong's command plus Supernova. You know, like, they've got a combination that can win them fights, but they haven't been able to put it to use.
The Magical does have his Echo Saber now, and they have the Diffusal Blade on Crystallize, so definitely if there's any timing to look to take a fight, it's right now. I mean, I say that and they're kind of walking away, but they can fight pretty soon. You're right. It's not like their team fight is bad on Na'Vi, or they have bad heroes that can't carry. They definitely can win a fight. It's really, to me, it's a matter of, when we already talked about this, getting the Earthshaker. It's all about Seb in this game. So much pressure on him, and as a response to that, there's pressure on Saksa on protecting Seb in this game. Oh, they're pinging. They're pinging on the top lane. He's baiting these illusions. None of these are real. Seb seems to know that ATP's bot. He's going for Magical, who is on the spot ward.
They want the kill on this Monkey King rather than trying to force the team fight at top with the Monkey King missing. Now, he's got to play behind Sumail right now, expecting that they know the heroes are here. They're going to try to go for Sumail. But the sad part is that it almost plays against them in the way. The ineffectiveness of the clockwork. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're looking at Sumail and they're going, how do we kill him? Well, let's just not go on him at all.
Dude, that is 100% what my thoughts were exactly. I'm like, oh, there's a bait. Wait a minute. Na'Vi's going to be smart enough to know that they can't kill Sumail even if there isn't anybody behind him. So what the hell's the point? And they kind of had that realization there, too. They're just like, all right, we have to just walk away from this man. This man is too strong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The vessel progress looking like. Clockwork, not very close to it.
Oh, God.
I think Clockwork is one of the worst heroes in Dota if you're not getting kills and having a decent laning stage. At the very least, in terms of gold per minute.
Yeah.
Not very quick at farming. Look at him trying to battery assault this wave. It's sad. This monkey steals it anyway.
I love playing some Clockwork, and let me just say, like, when I'm looking at that draft, I would have been saying, guys, make me the 4 position, because I am not going to have a good game as a 3, that's for sure. But, you know, Na'Vi They don't really have a ton of other options anyway, because it wouldn't have been a great Phoenix game either. I mean, think about it. You're matched up against Mirana, Morphling. Those heroes actually they are hard counters to both Clockwork and Phoenix for the same reasons.
Yeah.
They both attack really fast and are very mobile.
Right, exactly. They can very easily get on top of that. Oh, Monkey King.
Yeah, he's been hopping around. The arrow didn't hit him, and the Shadow Poisons won't be able to spot him.
Oh, Seb did catch him with the stun, but he can just keep jumping. Right into the ward vision, though.
Yeah, they see him now. Mid one. Another arrow is up. He lays it right on top of Magical, and he hops into it perfectly. Saksa, he's going to be able to get there, spots him on top of the Shadow Poison, cut the tree to keep the chain stun. And now, hookshot, okay. Even though they don't have a Monkey King, they think maybe they can take this fight. The Soulbind goes off. Disruption is going to be able to protect him from that damage on left-hand side. The Supernova, can Mid One actually take it down? He will manage to do so just in time. May it cost him his life, though, in the hands of Crystallize, who now pushes forward, looks for even more. He's going to run out of vision here, and the Echo Slam actually clearing away all of his illusions, revealing the real Crystallize right away. And Samael wasn't even needed to be able to win that fight for OG. They trade 1 for 3.
So the echo is a little bit buggy. The little echoes that come out, like they actually are projectiles. So it took a little while there to hit Crystallize, but when it eventually did, it just shredded him. Like the echo did actually hit the main PL. It's just that only the aftershock hit all the PL illusions. So man, did it just like wreck him. And even if it didn't hit, like you said, just clearing the illusions is enough to finish off the PL. There was a glimpse in that fight though of how strong Navi's PL is if they can get him the right targets to hit. The classic DD.
Double damage Morphling. You know, Nahaz, how he always likes to say like DD should not have the same effect on Roshan. I personally feel like DD just shouldn't have the same effect on Morphling as a hero. As you can see, he just rips Ilias a new one. He's going to be running low on mana here, though. The heal goes out from No-Tail. They've already taken down Seb as well, so this is kind of a free game now for Phantom Lancer to pick whatever kills he can get. And that is both Seb and Midwan. Now they're going to turn back into that Roshan pit. Peek inside to see how low he is. Sees that 5k. Is that low enough to go for it?
Yeah, I mean, I think Seb probably wants to buy back to fight this now that they have this tornado in here scouting it out.
Yeah, the tornado may have actually just been enough to force Na'Vi back. Because now you're looking at the clock timer and you're like, oh, we've only got like 10 seconds to work with. That's not enough to do Roshan.
So afraid of the buyback potential too from Seb. It's like this tornado scouting. Yeah. You know that if it gets low enough that he has to buy back, he will. It's not like this question of, do I buy back? Do I save it? I don't know if I'm going to be in time, so I'm just going to hold it. Now, he knows. He knows.
Plus, buybacks are more effective for OG because they have a Chen, right? It's not that long 5-second TP onto the outpost just to be able to get near the Roshan pit. It's buyback and pull him in with Divine Favor. And even though that's 6 seconds, you can pull him directly into the Roshan pit. Right in the middle.
Just go right in front of it. Yeah, exactly. And OG goes for it. Man, you're right. They really do this every single game, it seems. They just rush into the Roche pit, which, I mean, it makes sense. I feel like in pubs, Roche often gets ignored way too much when a lot of the time you can just do this.
The hook shot going to be blocked here. Pasha, he's got an opening. He throws it out. Magical actually blocks it. Magical jumps in. He does manage to get the Aegis. He gets both the Roshan kill and the extra life. Now he's going to lose that first life pretty quickly and probably the second one almost right away because Na'Vi knows they cannot fight. But still, a beautiful move by Magical there.
Did he get the kill? He did. He got the kill as well.
Yeah, he got the kill.
Dude, stop doing this. I can't take it.
I don't know how OG wasn't in position to block the hook shot.
They did block the hook onto the Chen creeps, but it was right outside of the Roche pit, enough to be a little bit disruptive. But the Monkey King, really, he was the true Aegis steal. I mean, he loses his life for it, but that delays. Like, I think OG just wins if they get the Aegis there.
Yeah.
That really delays OG's push. That's 2 times he's done this.
The man's making moves in this series, but is it enough for Na'Vi to stay in the tournament? They are going to try and make an initiation onto Samael. One chain stun, follow it up a little bit more. The push back there isn't quite enough, but finally Magical lays that last hit to be able to get the wicked 6 streak going on, and maybe looks for more as well. Saksa, they see him at a distance here. but not quite close enough to catch up. But still, just Sumail being dead probably means a mid-tier 1 tower, so it's not just that kill streak, but the map control, the tower bounty, so many things come with it.
God, Sumail's hilarious, dude. He built into a Mask of Madness because he plans on going for Satanic next in Butterfly. And also, he had a casual Morbid Mask, right? So he used the Mask of Madness there. That's the reason he couldn't Strength Morph. It was like he literally silently killed himself in that fight. And immediately when he respawns, he disassembles it. He's got a quarterstaff in his backpack. He's like, screw this item. That is not a good item on Morphling.
I was wondering, I thought I saw the 2 little red dots of Mask of Madness, and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. I don't know if he intentionally built it or if it's just he was building a butterfly. And I feel like with Sumail, he was like, oh, this will be cool. I'm going to go for this Mask of Madness for like 30 seconds before I finish the butterfly. And it's like, that's actually enough time to throw the game a little bit.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they see an opportunity. And they managed to wrestle a decent amount of net worth back into their favor. Now OG is only 2k up. BKB, though, almost done for mid 1 here. Seb's going to find his initiation. The arrow's going to be blocked by that range creep, and that means Slayer. I'm not sure if he's home free, but very likely anyway, as he does have the Sun Ray he can put off map if he wants to. They're going to pop the Moonlight Shadow, knowing that Crystallize is coming close. That'll save Seb's life. Seb is actually going to go scouting, seeing if he can reinitiate for the 2nd or 3rd time here. He's going to be pulled in by the Chen at the same time into the mid lane as they make a move towards that mid-tier 2 tower.
Radiant structures are fortified.
All the Chen creeps. So easy to push with this hero. You have any right-click hero and you just tank the tower for decades.
Well, at this point, OG, they know Na'Vi doesn't really want to get into a fight. They need more time for this Phantom Lancer to get his Satanic, at which point maybe you're finally tanky enough that you can ignore some of this AoE damage that's flying around. The Earthshaker is still always going to be a problem, though. No matter how many stats you build. Crystallize, the real one is actually on the low ground. They don't realize it, right? And so they're chasing this other illusion. Now the question is, can Crystallize get away? TP's out. Nobody's going to be able to find it. Back over to mid. They actually killed Sumail. They found the initiation. It looks like a hook shot may have stopped his TP out.
They just killed him with the Sun Ray, it looks like, in the silence.
Yeah, his TP's not on cooldown on the side of Sumail, so it wasn't even like he was trying to TP and got hit by a hook shot or a blind hook shot or something. They just...
Yeah, I was not expecting that to happen. They do have the answers at this point, though. Like we talked about, the Vessel is, of course, fantastic against the Morphling. We have the Phoenix Sun Ray percentage.
Now, Slayer still has his Supernova magical. He may make the call that we can fight around here, especially with Crystallize, but it couldn't actually threaten Slayer's life enough to force that decision one way or the other.
As long as Seb holds the Echo, Na'Vi has to be insanely careful about how they fight, because all of their damage is in this PL. Well, I shouldn't say all of their damage, because of course they killed Sumail without the PL, but PL is their big boy. They want him to be there for team fights. So it's all about killing Seb, baiting out the Echo Slam, and basically just playing around this Earthshaker. The smoke does come out. Where's the vision at? They're just looking to put up some vision here for OG.
Yeah, pushed him through the triangle. There's nothing there from Na'Vi's side, but they still have just a general idea that aggressive moves are going to be made by OG. The most likely position is that triangle. Now they're going to try and hit the tier 3 tower. And Na'Vi, another base defense for them.
Looks like
Inkswell Illusion just kind of run out there.
Yeah, they're just trying to force. They're just trying to force Na'Vi back into their base. That's all. I think we've seen them do that quite a few times in this series. Is just the, hey, look at me, I'm pushing, and then the enemy team comes back, and all of a sudden, they're not pushing anymore.
Especially with the Chen, right? Because you can send one of your tougher heroes up a top lane, deal with one of the side lanes, and still maintain a very aggressive offensive front. You know, you could still control the map. Look at that. They just play for it. They bring Sumail back in. Unfortunately, there wasn't the arrow there in time to be able to chain stun off of the Fisher. So Crystallize may have died otherwise, but without that, he's very tanky. 2,500 HP thanks to the SNY and Reaver.
He is playing on the front line now with his illusions. Like, it looks like they're kind of debating him a little bit because they have the Phoenix Sunray to back him up, as well as a Glimmer Cape if he needs it.
Right. Maxwell trying to go for Seb, does manage to barely stun Seb on the edges there, but the disruption is there to be able to slow down Pasha, and it looks like he's going to be in some trouble. Sumail jumping inside of the cogs, almost blowing up Pasha in time, but the Sunray was just enough to keep him alive. Pasha limping away on just 500 HP up and through the triangle, while Crystallize and Magical continue to make the most of this space. Crystallize just farming up the jungle. Magical has not stopped split pushing that top lane. He's continued to cut creep waves everywhere he can.
I feel like we haven't seen him in any fight. We would have seen him in that one fight mid lane, but we were both looking top with the action that was going on up there. But oh, Sumail does catch him.
He did not expect to be found like that. Magical forced to pop his BKB, teleports out, but he's not going to make it in time. Sumail does too much damage.
You know, there's a 0.1 second window at the start of every stun where you can press BKB. So even if a Bane nightmares and you arrow, perfect timing, you can still BKB. I mean, not that it mattered there, but BKB is a pretty broken item. But not when there's 300 damage coming out of a Morphling.
Eight to 14, 3,000 net worth lead. As
Ooh, that's
Pasha
a nice
trying to get an Aghanim Scepter. Oh yeah, Titan Sliver for a Phantom Lancer, that's really big, especially since he was already working off of a lot of status resistance.
And magic resist too. He had the cloak item. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Nether Troll. Everybody's talking about how OP this item is now, which I do agree. 25% magic resist. I mean, that's amazing. That's a lot.
It's very rare that you look a lineup and then it's like, oh yeah, they're all physical damage. I don't want that minus armor. Every game has some magic damage in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Enough that 25% is going to even out. Especially when you're a PL and you've 22 armor, and armor scales somewhat logarithmically. People always correct me on that, but it resembles a logarithmic growth, which basically means it gets crappier to get more points of armor. The more you have. So losing 2 on PL, not a big deal. Or 3, sorry.
Well, the Satanic is now here. So my man is rocking status resistance of 53%, 37% magic resistance, and 59% physical resistance.
And
on top of a 15% evasion, of course.
The amazing thing about this status resistance against the Earthshaker means that he can't complete his combo, right? He jumps in, he echoes you, and you can jump out on PL before he gets the next stun off. It's really nice.
Point blank arrow onto Pasha. He tries to get away. The Wukong's command is finally going to be used here. Gets a stun on a mid one, but can't follow that up with the Inkswell. In fact, he gets disrupted. Is there any follow-up into that? Well, at the same time, Crystallize is chasing away Sumail. Sumail turning into a Phantom Lancer himself. Back over to the Wukong's command, where mid one's going to pop his BKB as he's threatened by the Phantom Lancer. He's turning damage back into him. Not too afraid. The Soulbind's going to lock him in place with no tail, but Crystallize, he needs to be able to deal with Sumail first because the Supernova, it's going to successfully explode, getting Sumail, locking him in. He's being burned out of mana right now, and Crystallize knows that he just needs to play this a little bit longer. He's going to be able to bring down Sumail with no mana left in the pool, and once he's gone, he can chase down any hero he wants to. Nobody can stand toe-to-toe to this Phantom Lancer. Pasha with a nice pushback of the Kongs there, stopping mid one's teleport away. Anybody else? Hookshot not up for another 20 seconds, so Seb will successfully teleport out, but the 1 and 2 position of OG are gone. It feels like OG they had such a huge advantage at one point in time, Jenkins, but they lost one or two fights or fights that shouldn't have gone as successfully, and as a result, the Navi is fully unlocked.
It's half HP already. Who was doing Roche? I wasn't watching. Who the hell was doing Roche?
I'm guessing Samael was doing Roshan during that timing.
Wow, what a nice little treat. Good lord. I was thinking, man, after this fight, they're going to get a nice amount of map control, but that on top of Roche, that's a way that PL can play against this Earthshaker with that Aegis. And Monkey King has the cheese as well, so much harder for Seb to get off that Echo Slam.
Yeah, I think this game was like approaching like 65-35, 70-30 to the favor of OG like 10 minutes ago. But now it feels like Na'Vi are the ones who actually have the advantage after all this.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job at dodging fights. Like, this is something, once again, going back to this narrative of like traditional and comfort versus weird picks. You cannot play PL like this, baiting the illusions and playing outside of that Echo Slam range so much that he has not died once to the Echo. I think he hasn't died once to the Echo without having played PL a lot and being currently very comfortable on the hero. So it's shout outs to comfort and tradition, because it is working here.
Pasha playing top lane with Crystallize and Magical with the MKB. And MK being built by Crystallize. This could mean a very, very late game Phantom Lancer BKB at some point in time if he feels like he still needs an item like that, which is just amazing at like 50 minutes when you still have a 10-second magic immunity charge.
Yeah, that's pretty insane, honestly. A 6-slotted 10-second magic immunity hero, pretty disgusting.
But then again, he may not even need it thanks to all this status resistance he's rocking.
Does feel like it, yeah. I mean, if he picks up like a heart, actually, I imagine he'll probably go for a Scotty instead because of that added HP regen reduction. Obviously, that's amazing against Morphling for the same reason that like a Vessel is. So I feel like he'll probably go for a Scotty, and then at that point, good lord, he's going to be very difficult to kill, even with the Echo Slam.
Do you like that Scotty change, by the way? I was a big fan. I was like, I like the fact that both Divine Rapier and Scotty have gotten like some additional late game buffs, because it felt like they were kind of falling by the wayside.
Yeah, I mean,
matches ago.
Scotty was just garbage for a long time. It needed something. It was just a combination of like some of the least efficient items in the game, which is a big problem for not really doing much else. Like Abyssal Blade's just a better Scotty if you want something that's good against BKB people. Yeah, so I do like it. As well as like Silver Edge, dude, I mean, it already does a lot. It breaks, for God's sakes. Like, it's the only breaking item in the game, right? There's nothing else that breaks. So
yeah.
That already makes it very valuable. Why would you give that HP regen reduction? Come on.
Na'Vi feel like they're strong enough to take over the map, so those two towers that are very often left for last in the off lane are going to be cleaned up just for the bounty. Why not? Crystallize actually going to go for an Abyssal Blade over the Scotty, though I would have been down for it.
Yeah, that's I mean, once again, going back, it's in the last patch, Abyssal was just a better Scotty. Now there is an argument, but I mean, Abyssal is just such a fantastic item. When it got the blink stun ability, that's just...
Yeah, it's pretty
so
insane,
good.
honestly.
It's so good.
I think Abyssal is broken, but maybe I just hate... I just felt like, like a BKB piercing disable. That was a nice arrow. Doesn't get the kill because of a Glimmer Cape and Icarus dive away, sadly.
And a Halberd. He's got the status resist to work with. That's all.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, Abyssal's nuts. It's a really ridiculous item.
It was like a BKB piercing disable. Like that, isn't that always good? Why'd you need to give it a mobility too? What the hell?
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, you can... have you seen this like late game Enigma versus Abyssals? It's impossible to play Enigma because you can just always you just get double Abyssal, and if he has a Linken's, you just double Abyssal him, and it's gonna cancel through.
All right, that's terrible. That should have you shouldn't instantly blink. It should be one of those sort of like you push forward really rapidly. So like something like Black Hole would catch you on your way in. Seb, he's gonna activate his BKB, try to get out. He force staffs over the cliff, and his Blink Dagger comes up in time, so he should be able to get away to safety here. Moonlight Shadow helping to disguise OG's retreat across the map. And maybe a potential turn here as Crystallize, his Aegis is going to be wearing out thin soon, and OG may just see that as an opportunity to surprise Na'Vi. On the right-hand side, though, Crystallize once again finding Seb. Seb trying to get up to the high ground, but Crystallize is able to pursue this time with the Doppelganger. He's going to chase after mid one. 1-2 leaps, a third leap now going out, so Crystallize will find another victim. Maybe that'll be Soxa. Soxa trying to make his way back through the mid lane, but Crystallize finds him. Ghost Scepter goes out, but there's a nice hook shot from Pasha. Pasha going to be in some trouble, though. That Ghost Catcher making him so squishy that Sumail is able to get that kill, and Soxa finally goes down thanks to a stun coming out from Magical. Now it's going to be Sumail versus Crystallize. They battle out. Illusions versus Illusions. Sumail healing up a little bit more, but he needs the mana to work with, and he finally activates his waveform to get out before all of that mana could be burned away once his BKB fades.
You know, one thing that I didn't think about with this Soul Catcher ability until just now is the fact that it's pure damage. So Sumail, oh, actually, he does not have the what's it called? Any magic damage amplification is going to affect that pure damage. So it's pretty good ability. I mean, especially at this point of the game, people have 1 billion effective HP.
Yeah. Anything that could cut that down by such a significant number like 35% is going to be pretty powerful. OG, they find a Timeless Relic, so if you give that to Seb, that will help, but I don't think it completely solves the status resistance problem they're currently having with Crystallize. Magical actually jumping into the trees, almost gets hit by the Fisher, but is able to swiftly jump back into the trees, dodging definitely away from OG. Well done.
Seb was so close to force staffing through his path, destroying the tree. Oh my god, he's on the cliff.
Seb? Seb just put himself up there to be able to counter ward. He's got the gem on him with his BKB. He's rather tanky. He managed to force that, but the Soulbind is going to keep him locked with no tail here. Crystallize still going to manage to catch up. Sumail does have a Phantom Lancer illusion ready to go. They're going to pop the Supernova, forcing OG to retreat even further. Sumail waveforms away. Magical looking to be able to chase, but he gets hit by an arrow. He jumped directly into it. Oh no, the Fisher separation, not good enough. Sumail is able to get that kill. Now looks for Pasha instead. Thinks about hitting the Phantom Lancer, but he's actually hitting the wrong illusion here. The real Crystallize has retreated after seeing Magical go down.
Yeah, just get out when your Monkey King said. He was very close to surviving that and getting off his cheese, and that would have been a complete disaster for OG. Losing a fight directly outside of their base, that would almost guaranteed be the end of the game. But with Magical catching that arrow in the face, pretty nice for OG.
All right, so Pasha can get his Aghanim Scepter now if he wants to forsake buyback, but he can also get Havoc Hammer. Oh, never mind. He's already got Spider Legs.
I feel like Havoc Hammer is one of the worst
neutral
absolutely. Items. They have
Unless
tried.
you have a Centaur, it's just a garbage item.
Yeah, they've tried. They've tried with that. I mean, they have like the Minotaur Horn too, so any hero that would maybe want to take the Havoc Hammer would probably want to take the Minotaur Horn. The Phoenix takes it because it's got strength, but he was carrying around the Nether Shawl at that point. So just wanting to have that effective HP, but good lord. I mean, only 18 strength too. Some people like it. Some people, I mean, it's been buffed, so some people are like, Havoc Hammer, it's a good one, you know? I'm not a fan.
Yeah, if I'm like Mars or Centaur, you know, I'm like, okay, it's not terrible because I've got so much strength. Or in the case of Mars, the pushback can be useful with your arena. But it's like, it's such like, there's so few heroes that are like, okay, this item's all right for me in the context of things.
Yeah, and I think OG's tier 4 items are quite nice, as we just saw there. We got the Prince's Knife, Illusionist Cape on Morphling. That is honestly probably the worst hero in the game if they're on the enemy team to get an Illusionist Cape, just because he has so much base damage with the illusion.
Yeah.
Like it can 1v1 most heroes in Dota just with the illusion. Like, come on, that's insane.
Unfortunately, you can no longer utilize it as a just split pushing illusion, and then swap in a different item. That was pretty annoying. I'm still waiting for that nerf for ninja gear as well. I think those two items, the concept of being able to use two at once basically is inherently broken.
Yeah, they clearly didn't want that to be a thing too when they gave you one neutral slot. Remember in Lone Druid, you just pool them all your neutral items and you use every single one of them? That was not okay.
That was not okay at all. Neutral items were stronger and you could carry a bunch of them, and Lone Druid just had 12 slots to operate with.
He was like a 65% win rate for a while on that patch, which is, I don't think I've ever seen anything that high with in pro level pubs with the pick rate that he had. Very disgusting. Yeah. I love the shovel.
Well, it's all going to come down to Roche.
I always backpack the shovel. You can see Ilias has the shovel backpacked. He's just digging up some salves, you know. It's some GP.
Might as well. You get a bounty rune at this late into the game, then it's going to be a hefty amount of net worth. It looks like Na'Vi may just get this Roshan for free. Surely OG doesn't want to let them have it like this. They're going to start moving their way over. Na'Vi, fortunately, is very slow at doing this Roshan, especially since it's only crystallized in the pit. They don't want to risk a gigantic Echo Slam. They're going to pop the Moonlight Shadow here. Seb, seeing the real crystallize, hits him with the Fissure, but not much else. They're going to wrap around, see if they can catch the backline here. It's going to be Ilias who's spotted first. He's hit by a Earthshaker. They haven't actually quite finished him off. The Soulbind is there. Crystallize is going for mid with the Supernova out. Samael is going to try and commit to getting it, buddy. He actually got hit by a hookshot right as he went for the Agility Morph. They're trying to stay alive, but he can't morph strength enough. There's too many heroes from Na'Vi. He gets overwhelmed. Seb, now he's just going to be mincemeat as Na'Vi should be able to pick him apart piece by piece. Na'Vi looking for more. Pasha almost finding the Shadow Demon. Couldn't quite get that third kill though. With two down, one of them, Samael, actually having no buyback. This is going to be certainly a free Aegis Cheese and Refresher Shard for Na'Vi.
Absolutely beautiful egg from Slayer there, positioning it in a place where only Sumail could jump over and go for it because mid one was getting focused by the PL. And then as well as every single time, we keep talking about this Clockwork and how useless he is and how hard of a game it is for him, or how useless he was, I should say. But when he's protecting that Phoenix Egg from the one hero that can kill it, that's pretty damn useful. That was really nice team play from Pasha and Slayer there with that egg.
Yeah, now he's got the double hook shot to use in a team fight thanks to the Aghanim Scepter, so.
God, that Ags is such a meme. I love it though. It's so fun. It's so fun having multiple spells.
It sounds like if you literally just write it down on paper, it sounds so terrible, and then you use it and you're like, okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it was. This is actually can be really effective.
Right. Everybody talks about the attack speed. It's like, oh, you should go for a basher. That'll be sick. Dude, the move speed, man. The move speed is sick. You can just follow people forever. 40%? Is there anything else that gives that much in terms of percentage? That's a lot.
Chain stun, crystallize, copping a good amount of damage. Still have the Aegis, so there's nothing that Na'Vi really is too worried about.
Cool.
At the same time, there's no rush either.
I like that Pasha goes for the hook shot onto PL. It looks like a whoopsie. It looks like that at first glance, but I think he's assuming that the Earthshaker might blink into chain stun.
Oh, mid one! Oh no! The Abyssal Blade and one bash is all it takes for him to go down. Just slightly out of position, and Crystallize quickly capitalizes off of that. Fortunately, there is going to be a repair kit that slows down this push, but very likely mid one will be forced into a buyback here.
You know, not the absolute fastest pushing hero, so with that repair kit, it is a little bit difficult. But yeah, see what he's doing with
yeah,
it's really nice. He's trying to catch Seb.
Now that the hookshot is on cooldown, though, Seb is going to pop forward. The Soul Catcher mixed with just a little bit of AoE damage does make Crystallize look rather alarmingly squishy for a moment. You're like, holy crap, he's down to half health. So he backs up, waits for it to wear off, and goes back in. Once again, chipping away at that tier 3. Is there any more repair kits? I feel like they may have used them all.
They have to, man. It's like, come on, they repair kits so many times. Let's see.
The tier 3 is down. melee barracks. They're just trying to poke at Crystallize until maybe he's low enough that they can go for the kill without overcommitting. But like they have to do something at this point, because if Na'Vi, like if you read this correctly, you're saying, well, if they're not going on us now, we have so much time with the Aegis, we can keep on going here. And no, the hookshot goes right through as the doppelganger and hits the back line onto Saksa. Tries to go for the pushback onto the Morphling, but he actually gets disrupted. Now he gets hit by the cogs. He activates his BKB, but he's not actually life-stealing quite enough. He has to wait for him away from this Phantom Lancer, but can't. Crystallize is able to catch up so quickly thanks to the Phantom Rush, thanks to that Abyssal Blade as well. Crystallize gets hit by the Soul Catcher. A little bit squishy, has to jump away with the doppelganger and turns instead onto mid one. He's going to be the victim that is brought down. Seb with his BKB still active, but so low. The Moonlight Shadow going out, but he disruption save? Pasha, he's going to be there with some sort of AoE damage that should finish off Seb. 2 buybacks being used, Midwan and Seb. A second defense being held out by OG. They're going to wait for it. Wukong's command being used here. They can afford to lose a second lane to barracks if they can just win one fight here. Crystallize had the Inkswell on him. Disruption onto the real one. Samael going to the left-hand side has already killed Pasha, but the Sunray doing so much damage. Samael being forced to retreat in mid one now with a dieback. Crystallize, he managed to chase him down, sees a very low health on Samael, but can't actually catch him as the waveform away. Gets him back to the fountain. A Fisher going out, but they can just focus on objectives and maybe even focus on killing Saksa right now as the Flicker unable to save him perhaps as another one. Okay, this one puts him in the right direction, but hookshot out from the side. Pasha, not quite enough damage, and he needs to be able to get out. This is a winning position for Na'Vi. They can quite easily get the Megas as long as they don't lose their supporting cast. That's where Seb, he's trying to get away back to the fountain. They still have that Echo Slam ready to go. They're waiting for Crystallize to be low enough that they can kill him once without having to use that Echo Slam, because they need to be able to kill him twice. Pasha, they're low enough. Echo Slam finally going out, but Crystallize keeps on going. That status resistance making short work of all of those stuns. He quickly shrugs it off and continues to beat into Samael, forcing them once again back into the fountain. Crystallize. Doppelganger over the side, going for the tier 4, sends the illusions after Seb, always threatening Seb's mana pool and Seb's HP, so he can go unimpeded as he tries to bring down these objectives. Once again, Seb looks for that initiation, but Crystallize a little bit too quick there. Doppelganger's out, and with Aegis being down now, Na'Vi will retreat.
I love the fountain dives. Like, they really just wanted to end the game right there with a couple of nice kills, because they know there are no
G. They need to push out here, and Wukong's command not actually going out there, but Crystallize still makes his initiation. Would have been a good position. Disruption, look at that back line. Oh, Saksa being melted. The Supernova is going to successfully explode. OG have fully retreated, but they're going to lose their supports here. Both of them are going to buy back. Saksa and No Tails. Oh, Samael outside of the base here. Doppelganger's back in as a Phantom Lancer. Seb sees his opportunity. Fisher jump in after Crystallize, but no. Once again, the Savage Resistance allows him to get off the Doppelganger every single time. No Tail potentially with dieback here. Magical committing that hit, but unable to finish him off. OG, though, they can't just wait out every single Wukong's command here. Fortunately for them, though, Na'Vi are not going to push it. They still don't have Pasha for another 20 seconds. No reason to force a 4 versus 5. And you can just back up, reset, and they've got a lot of net worth. Slayer actually had 8,000 gold sitting in his inventory, and he's got to buy a Scythe of Ice. I'm sure many of the other heroes have fresh items in need.
Good lord. Imagine being able to buy a Scythe of Ice on a position 4 Phoenix and you still have 3,000 gold left.
Yeah.
That's a nice position to be in. God, that's the status resistance from PL. It's such a problem. To me, it just speaks to how comfortable Crystallize is with this hero. The fact that he knows that with this timing, this is when he can start playing really forward against the Earthshaker. Like, he's not playing scared anymore. He's playing very Rambo, and because he knows that, I mean, he's probably played this matchup dozens of times in pubs, probably more than dozens. Assuming gets a rapier. All right, he's done with this game.
Okay.
This is the Hail Mary.
I can't really blame him too much for this, because I feel they're in need of a Hail Mary. Watching these last few fights, it just seems impossible for them to bring down this Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, they're going to need
an iconic hero for Crystallize. His third most played hero in competitive. Double smokes. OG, it's going to break here on the side. Miss Fisher, but Seb, a 4-man Echo Slam. Can they follow it up? The hook shot from the side, going to be able to catch Saksa, and it looks like he's going to die almost instantly. Now the damage is flowing in. Crystallize is quite low. Can they actually finish him off? They got him. Samael managed to bring him down, but now Samael's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck with Magical getting the triple kill, and OG just got wiped. They may have committed, yes, they may have killed Crystallize, yes, but it was Magical who cleans everybody up in the end. And with a buyback from Crystallize, it says that Na'Vi, there was plenty more where that came from. OG, they'll GG out here, and Na'Vi will move on to the grand finals.
What an Echo Slam to start that fight, but it feels like it's too late. You know, and that's obviously nothing against OG, especially a player like Seb, who's used to hitting these big teamfight ultimates. It's just that Na'Vi was playing so well around the Echo Slam until the point where they basically felt like there was no way for them to lose, where he hits that 4-man Echo. Like, what solid evasive play from Na'Vi. I know it looks a little boring to have split pushing like that happen for an entire game, but it's necessary if you want to win. And then they were just ready to go the moment they had that like satanic on PL. They were just all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, we were also, I mean, Cap was saying that OG was leading by so much in CS early game. It looked like it was really going to go OG's way about in the 13-15 minute mark. But here Na'Vi pulled it off. How good was it that they pulled off maneuvering around what they needed to maneuver with the ES with this roster, with this draft that they had? How impressive was that from Na'Vi?
I think there were so many things that Na'Vi, like, not only did they win this game 3 against an OG that feels like they've been, you know, like, I'm not going to say picking up steam or anything, but they've been looking all right for a little while now. But then on top of that, they had second pick, where it very clearly their comfort zone has been in the first pick category. They were on the opposite side of what they've been on for this series as well. There were so many things that maybe could have put them out of their element, but you know, you give Crystallize his iconic Phantom Lancer and let him do work. It's just amazing to see Na'Vi make a comeback like that.
When was it? Yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I hate to like ignore the supports and Phoenixes and whatever. Like, I hate to ignore them so much and talk about the PL, but God, I have played this matchup so many times, the Earthshaker versus PL, and it is always so much fun. Like, you just one hit him if you catch him in an Echo Slam. Like, it is so scary to be a PL against an Earthshaker. So to play it like this, especially against OG, especially against Seb of all players on the Earthshaker, that is an accomplishment.
Well, to be fair with Seb, he also had that crazy. He landed that Echo at the end, but you both were saying that it was already too late for a great play like that.
Yeah, they needed an initiation like that 20 minutes ago. They had that sort of like, I think Dota Plus had it like 80% win probability or something like that for OG. Like we're saying in the cast that OG is really far ahead, and the numbers were backing us up on that. But Na'Vi just like never gave them a good team fight. They, like, Magical was always split pushing. Crystallize was continuing to farm up the jungle during that very dangerous time. There was a situation where if they lost one more fight, they were probably out of the game.
Yeah. That is true. And also, I think it's worth noting the fact that they also had to avoid Sumail's morph as well. And you guys were highlighting that egg near the Roche pit. That was one of the key moments that got the momentum for Na'Vi.
Definitely, yeah. I think we both as offlane players have this bias of kind of looking at the offlane. We're like, this is such a shitty Clockwork game. It's going to be so hard for him. But the way that he changed up his playstyle during the game to both protect the egg, and he was doing that little hook trick where he was hooking to anticipate the Echo Slam and the Earthshaker combo on the PL illusions, that was just beautiful Dota. Like, being able to, on the fly, be like, this is the way I need to play. I mean, I've never seen a Clockwork do that before. Hook in anticipation for an Echo on PL. Like, that takes some presence of mind, man. That's some good stuff, right?
A lot of confidence as well, right? Because you look really stupid while you're doing it, and then you're also thinking like, oh God, what if he jumps what if I need that hook shot later? But he was willing to take that kind of risk.
Yeah, exactly.
And experience for that fact to be able to be confidently pulling that off. Well, guys, we're going to go into a break before we wrap up the highlights of today, but still, OG Alliance $100,000 to the organization of their choice to, of course, move this battle forward in our favor in regards to this pandemic, but we will have Na'vi and Secret tomorrow. We'll be back right after this break.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through known as COVID-19. I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform, but these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number. These are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
When disaster strikes and people need help, International Medical Corps is there with life-saving medical care, supplies, and training. 90% of International Medical Corps staff members worldwide are local, and they operate in difficult and dangerous conditions. We think they're heroes. You can be a hero too. To find out how you can save lives, visit internationalmedicalcorps.org/hero.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have wrapped up both series from day 2 of Gamers Without Borders. Again, a beautiful cause that we're all gathered here for. And I have 3/5 of Team Pepega right here, Gork and Bulldog. Gentlemen, how are you both today?
I'm doing fine. It was a fun DOTA game. Last game was a little bit painful to watch, but otherwise fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same for me. Both our teams lost, so I think we're both a little bit sad, but, it was some good DOTA overall.
All right, I'll go in order. I'll start with Alliance. Man, Bulldog, your boys put on a show, though. I mean, what easily the most intense game, and making Secret sweat at that as well. I mean, how are you feeling about your boys right now?
Honestly, I feel pretty good. I came into this thinking that it was going to be a quick 2-0. Secret is the best team in the world right now, and Alliance past games against them has been really bad, but it was really close. It was really close, and the games were also really fun to watch, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, and it definitely reflects growth at this point with this team.
Yeah, for sure. They're just getting better and better. S4 came back from a long break, so it's still a little bit rusty. He's still not familiar with the neutral items. He forgets it sometimes, but, they're getting better at it, so it's all good.
Also, they're making a case for FNG. He seems to be gelling well.
Yeah, FNG, for sure. I'm not sure what his... he's in a team, I think, so I don't know how that's going to go. We'll see.
Oh, a team. Okay, so Alliance with some notable highlights there. Gork, you were talking about the last game being painful. We were talking off stream here, and you said it was more about. I mean, Navi definitely impressive with the execution, but it's more also with certain mistakes that OG made throughout. Can you kind of elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I mean, under the circumstances, OG are doing really well with stand-in and all the ping issues they're doing, of course. But I feel like they were kind of a little bit too persistent with certain things in games, like maybe taking Roche a little bit too much and maybe getting this high ground a little bit too much. And certain item decisions like Mask of Madness and maybe taking the game a little bit for granted might have cost them a bit here.
It definitely did. If you were going to look back at maybe certain points where things could have done differently, what would you highlight?
All I can think about is the Mask of Madness, honestly, right now. And that's one moment I can highlight for myself. There was also another fight where they took close to the tier 2 bottom and at Radiant, where Sumail did not have his BKB delivered in the courier yet, and it died on the way. And that was a really crucial moment for them as well in the last game.
Well put. And you know what, Gork, I also want to highlight this, and I think you're one of the best person to talk about it. Is it unfair? I mean, you have two-time TI pressure with a practically new roster. I mean, you know what I mean? This is not the same OG that won TI 8 and TI 9, but you can't help but put on that pressure of having, I mean, pretty much the only team that won TI twice. Is it unfair for maybe the community or people to put on that pressure on this current roster?
Oh yeah, I think the pressure is immense for every member in there. They can probably feel it as well. I think they're living up to it well. I mean, some people had their doubts about this roster when they first came in, but I think when they're their full roster and not playing on ping, they look extremely strong, and they're actually living up to their expectations.
Okay, but again, I'd like to thank Bulldog and, of course, Gork for the support and coming in here. We are looking forward to seeing Team Pepega in action. We would love to see that, but right now we are going to be focusing on the reason we're all here, which is the charities. I mean, both the teams, of course, your teams have unfortunately lost, but they have a wonderful cause behind them. This is $100,000. Bulldog, your team picking $100,000 to the organization of their choice, and here we have it. UNICEF for every child, buddy.
Yeah, that's just good stuff. There's a lot to choose from, but any charity is good as long as it's reliable, which all of these are. So it's all good. Can't complain about that at all. It's a lot of money on this tournament, so just good stuff.
That is correct, and $100,000 will affect and impact so many people in such a good way throughout this time. And Gork, your team OG, they're going to be having $100,000 too. Let's see what they've decided. Oh, there you go, International Medical Corps, and I think it's the first time this organization was picked in this regard, so that's great as well.